What's up, Mets fans, and welcome back to another live stream, Mets versus Giants, right here on Talking Mets and Rob. How is everybody doing? Hopefully, everybody's doing well right now. Just give me a second to remove that from my face. And I hope everybody's doing well on this fun afternoon. A doubleheader. Finally, a doubleheader that's 9 innings per game, which is real baseball and not that crap 7 inning doubleheader that we had to deal with for the last 2 years. We're finally back to normal for the most part when it comes to the actual rules of the game. 9 inning doubleheaders. And that's exactly what baseball fans want. Nobody wants, I don't care if you're at the game, at home, doesn't matter. 9 innings feel like a real game, and that's what we're getting today. For the first time this year, the Mets are having a doubleheader. Unfortunately, yesterday it rained, so they postponed it early enough so people didn't trek out there to Citi Field and basically waste their time and money getting to the stadium. So today at 3 p.m., first game on the docket, Tyler McGill for the Mets, Alex Cobb for the Giants, and the game tonight, game 2, Max Scherzer's first start at Citi Field is going to be very interesting. And that is one thing that I can actually say about this series right now is that we talked about the Philly series being a test for the Mets. Well, guess what? Today, against the Giants, this 4-game series is the biggest test of the year, and there's no doubt about it right now. The Giants have one of the best records in baseball. They are that good, and their rotation is just as good. Alex Cobb, Carlos Rodon. I mean, they're very good, and there's no doubt about that. There's a couple of things that I wanted to look at really quick before I get started. Just give me 1 second. Let me just check something out really quick. Just wanted to see one thing before I get started talking to everybody. All right, so when it comes to game 2 and the matchup against Max Scherzer is Logan Webb. He's pitched really well this year. He has a 1.29 ERA. He looks really, really good. And that's something that we have to look at when it comes to the Mets because the competition hasn't been that great for the New York Mets facing a team-wise. But guess what, guys? These next 4 games will be a big test. And I do think the Mets are ready for that big test. I think the rain out yesterday absolutely helped us when it came to resting a lot of our players. You know, with Shreve and Ottavino, the guys that we trust in the bullpen are the guys that are rested now. So everybody's going to be available. Nimmo and Kana doesn't look like they're still available as of yet. The lineup still hasn't come out yet. I'm still waiting for that lineup to pop up. Looking for it right now, but the lineup hasn't popped up yet. I don't know if Kana is an option yet. I know he's vaccinated, so he should be ready to go in the next day or two because I think it's only a 5-day of missing games and a negative test. We don't really know what's going on with that, but we just have to wait and see. It would be nice to have Kana and Nimmo in that lineup today, but what can you say? There's nothing else that we can do except wait for them guys to be hopefully healthy and not sick and ready to go and be in this lineup because they are missed in this lineup. Even against the Diamondbacks, we saw the lineup missing a few key pieces even during the Diamondback series. And it's nice to see that the Mets still took 2 out of 3, even though they lost. They were missing their center fielder and their left fielder. And basically, you saw Guillaume play a couple of games, Smith play a couple of games, Jankowski playing every day. That's something that you do not want, especially when it comes to illness or injury. You want our main guys out there. And it would have been great to see Nimmo and Kana in this lineup, along with Marte, Lindor, Alonso, and McNeil, and amongst others that can put us at full go against the San Francisco Giants, which is going to be a huge, huge series for both sides. And you know what? It's basically a arithmetic test to see where these guys are, where these teams are. And granted, even if one of these teams lose 3 out of 4, it really doesn't say, oh, one's a bad team, the other one's a good team. It's just the fact that, look, the Mets need to take at least 2 in this series. I'd be ecstatic to take 3, and I'll be bouncing off the wall if they sweep them, which is going to be very hard to do, even though we got our top 4 guys going in the rotation and starting with McGill and Scherzer in game 1 and game 2, it's something that you can really think of. You can easily win these 2 games, but they also got Cobb and Webb going in game 1 and 2, and it's not going to be easy. So with that said, guys, I'm still waiting for the lineup for today to pop up so I can actually put it at the bottom of the screen. I can scroll across and we can talk about it, but let's talk about the pitching matchup right now. And I'm going to pull it up for everybody right now. And just give me a second. All right, so with the matchup today for game 1, it's Siler McGill, 2-0 with a 0 ERA with 11 strikeouts. And against Alex Cobb, 3.60 ERA, 10 strikeouts, and a win-loss record of 1-0. So Cobb is basically the fifth starter on the Giants. He's for a 3.6 ERA for a 5th starter, that's pretty damn good. But he's one of the guys you can get to. And one thing about the Mets lineup that they showed in the first 10 games of the season was this. They made the starter work. They got their pitch count up, got him out of the game early. That's exactly what the Mets have to do in this series with Webb, with Rodon, pitches like that. You got to have their pitch count go up and get the bullpen in the game, because if you notice something about the entire league, the majority of bullpens are absolute garbage. And if they're not garbage, they're really not that good. They're in the middle of the pack. And that's when you can cause some damage. If you notice, a lot of the games with the Mets this year, they didn't start scoring the majority of their runs until the 5th inning and on. And that's what the Mets have to do. I'm not expecting them to beat up on Cobb, but if they do, great. But working the pitch count on these pitches is the best recipe to get into this team, especially a team like the Giants who can put runs on the board as well. So the Mets have to, once again, work the pitch count on Alex Cobb and Webb, and that's exactly what they have to do throughout the series. And I hope they continue to do that throughout the season, because that's one thing that teams can't basically focus on or replicate or actually plan that it would happen. They're planning Alex Cobb to go 5 or 6 innings with no issues, and then he got the bullpen for 3. The same thing with Webb, the same exact thing. Same thing with Rodon. They're expecting these guys to go 6, 7 innings, and you don't have to use much of your bullpen. They're planning for that. Once you take them away from their plan, now they have to adjust, and that's when the Mets have them at the right place, and exactly where the Mets want to get a team is to go away from their plan and adjust on the fly. That's when mistakes happen. And another thing that the Mets have done for the first 10 games is put the bat on the ball. They were making the defense make plays to get the outs. You saw it with the other day when Alonso was going to third. What happened? They threw the ball away. The run scored. That was the first run of the ball game. And you just see mistakes upon mistakes that if you put pressure on the defense, even if it's a ground ball that are trying to turn a double play, it puts pressure on the defense to make the perfect throw, make the perfect return to first base, and double play. The same thing, sac flies, moving the runners over, stolen bases is something that the Mets have not done over the last couple of years and are doing it this year. That's the big difference with this Mets team over the last couple of years. They manufacture runs and they make the pitch counts of the opposing pitcher rise rather quickly and get them out of the game before the 5th inning, or at least by the 5th inning. And that's something the Mets have been good at this year. So before we get started, and hopefully the lineup pops up in the next 20 minutes or so, which would be really nice, so I can give it to you guys, I'm going to say what up to everybody in the chat right now, guys. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Going to be with you through the entire game 1, Mets versus Giants. So stick around and hang out for the next 45 minutes or so until the game starts, and then hang out with me throughout the game. And as always, guys, if you just tuning in for the first time to the channel, basically what goes down, I keep game day up there during the game, and I also play the Mets radio call while with my little picture in the side over there. And that's basically what we do. And in between innings, I'll pop back on and talk about the prior inning. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. And if you want to get a shout out, guys, don't forget to say what up in the chat if you're new to it, because I can't tell if you're in the stream if you do not say something in the chat. So once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. And we're going to say what up to everybody in the chat right now. Lane, Plaxi, Daniel, Isaiah, Steven, Webbs, Coolspin, Sean, a member of Talking Mets, and Rob. Who else we got here? Mr. Fame, what's up? Jose, John, Grant, a member of Talking Mets, and Rob. Timothy, Harley, and more of John. So, some people were talking about and Christian just tuned in as well, a member of Talking Mets, and Rob. So, once again, guys, it is a 9-inning doubleheader. No more of that bullcrap 7-inning doubleheader that nobody liked. It just never felt like a real game, and I'm glad that that baseball decided to go back to the 9-inning doubleheader, because it just makes sense. You don't want, half-ass wins or losses throughout the year, because some teams are better in later innings than they are in the early innings. And that's something that the Mets have shown, that they have been good in later innings. So it suck at the fact that, you're in the 7th inning and it's basically the 9th inning, but it's the 7th inning. And, again, it's real baseball, 9 innings. So keep it that way. And thank God it is that way. So once again, guys, you got Alex Cobb, Tyler McGill. And then after that, for game 2, around 6:30, 6:40, you're going to have game 2 of the series, which is Logan Webb against Max Scherzer. So we are ready to go for the biggest series of the year for the New York Mets. And that's exactly what we want. We want competition. The NL East is struggling right now. The Phillies are losing. The Braves are losing. Nobody's really playing well. And that's exactly what this Mets team has to take advantage of. We got a 2.5 game lead. If I'm not mistaken, it might have changed since yesterday, since the losses happened, but I believe it's 2.5 games. If I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's 2.5 games. The Marlins are in second right now, so we're 2.5 games up. You got to take advantage of these teams playing bad. After the Giants series, we got Arizona, and then we got St. Louis. St. Louis is going to be a tough matchup as well, but you can get ready and you can actually pack up your record when it comes to the Diamondbacks, and you got to beat that team. So that's what we have to do right here. So once again, guys, we got 4 against the Giants, 3 against the Diamondbacks, and then St. Louis after that. So that basically ends up being the remainder of April, and we're already a month into the season. And let's hope the Mets do what they should be doing and winning some games. And you know what? I think everybody would be okay with splitting the series against the Giants, and would be ecstatic if they take 3 out of 4, because that just shows you that the Mets are the real deal. And on top of that, it gives us a little cushion going into the Diamondback series and the Cardinals series, knowing that we don't have to go crazy and sweep the Diamondbacks, which we should do anyway, and do well against the Cardinals. So I think the Mets are set up perfectly in this series. It could have been much different if there wasn't a rain out, if the season didn't start a week later. Maybe the rotation would have been not exactly what we wanted for this series, but we got exactly what we want. And you know what the Giants do as well? They got Webb, they got Rodon, they got guys that they want in their rotation in big series. And this is a big series. This is basically, puffing out your chest type of series. Right now, the Dodgers, the Giants, the Mets are top 3 in the league right now, record-wise, and that's something that is nice to see, but it can change rather quickly. So this is a big test for both teams, and I think the Mets are going to show up in this series, no doubt about it. I just feel comfortable. I think McGill's going to perform very well today. Is he going to give up no runs? I would love him to not give up any runs. But I rather see 1 or 2 runs. Give me 6 or 7 innings, and I'll be happy, because I think the Mets can score 3 or 4 runs against Cobb and the Giants bullpen. So that's what we're doing right now. We're worrying about what is the key to the Mets winning this series. Number 1, getting the starters out of the game early. The Mets have been good with that in the first 10 games of the season. Second, continue to manufacture runs. sack flies, moving the runner over, bunt base hits, stealing bases, taking that extra base when the defense messes up, putting the ball in play. That's what the Mets have been doing well, and they have to continue that in this series to beat the Giants. Also, continue the excellent starting pitching that we have been getting. The best in the league at 1.07 ERA through 10 games, and best in franchise history in the first 10 games. And on top of that, they have, since the ERA has been a stat, it's the lowest in history since it's been a stat. So there's a lot for the Mets to focus on and continue to do. If they continue to do what they have been doing, those top three things, starting pitching, manufacturing runs, and also the same thing we keep on talking about, working the pitch count. Doing those three things, the Mets have a pretty good chance to win this series. At the very least, taking 2 out of 4, which I think most fans would be okay with and would be fine because, you don't want to lose a series, especially a 4-game series. Taking 1 out of 4 sucks. So taking 2 out of 4 is okay. Taking 3 out of 4 is excellent. Taking 4, sweeping, we would just be going bonkers right now, and we'd be 11-3. And that's something we're like, watch out for the New York Mets. Roberto, a member of Talking Mets and Rob, just popped into the chat. What's up, buddy? How you doing? So, guys, here we are, Tuesday, 2:15 p.m., and we have 2 games to love baseball and watch baseball. You watch it from the afternoon or listen to it, depending on what you're doing. You might be working, you might not be, right until the evening for more baseball. So we got McGill on the mound and Scherzer at 1-2 going in the first 2 games. Alex Cobb, the 5th starter for the Giants, and their ace in Logan Webb in the second game. So I think it's always imperative in a 4-game series to take the first game, especially in a doubleheader. It's always important to take the first game because that puts a little bit less pressure on the team that won in the second game, because it always feels like you're basically chasing for that first win of the doubleheader. After you lose the first one, now you gotta, you gotta put your big lineup out there in the second game just to get that split in the doubleheader. The first game is always so important in the doubleheader because it's hard to win a doubleheader. There's no doubt about it. That's why we have to hope that we get McGill for 6 to 7 innings along with Scherzer 6 to 7 innings, so you don't wear out your bullpen for the rest of the series. But that's yet to be seen, but I expect them to do so because I think they are very good. B Watts, how you doing? So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. Let's get this stream out to more Mets fans, more Giant fans. Let's get a whole group of people to have our watch party today for 1 game, the first game of the 2-game set today. And that's what we're going to be doing today. Still waiting for the lineup to pop up any minute. It should be going down very soon, but I mean, we got about 40 minutes until game time, and I still haven't seen a lineup. I keep on refreshing, checking. I don't know what's going on here. So let's see if there's anything up here. Just waiting to see what we got with the lineup, and then there's still no lineup. It's odd. It's a little odd not having a lineup 45 minutes until game time, but what are you gonna do, right? I don't think they want to I don't know what's going on actually. Let's see. Let's check everybody's comments really quick. We got Plaxi says, I'm surprised you're not at the game. Yeah, well, I thought better of it because if I happen to go to a game, I would stay for both of them, and I got work at around 10:30 tonight, so I would have to leave early, and I hate leaving games early, so I just decided against it at this moment. Plaxi, have fun today. And it will be cold today, that's for sure. So the sun's out right now, but it's cold all day. It's gonna get colder at night. So make sure you dress up warm. And yes, Daniel, it's a 9-inning doubleheader. Webb's, it's looking good right now. It's not supposed to rain, so that's a good thing. It's supposed to be cold, but we can get through that. What else we got in the chat right now? Webbs agrees about the 7-inning doubleheader was absolute garbage. Mr. Fame says, let's get it today. Everyone is talking about this matchup on the web. Yeah, all over Twitter. It's trending on Twitter. All over everywhere you can look at. Even on my Facebook pages that I've looked at, Mets pages, Giants pages, Instagram. Everyone's talking about it. This is like the series of the week, basically. So, like I said, there's going to be, if the Mets do well in this series, there's going to be a target on our back. The Mets are the real deal. The Mets are a team to be reckoned with. And we're going to be targets now. And you got to see how the Mets adjust to being targets and not the team that's the underdog going into a series. So, once again, the Mets have to do their job. They've done well in the first 10 games. Considering how they lost the 3 games, they should be 9-1 right now. They shouldn't have lost that Philly series. They should have won that Washington game, the 4th game of the series, instead of giving up that lead. We had a 4-run lead against Philadelphia. Okay, the Arizona game, fine. It could have been, we were losing 3-0 most of the game. So, all right, I would give that one loss. The Mets should be 9-1 right now. So, if they continue to play the way, the 3 keys of the game for the Mets, making the starting pitcher work, manufacturing runs, and the starting pitching continue to be great, the Mets have a pretty good chance to take 3 out of 4 in this series, possibly sweep. But the Giants have a lot to say about that as well. What else we got? Grant, you're always working. That's okay. I understand. We got to make money somehow, right? Well, speaking of that, Lane, that's a good point about Jacob Degrom. Anthony DeComo tweeted about an hour ago. He said Jacob Degrom's stress reaction right shoulder scapula will undergo a follow-up MRI this Monday. So Monday of next week. That's 3.5 weeks after his initial imaging test revealed that diagnosis. If all goes well, Degrom could conceivably be throwing after that. So if they see good things with the MRI, he could start throwing not too long after that. And if he goes through the throwing regimen, everything's fine, no pain, he will go into basically extended spring training for the next 2 to 3 weeks, get his arm strength up, get his pitch count up, making sure he's healthy. And there's a pretty good chance by the end of May, early June, he'll be ready to go. And I think the Mets are, that's why we got the depth, right? McGill and Peterson was our depth that was going to be in the minor leagues if nobody was hurt. And McGill and Peterson are in the rotation now. It's looking like Walker's going to be okay, so he might actually get his next start. So as long as we remain healthy and play the way we've been playing, we're not going to be technically missing DeGrom, but we definitely going to welcome him back with open arms in late May, early June. And that's when we can probably expect him, if everything works out good and health-wise, he's 100%. So that's the latest on Jacob Degrom right now. Getting a second MRI, or the first MRI after his diagnosis on Monday. And if all goes well, he can start throwing a few days after that and probably go down to extended spring training and, take a couple of weeks to build up his arm strength, his pitch count, making sure he's 100% healthy, no pain. And then I think by late May, early June, you'll see Jacob Degrom. And you know what? If Jacob Degrom is healthy by that time, now you got him for about 3.5 months, and he's going to be a lot more refreshed because he's not going to be pitching 107 to 190 innings, and you're going to have him very fresh throughout the season, including the playoffs, if the Mets so do make the playoffs. So that's what we got at the moment. I'm still waiting for the lineups, guys. I'm not sure why it's taken so long. It's kind of weird, but I just don't know why they're taking a long time getting these lineups out. I mean, the Giants didn't put up their lineup either. So, all right, now we got the Giants lineup. So I'm gonna put the game day up, and you're gonna see the Giants lineup. The Giants lineup is out, so we'll just look at that right now. Let me just pull it down. And they didn't do it yet. So let me just refresh it because it's on my phone right now. It's just got to get refreshed and we'll be ready to go. Just give me a second. Let me just wait for it to load up and we'll be good to go. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. Continue to bring your comments. We got about a little more than a half hour until game time. And then we'll be ready to go and have some fun with our watch party, Mets versus Giants. All right, so we got our game now. Here we go. All right, guys. So for the Giants, Mike Yastrzemski, right field batting first. Brandon Belt playing first base, batting second. Fan favorite Wilmer Flores, DH and batting third. Jock Peterson cleaning up, playing left field. Brandon Crawford, the veteran shortstop, batting fifth. Tyro Estrada playing second, batting sixth. Steven Duggar playing center field, batting seven. Jason Volsler batting eight, playing third base. Joey Bart catching, batting ninth. So that is your San Francisco Giants lineup, and we're still waiting for the Mets lineup. So once again, guys, basically the starting lineup for the Giants is basically what you've seen go in the beginning. So again, they've played very well, they pitched very well, so it's definitely going to be a big test for the Mets in this 4-game set. So we're still waiting for the Mets lineup to pop up. When it does, we'll go over that, and I'll put it at the bottom of my screen. But I'll continue to look at your comments while we wait. Yeah, Harley, exactly. And you know what? That's what the Mets have been doing. Even though they got caught stealing a couple of times, they got caught. They got caught being out at a particular base, trying to go for that extra base on a hit. I like the aggressiveness. Now they can't be overly aggressive and hurt the team, but they really haven't done that. They've been aggressive and more like a more respectable aggressiveness throughout the game. Where when they're aggressive, you're like, okay, that wasn't a bad aggressive play. But last year they used to go with so many stupid aggressive moments on the base hits that run them out of innings. And you've seen the Phillies done that already this year. The Braves have done that against a couple of teams already. They've been running themselves out of innings. The Mets have stayed away from that, and they got to continue to be safe, being safely aggressive. And what we saw the other day against the Diamondbacks with Ali Perez on the mound, with JD Davis basically stealing second when they were trying to throw the ball at third base to see if Dominic Smith left too early. So things like that confuses the defense, puts pressure on the defense, and that's what the Mets they have to do, right? We talked about it. Starting pitchers got to keep it up. Manufacturing runs is another thing, and getting the starting pitcher to get their pitch count up early. That's the three keys for the Mets to continue to do that, and they've been successful. So there's no reason why to change the plan going forward, especially in this Giant series. John says, I'm glad I don't have school today. Spring break. Ron says, let effing go. Kick butt. There you go. All right, what else we got? D. Garcia wants a sweep. Webb says 3 out of 4. I will take it. 100% agree. John, I agree. I would take a split. I wouldn't be necessarily happy about it, but I'm not going to be mad about that either. Two good teams split in a 4-game series. Both sides are probably happy coming at it. Now, granted, it depends on how you get to that split of a series. If the Mets lead in every game and they blow 2 of them, 2 out of 4 is going to suck. If the Mets were trailing in every of these games and we win 2 out of 4, we might be a little happier about that. So it depends on how you take that 204. You don't want to lose leads that you could have easily won those games. So, a split is always nice for both teams, but it's the way you got to that split if you're going to be happy or not. Roberto says, I'm confident that the Mets are going to have a good series, and hopefully they'll continue hitting the ball and stealing bases against the Giants pitching. Let's go Mets. I agree. I'm confident that the Mets are going to play a professional ball game, right? We talked about that. The Mets have a lot of professional ball players on this team. Not a lot of drama. Just get up to the batter's box, get up to the mound, do your thing, sit down, cheer on your team. That's basically what this team is. They got a professional ball club that I'm confident in any game they play, they have a chance to win. Years past, we haven't had that. It's a big difference about this team. I'm going into this confident. If the Mets win 3 out of 4, I can say I'm not shocked. In years past, we would have took 3 out of 4 last year against the Giants. We would all been, World Series, let's go Mets. No, we're going to be confident saying, hey, the Mets win 3 out of 4. you know what? They're good enough. I can expect that from them now. That's something that is a big part of this series. Mets pregame is happening on SNY right now. So if you're in the area of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, you can turn on SNY. Mets pregame is on right now, but you can stick around here and you have a personal pregame with me on my channel right now. All right, what else we got? What else we got? Jose says, "What up, Rob? I'm excited about this doubleheader. Go Mets, 100%." B. Watt says, "I think we split the doubleheader today." Listen, it's very hard to take a doubleheader. There's no doubt about that. If they split it, they split it. But again, it sounds good to take a split during a doubleheader. But if the Mets were leading in both games late and they only win one out of the two, it's not going to feel as good as if they didn't have no shot in one game and they took care of business in the other game. So it's a lot of different ways we can look at it when it comes to that. But a split will be fine with me. CJ's, what's up, buddy? Michael, well, we're playing 4 games. So if you want to win the series, you got to take 3 out of 4. Yeah, exactly, Michael. I just saw your other comment. TC says, LFGM. Yeah, altogether, the starting rotation, 1.07 ERA, the best in the league right now. You can't complain about it right now, but they have to continue it. I don't know if they're going to go at this record pace. I mean, it would be amazing if they do, but I'm not expecting them to go at this record pace right now. I mean, I expect McGill to give up a run or two against the Giants. The Giants are a very good team. If they shut them down, well, great. We keep on that record pace. But you know what? I do want to see a little bit more from Max Scherzer because Max Scherzer's ERA is over 3. And he, if you look at his ERA, he's one of the worst pitches in the Mets rotation, which is kind of hilarious. But I expect Scherzer to get back to the Scherzer of yesteryear, basically. His first 2 starts weren't great, but especially in his second start against Philly, he bared down. He didn't have his great stuff and still got through with just giving up 1 run and exactly what we needed from Max Scherzer we got with his stuff not being great. Right now I expect Scherzer to go 90 to 100 pitches today without a problem. And if he pitches well, he can pitch you 7 innings. That's what I expect from Scherzer. So I expect McGill to give up a run or 2, still go 6 innings at the very least. But if this Mets team rotation continues to go at this record pace, they're going to be very hard to beat as long as the Mets continue to manufacture runs. John says, if he comes back, Degrom, I'm assuming, if he comes back, who will we take out? Because I don't want to take out Tyler. We're not taking Tyler McGill out. He's not going anywhere. What would happen is, I would think whoever's pitching better between Taijuan Walker and Carlos Carrasco is going to go out of the rotation and into the bullpen. You can't take off Tyler McGill. I mean, if Tyler McGill is still pitching well, it's very hard to take him out. Could they use Jacob Degrom? Because if Jacob Degrom comes back and, they worked him up where he's around 60 pitches or so, 70, well, he can pitch 5 innings. Maybe you'll piggyback Walker and Degrom in the same start. Just putting them in at different moments. Maybe you want to start with Degrom and put Walker in later on, or you want to flip it and put Walker in first and then Degrom coming in after Walker. They might be able to do that too, since Degrom's pitch count is probably not going to be 80, 90 pitches when he first comes back to the majors. Joe, what's up, buddy? Joe, our annual daily end the lockout. It's been working for us lately, so we got to continue to say it. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if you guys heard the interview with Jake Arrieta when he announced his retirement. They asked him, who's the best pitcher in baseball? Not even a delay. He said Jacob Degrom. And he even says it's unfortunate because people around baseball, obviously, if you're facing him, you don't want to see him. But people around baseball love watching Jacob Degrom pitch because he's just a master at it. It's an art to him. And no other pitcher can do what Jacob Degrom does. That's why it's so unfortunate that a guy that can easily win, if he was healthy the last couple of years, you could see him in his career winning 5 Cy Youngs. Like, no question about it. He can come back in June and pitch great all the way until October into the playoffs with the Mets and still win the Cy Young. So he already has 2. I wish he was healthy because he was at a record pace last year with a less than 1 ERA or a little bit above 1 ERA before he got hurt. And his last start was a little bit before the All-Star game. So, look, you can always use a guy like Jacob Degrom. I don't care how good any of your starters are. I don't care if the Mets rotation is still going at this record pace. Someone's coming out of the rotation to put Jacob Degrom in. It's just that simple. Some Mets fans might not be happy with it, but Tyler McGill, now again, in early June, when Degrom is expected to come back, if he's healthy, if McGill is struggling, McGill is going to go out of the rotation. It's going to come down to by June 15th, say, when DeGrom's ready to go. Whoever's not pitching well in this rotation, DeGrom's taking his spot. It's just that simple. DeGrom's coming back in this rotation no matter what. So it's unfortunate for the person that's going to lose out on this rotation. But you know what? That's baseball. You are going to step aside for the best pitcher in baseball in Jacob Degrom. Yeah, Tichy, he pitched in, I think it was July 6th last year in 2021. So he hasn't pitched in nearly, 9 months? So he's been out for a while. That's unfortunate. Lane, I still haven't seen the Mets lineup as of yet. I'm still waiting for it. The Giants up. I think the lineup just came out. I see it, guys. I see it. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to show it to you right now. I'm probably going to have to refresh it, of course, just so we're ready to go. When it pops up, I will go over to the lineup, and then I will type it underneath the screen so you guys can see it. It'll be scrolling across the screen until the game starts, and then we'll switch it over to Mets versus Giants watch party scrolling on your screen. So here we go, guys. This is your lineup for the New York Mets. Let me just move it. All right, guys. So here we go. Jeff McNeil leading off, batting first, left field. Starling Marte batting second, playing right field. Francisco Lindor batting third, playing shortstop. Pete Alonso playing first base, cleaning up. Eduardo Escobar batting fifth, playing third base. Robinson Cano at second base, batting sixth. J.D. Davis, DH, and batting seventh. Travis Jankowski in center field, batting eighth. And James McCann is behind the plate, batting ninth. So that is your lineup for the New York Mets against the San Francisco Giants and Alex Cobb. So if you give me 1 second, guys, I am going to type in this lineup and then give it to you guys scrolling across the screen. Alrighty, so we got Alonso at first base. I got to change a couple of things, but that's okay. Let's see who was batting sixth. We got Robbie Cano. We have Davis as your DH, batting seventh. Alrighty. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just typing in. And last but not least, James McCann catching. Alrighty, so there we go, guys. It's going to come across the bottom of your screen. If you wonder who's pitching today, and the lineup for the New York Mets is at the bottom, scrolling on your screen right now. So check it out while you can. When the first pitch starts, I will take it away and put up Mets Watch Party, and we'll leave up game day to watch the game. All right, guys. So once again, don't forget to please hit on that like button. So when we start the game, we got a lot more people in the stream, in the chat watching, sharing their opinions and thoughts. Once again, guys, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit on that like button and subscribe to the channel, guys. And if you're new to the channel, let me tell you how this works. So when the game starts, I will have us in this mode right here during the game. You will have game day that will pop up right in your screen. Obviously, it's not up yet because the game didn't start. But basically what it is right there, we will have the game day. We will have my small video box on the small part of the screen. And I will shut my mouth with the Mets radio call going on during the game. And in between innings, I will pop back on and we'll discuss the inning that just went on. So that's how we do it here at Talking Mets and Rob. A lot of people continue to like it and continue to support it. So we're going to continue to do it that way. Once again, guys, new to the channel, hit on that subscribe button and say what's up in the chat so I know everybody's hanging in there. And don't be shy to say what's up. This is a free forum, not just for Met fans, but for all fans. You're allowed to say what you want to say. There's always back talk between teams of other fans. That's okay. I respect that. Just be respectful. That's all I ask. Let's see what else we got. Sunny D says, what up, bro? Went to the game last Sunday. Coca-Cola section is the best seats in the house. I will tend to differ. It's a pretty cool seat. Don't get me wrong. My section is 515, right behind home plate, upper deck. You get to see the whole field. But Coca-Cola Corner is not a bad section to be at. You basically got your own personal concessions, with the beer, with the food. You got everything you need to get. So it is a pretty good spot to be at for a baseball game. Alrighty. Michael, the Mets technically don't have the best record in baseball. It's basically the Giants at the moment. But again, it's only like a half a game difference, so it's all good. JD, what's up, buddy? Well, you know what? Again, I think Buck Showalter needs to realize that Joely Rodriguez is not a guy you put in a game when there's a lot of right-handers in the game. He's a left-handed specialist. Chasen Shreve can pitch to anyone. He's been great for us. So, once again, Joely Rodriguez, Buck Showalter has to put Rodriguez in spots where he's going to be successful. He is not a guy to pitch multiple innings. He's the guy to get the big lefty bat out. When you need a guy like Chasen Shreve to go multiple innings, 1 or 2 innings, with lefties or righties, it doesn't matter. Chasen Shreve is your guy. So Buck Showalter is still feeling out Joely Rodriguez, but I think he has an idea that Rodriguez is a guy that only can pitch against lefties. Obviously, if there's, lefties split between a righty, you might have to keep Joely in for that particular reason because of the 3-batter rule. But at the moment, I don't think we're necessarily too worried about lefties in the bullpen, but we have to be worried about our bullpen. Lugo has struggled. Rodriguez has struggled a little bit. May has been okay. Drew Smith has been a godsend for us lately. He's basically the setup man for Diaz at this moment. Trevor May just coming back for injury, pitched once. So this bullpen needs to be better, or the Mets are going to have to make changes. It's just that simple. Sean says, Kana and Nimmo aren't in it. No, not yet. They're still in that COVID IL at the moment. Again, there's not a lot of information about how these guys come back. I don't know if they need 2 negative tests. Nimmo's not vaccinated, and I know Kana is. So I don't know if it's a different timetable for each one. I have no idea. It's been since opening day when it happened, since Friday. So it's already Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, already 4 or 5 days already. So I'm assuming in the next couple of days, these guys have to be coming back as long as they test negative. Todd, how you doing? Yeah, they probably will, but again, see, there's no off days, which is the issue, Todd. Yeah, they probably will. I would think, but again, everybody, well, yeah, you're probably right. We'll probably need, so, I mean, it could be, they could do a Trevor Williams start, maybe, let's see. Well, put it this way. Walker is coming back soon. Walker could probably pitch one of the games in Arizona. So there fixes your problem right there. Walker already had a bullpen session. He's supposed to be ready to go. So next time around the rotation in Arizona, you see Walker probably get the start and you don't mess up the rotation, and you also don't have to get somebody else from your minor league system to start that game, or a guy like Trevor Williams. So I think we'll be okay since Walker's been out of the rotation. He's basically fresh enough to go in one of the games in Arizona. Steven, both games are 9 innings. Both of them. 9 innings for the first game, 9 innings for the second game. No more of that crappy 7 innings crap. So we got about 15 minutes until about 25 minutes until game time. So continue to bring on your questions, guys, so I can try to answer all of them before the first pitch. The Blind Beard says, I really hope we take a big step and win the doubleheader tonight. We will be golden if that happens. The baseball community will be stunned. Yeah, I agree. All eyes are on this series. These are, 2 teams that some people expect the Mets to be better than they were last year. Some people think the Giants are going to take a step back. Well, both teams prove that they're at the moment a force to be reckoned with, and now they're facing each other. So it's a little bit of bragging rights at the moment if somebody takes the series in this 4-game set. So, but we'll wait and see. You know what? It's going to be great games, that's for sure. Michael, it's always great getting new Met fans. Robert, how you doing? I really hate Cano playing second base today. We have McNeil and Plummer can play outfield. I agree with that. I'd rather not see Cano playing second base or playing at all. Once again, he looked like he is having a hard time of catching up the fastballs. But, I think everybody would like to see Plummer in the outfield and he can put McNeil at second. Yeah, but again, this whole feeling out period with Cano is probably going to last until the end of April. And I think that's when the Mets are really going to make their decision with Cano. I don't think Cano is going to be on this team because you got to remember, guys, after April's over and May comes around, the 28-man roster goes to a 26-man roster. So what does that mean? That means basically 2 guys are going to be going. Some people were talking about, well, it's probably going to be Sean Reed-Foley and Travis Jankowski, basically. But what if the Mets say, listen, Cano is not performing. He can't play the field every day. He's not catching up the fastballs. He's not giving up enough offense to keep him on this team. Maybe they'll cut Cano, just pay him and cut him. And now you put Sean Reed-Foley in the minors. And now you have your 26-man roster. Jankowski gets to stay up on his team as a backup outfielder. That's something the Mets can think of as well. That's why I think they're playing a lot of Cano. The Mets have been fortunate to be 7-3, so it hasn't really affected them or hurt them in games that they could have won or lost for the most part. So it's basically seeing what Cano has left. And when the roster has to go down to 26 from 28, maybe the Mets make the decision on cutting Cano. And that's one less player to have to worry about because at the moment, I can't see anybody else going down to the minors. If Cano is still on this team when May 1st comes around, Jankowski and Foley are probably going to be the guys going down to the minors. And that's something that I don't want. I don't want Jankowski. I think Jankowski is a spark plug for this team. He's performed well, stolen bases, really good defense. He's got a couple of hits here and there. He'll put down a bunt when we need a base runner. I like Jankowski, but it's going to come down to the fact that the Mets are playing Cano more often than not to get a feel of what he is for the first month. And I think that's when they're going to make their decision. And the way I would go, if Cano is not performing, cut his ass, eat up the $20 million that you're already paying him. Sean Reed-Foley goes down. There goes your 26-man roster. And you keep Jankowski on the bench as your 4th outfielder. That's the way I would go. I don't know if they're going to win the blue uniforms. They might. They haven't. I don't think they worn them as of yet. The 3 home games they wore their white pinstripes. So we'll see. D. Garcia says, Scherzer, complete game of 1-run ball. I called it. That would be nice. You know, save our bullpen a little bit. And why not give the bullpen a little bit more rest? D. Garcia, Mets win 7-1. That's a rough one. That would be really nice. That would be a, sit back and relax and put your arms up type of game. But the Mets don't really like to have any of those. Todd, I don't know how it works. Like, there hasn't been a lot of information at all about it. Again, I remember last year that players needed 2 consecutive negative tests if they're vaccinated to come back within a reasonable time. When a player is not vaccinated, I don't know the new rules. I really don't. Like, I try to look for it to actually try to sound smart in this situation and act like I know what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to spill you bull and say something that I don't know the answer about. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't know. I was searching before I went live. I was looking to find anything about what are the direct, because I didn't even know they were still testing players the way they are. I didn't know that. I mean, maybe I was naive to the fact, but I didn't think they were testing players because we didn't hear nothing about that at all. You heard about 1 or 2 players that might have got symptoms or felt a little sick, and that's when they got tested. I thought it was when you feel you have symptoms, you get tested. That's what I thought. Apparently they're still testing people. So I don't know how they're doing. I don't know if you're not vaccinated, you got to get tested. I believe staff has to get tested every day, or every game. And then if one of them tests positive, that's when everybody on the team has to get tested. I don't know. But at the moment, what I remember about the rule is that you need 2 consecutive negative tests. If that changed, I haven't heard that. So I really don't know. Rocky, how you doing? There you go, John. Now you can chill and relax. Chris, what's up, buddy? No, Chris, I still don't know when Connor's back, unfortunately, or Nimmo. Once again, we really don't know. Like, it has been basically crickets about what's been going on. With the whole HIPAA laws, the Mets can't just basically say, "Oh, he's healthy," or "He's not sick. You don't have COVID." You can't spill the health and the medical diagnosis of anybody. You can't do that. So until the player, I'm assuming, test positive and you see him on the roster or in the lineup, then you'll know, I guess. Maybe they're ready to go. I mean, I doubt we would have heard something already if they were able to play either of these games, but we don't know. We just have to wait and see. Brad, how you doing? Yeah, Michael, it's a lineup that would be a lot nicer with Nimmo and Connor in that lineup, because Jankowski wouldn't be playing and Cano probably wouldn't be playing. You got Nimmo in center, you got Connor in left, McNeil playing second, and now your lineup stacked 1 through 9. Or technically 1 through 8, because I can't stand James McCann. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, Robert, I understand that. But again, you're paying a guy $20 million. You got to see what he's still got. And, we all see it. It doesn't seem to me that he has much left. He got lucky on the ball. He was late on that ball. He hit the home run on opening day. He was late on that ball, and he took the ball the other way. He just got good wood on that ball. So he hasn't catch up to a fastball. That's been a big problem with me with Cano. Defensively, he's been fine. He's still smooth at second base, but his range has got a lot. It's shrunk, basically. That's what the Mets are going to do. It hasn't hurt them yet when it comes to winnings and losses. They're going to try Cano out for the entire month of April. When the rosters shrink down from 28 to 26, that's when they're going to have to make a decision. If Jankowski continues to perform the way he's been doing and filling in well, stealing bases, getting bunt hits, playing great defense, it's going to be hard to send him down. The Mets are going to have to look in the mirror and say, hey, Cano is not doing enough for us to keep him on this team. There's guys that deserve to be on this team. On top of that, you also have to look at guys who still have minor league options. Drew Smith still has options, but the Mets going to send him down? He's been one of our better relievers, so I don't think they're going to do that. Sean Reed Foley, I believe, only has one more option left, so it's a lot to look into. So I think the Mets, when it comes to when the roster goes down to 28 to 26, are going to look very hard about cutting Cano and just paying him so you can get another guy that can fill his spot when needed. That's what I think could happen. But we'll see. We still got about, a week and a half until April is over. Lane, it depends. You'll probably see Dominic Smith in the lineup playing first base. You probably see DH and Alonso. You probably see Guillermo play second base. Cano probably won't play the second game. That's probably what you'll see. Nito's going to catch from McCann. So you're going to see a different lineup for sure. Adventures Florida to Thailand. Let's go Mets, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. Brad, I'm glad I can eliminate the commercials. Paul, did anybody get the Seaver Saturday? Yes, I did. Here it is. Boom. I got 3 of them, actually. My dad was with me during that game, so he got one. I actually purchased one from somebody that got an extra one. I paid $40 for it, but I won a lot of them. So, it might be a giveaway going forward. We'll see. Yeah, I think the Dodgers won yesterday, so they should be 8-2, right? Daniel, I want to go as much as Shreve is the new loop, but Shreve has been excellent. Michael, I do like seats behind home plate. I like it anywhere from, if you know about Citi Field, either the promenade level or the 300 section right up underneath the promenade level. those two sections behind home plate from like 512 to 520 in that section in the upper deck is great view. You get the a view of the big screen on both of them with the lineups and city vision, and you also get the scope of the whole field. You get to see the shifts and everything like that. Where I sat on Friday and Saturday with the 7 light in the outfield where the apple is, it's a beautiful view to see from a different perspective, but you can't see everything. You can't really see the shifts. I'm more of a guy that's very visual, and I like to see that stuff. So I love sitting. That's why I got season tickets in 524. I was trying to get it in 519, but they went quickly, and they basically moved my seat because I wasn't gonna get full season tickets this year. I was gonna get a half a season, so I took time getting in, and they took away my section that I wanted. But that's okay. 524 is a pretty good seat as well, and most of the time it's never a sold out crowd. So I usually go to 515 anyway with my friends and hang out there. So, but that's one of the best section. The best section for me is behind home plate, upper deck. Michael, I don't know. That's his choice. I see it as this. Honestly, I basically, I'm vaccinated. I'm boosted. That was my choice. I know people who are not that I work with basically, but again, I always see it. I always say, hey, get vaccinated. But once again, I don't think anybody should tell anybody what they do with their bodies, government or not. But again, it's their decision. And, I'm not going to fault anybody for making that decision. Again, I feel protected because I'm vaccinated. But don't get me wrong. When I'm on a plane, when I'm in a store, I still wear my mask. I just do what I feel like doing. That's basically it. It's up to everybody if they want to be vaccinated or not. I'm not the one to tell you or anybody else if they should get vaccinated or not. I think they should, but it's still their choice, and that's the way I see it. D. Garcia, yes, I remember Pepsi Wednesday. You used to bring it to Shea or City. I mean, at Shea Stadium, you used to have the Pepsi picnic area where you used to bring a Pepsi can. You used to get in free. I don't remember a lot about Pepsi Wednesday at Citi Field. Or maybe you were talking about also Shea Stadium. Because I do remember that. You used to go bring the can on certain days and used to get in free at the Pepsi picnic area. Kevin, Dodgers. Don't worry. We'll try to beat them Giants for you. I don't think Lugo's going to get start for the Mets. I don't think that's smart at this point. Keep him in the bullpen. That's where he shines, even though he hasn't been well. I don't see Nimmo back yet. Unless somebody's seen it on the roster. I have not seen that yet, but I could be wrong. Let me see. Oh, yep. Here we go, guys. So Brandon Nimmo off COVID-19 IL, not starting in game 1. So he'll probably be starting in game 2. So Nimmo is on the roster. So that's a good sign. I guess Kana tested positive still. So he's still not ready to go. He might be symptomatic. So Kana's not ready to go yet. But that'll be a big game 2 start for Nimmo. He'll be back in center field playing. So that's great news. So let me type that in for everybody who's coming in. We got about a little less than 5-10 minutes until game time. Let me just type it in. All right, so there we go. So thank you guys for keeping me up to date on that, because I was basically ramping away and talking, keeping you guys interested without looking at my phone. So thank you for that update. So there you go, guys. It's on the screen. Nimmo is off the COVID IL. So either he tested negative or, well, he had a test negative. So that's why he's probably back now. Plumber came from, that's a good question, Michael. I'm not 100% sure. But I do know he came out to the Super Mario theme song and they gave everybody a jolt. That was pretty cool. Spin Max. Oh, absolutely, Spin Man. Thank you so much, man. Don't forget to hit. I know you hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel as well, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. I'm glad I can provide you with some commentary that I know a lot of people are not doing during Mets games now. So, it's fun to do this. I talk to you guys. You get the radio call, and we have interactions. It's always fun. I like doing live stream with you guys. Yeah, Plumber sent down now because you needed the roster spot. and Nimmo's back. So there you go. Nimmo might get a big spot pinch hit in this game. You never know. Manuel, what's up? Well, unfortunately, McCann's not going anywhere at the moment. Oh, Karen, I don't know. I really don't know about this. So I really don't know. I don't know if it's just a New York thing or not, but I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine at this point. I didn't know they were still testing. Maybe they're just testing staff, and if a staff tests positive, that's when they test the players. I don't know. Let's see. Grant, Walter, how you doing? We are pitching Tyler McGill in game 1 and Scherzer in game 2. The game will be starting in about 10 minutes until game time. Dominic, 100%. I think it's going to show the true grit of this team. Like I said earlier, if you're just tuning in, 3 keys to the Mets. Working the pitch count of the starter of the other team, manufacturing runs, and starting pitching for the Mets, continuing to do what they're doing. If they do those 3 keys to the game, the Mets have a very good shot of taking this series and showing that they are the class, the big guys of the National League. His ERA, it depends on how many innings he does. It can probably go to 2 really, really quickly. But that's all right. I'm not really worried about ERAs. Just win ball games. Let's see. Yeah, Daniel, it could be a matter of Nimmo tested negative. Connor did not. That's probably what happened. Sam McDermott says, as a Padre fan, go Mets. Let's see. Oh, if Nimmo is vaxxed, I'm a little shocked by that because he's a very hard right type of guy. So I know he's a conservative basically. So I don't think he's one of those guys that I didn't think he was vaccinated. Maybe he decided to. I don't know. Again, that's their personal choice. To me, if it hurts us in the long run, God forbid if some of these guys are not vaccinated, we got to go to Toronto for a World Series. Well, we'll know who's vaccinated or not. Michael, I do not know. I'm watching it on SNY. I don't know Spectrum out of market if they are going to be showing it. I think they're showing it on MLB Network, if I'm not mistaken. But let me see. Let me just get that before the game starts in a few minutes. Let's see. So out of market, it's showing on MLB Network. So if you're out of market, whatever they consider that out of market, I'm assuming away from anywhere in California, New York, Connecticut, New Jersey. If you're outside of those states, you can watch it on MLB Network out of market. So that's the other choice the Mets have. But don't worry, guys. I have the radio call coming. They're going to commercial on SNY, so it should start any minute. Once again, guys, the Mets lineup is scrolling underneath the screen right now. So you'll have the lineup when the game starts. Game day will be up to show you the lineup and what's going on during the game, plus the radio call with Howie and Wayne Randazzo. So once again, guys, hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit on that subscribe button, guys. And let's have some fun with Mets versus Giants watch party right here on Talking Mets and Rob. Let's see. It's not on MLB Network in Florida. That's in. See, again, I don't know what they consider out of market anymore. Really, I don't. Because that's what it says right here on MLB.com. It's on SNY. It's on the Giants station that says, let's see. Yeah, it says on the Giants network, whatever it is, the Fox Sports one, says SNY and MLB Network out of market only. So I honestly don't know. I wish I could help you guys a little bit more. But yeah, man. I mean, geez. But yeah, so once again, guys, like I said, if you looked at the latest power rankings, the Dodgers, the Giants, and the Mets are top 3, and there's no shock in that. I mean, all of them played very well. The Dodgers got a stacked lineup. Look at the Mets, the Dodgers, and the Giants have all pitched well throughout the starting rotation, and it's great. You know what? It shows that even, look, the Giants spent money this year. They brought in a rotation guy. They didn't bring back Chris Bryant. But look, the Dodgers are stacked. There's no doubt about that. They're clearly the favorite to win the World Series. That's obvious. I think the Mets are top 4, top 5. The Giants are, I thought we're going to take a step back. They're looking good so far. But again, 10 games into the season, you're not anointing anybody world champions yet. But once again, you all got to play on the field. As good as the Dodgers have been in the last couple of years with their stacked lineup and their really good rotation, they have a 2020 World Championship. So, they had many opportunities to win all the championships, and they haven't. So, not saying the Dodgers aren't good, but we know when it comes to baseball nowadays how it is now. It's the team that gets hot in the playoffs going into the World Series. It's not always the best team that wins. So the game's going to start in a few minutes, guys. So I'm going to put up game day and the radio call and see you after the first inning. Just give me a second, guys. Let me roll it up so you guys can see. All right, guys. So there we go. Just give me 1 second. Let me just set everything up for you guys so you get a better angle and better look at everything you need to do. Once again, guys, super chats are appreciated throughout the stream, guys. And also, hit on that like button, hit on that subscribe button, guys. Mets versus Giants are going to start very soon on this chilly, cloudy New York day in Flushing, Queens. So, once again, guys, Mets fans, Giants fans, Dodgers fans, whoever else is here that is not a fan of those teams, how you guys are doing, and welcome to Talking Mets and Rob. Live stream during the Mets versus Giants game. This is the watch party going forward throughout the game, guys. So enjoy the game, guys. I will see you in the first inning, and the radio call is going to start just now. Let me just pull it up for you guys so you guys can start listening to the game. Waiting for it to load, and we're good to go. All right, so we're at commercial at the moment, obviously, so it's going to start soon, couple of minutes. So once again, get your quick question in just now. Yes, yeah. I don't know if it's game 2. It says game 1 on MLB.com. So that's why it's sometimes they don't do a pregame. Maybe as soon as the game starts, they're allowed to post it, put it on as soon as first pitch happens. We'll see. I don't know what they consider out of market, guys. I really don't with this. It's weird. But once again, Major League Baseball needs to get rid of that blackout nonsense. So, they're trying to grow their audience, right? They need to not have these stupid blackouts. I don't think basketball does it with their blackouts. I know hockey still does it at times, and football kind of does it, but they don't really do it because you got to get the NFL Network or the NFL Red Zone and all that stuff. Oh, give me a second, guys. Just waiting for the game to start so we can get this game moving and see who's going to be the team that's going to have some, points over there. Going to have the better record going forward. All right, guys. So I got the radio on now, just waiting for it to start. It's about a minute until game time. Oh, that's cool, Dave. That's awesome. Unfortunately, I was born after that. I was born after 86, so unfortunately. So here we are, guys. Talking Mets at Rob, live stream Mets versus Giants watch party. Once again, guys, keep it respectful. We can talk crap about our teams. Why not? That's baseball. That is sports. But keep it respectful throughout the stream. We got the managers at home plate giving us switching up the lineup cards, talking about the ground rules. So we're just waiting for the game to start, and we are ready to go. Once again, guys, game day is on the screen right now. The Mets lineup is on the bottom with the pitching matchup for the game today. So you can look at the lineup and the pitching matchup. And once again, guys, throughout the innings, in between innings, I will pop back on and talk about the innings. So for our Met fans that are in the stream, let's go Mets. Let's beat those Giants. Let's see if we can win these games. It's a very, very cold New York City right now. So Mets and Giants have their Parker jackets on with their knit caps on. So it's a chilly one. And they're playing too. So everybody's got to stay warm, play the game. Let's see who's going to come out on top, splitting the doubleheader or taking both. We'll see. So they're a little late for first pitch, of course. It seems like it's been a trend around baseball lately. But we'll see. All right, guys. So we got the radio call going on. The Mets just took the field. So here we go. Tyler McGill on the mound with the New York Mets. And the Giants are going to be in the top of the first right now, getting ready for first pitch.
The Giants are 7-2. Good starts for both clubs so far this year. We'll give you the lineup for Gabe Kapler's Giants, who won 107 games last year. It was a franchise record. It was the most in the National League since the 86 Mets. And they've gotten off to a good start this year at 7-2. Gabe was the manager of the year last year in the National League, and he'll lead off today with right fielder Mike Yastrzemski. Brandon Belt's been on a power surge. He led the Giants with 29 homers last year. Belt's at first base batting second today. Former Met Wilmer Flores is the designated hitter. Flores batting third for San Francisco. Jock Peterson is in left field. Peterson's batting cleanup. The fifth hitter is Gold Glove shortstop Brandon Crawford. Tyro Estrada's at second base. He's hitting sixth. The seventh hitter is center fielder Speedy Steven Duggar. Jason Vosler from West Nyack, New York, is at third base as Vosler bats eighth. And the rookie catcher hitting ninth, Joey Bart, the man to replace Buster Posey, as Bart will do the catching for veteran Alex Cobb here this afternoon. The Mets at 7-3 under Buck Showalter will lead off with left fielder Jeff McNeil. Starling Marte is in right field. Happy to see a cloudy day, I'm sure, here at Citi Field after he lost a couple of balls in the sun on Sunday. Marte batting in the two-hole today. The shortstop, Francisco Lindor, bats third. The cleanup hitter is Pete Alonso. Alonso playing first base for the first game today. He has 14 RBIs to lead the National League. Eduardo Escobar is at third base. Escobar is hitting fifth. The sixth hitter is second baseman Robinson Cano. J.D. Davis is the DH today. Davis batting seventh. The eighth hitter in center field, Travis Jankowski. Although Brandon Nimmo
All right, guys, so Yastrzemski is coming to the plate for the first at-bat of the game and first pitch of the game. So here we go, guys.
James McCann will catch game one. McCann behind the plate for Tyler McGill, the big 6'7" right-hander who has had two terrific starts to begin the year, pitching today for the New York Mets. The Mets are in their home white jerseys with white pants, blue pinstripes all over, blue Mets script across the front outline in orange, blue numbers and letters on the backs, blue caps and bills with the orange NY on the front of the cap. Of course, that orange comes from the San Francisco Giants. They were once the New York Giants, wearing the same colors as they do now. The Brooklyn Dodgers, of course, representing the Mets blue, as the Giants have their gray jerseys on with gray pants, a stripe down the side of the pants in orange and black. They've got the black letters San Francisco in print across the front of the jersey, black numbers and letters on the back with the orange outlining, black caps and bills, and the orange SF on the front of the cap interlocked for the San Francisco Giants, team that won the National League West but then lost the National League Division Series last year to the Dodgers. They have world championship aspirations and also trying to prove that last year was no fluke. Meanwhile, the Mets trying to prove that they're for real in 2022, off to a good start as well. Should be an interesting series. McGill's ready on the mound. The left-handed hitting Yastrzemski at the plate with the play-by-play. Here's the radio voice of the Mets, Howie Rose.
All right, thank you very much, Wayne. Yes, a left-hand hitter like his grandpa. And the first pitch drilled deep to right field. Marte back makes the catch right at the edge of the warning track. He actually got turned the wrong way, recovered quickly, and that ball, not a bad idea again. I mean, the wind right now looks like it's blowing pretty much across from left to right, maybe angling in just a tiny bit. But line drives are the way to go on very windy days like this. And Yastrzemski jumped all over that first pitch from Tyler McGill. So one away, and they call him the captain, although he doesn't wear the C's. Not technically the captain of the Giants. Brandon Belt, left-hand hitter, off to a great start at the plate, hitting .345. McGill's first pitch is a fastball swung on and missed, 0-1. Brandon Belt with 3 home runs and 7 runs batted in. He'll be followed by Wilmer Flores. Robinson Cano out in not even that short right field against Belt, the left-hand batter. The outfield pretty much straight away. The 0-1 foul back to the screen. No balls and 2 strikes. So Tyler McGill throwing a 95-mile-an-hour fastball there. Remember recently he threw 98, 99, and he told some of the writers, I'm going to throw 100 this year. Well, Buck Showalter and the coaching staff were not thrilled to hear about that. And they basically let him know, don't worry about the radar gun. Worry about just pitching. 0-2 to Belt. Here it comes, and it's looped in the air the other way. On comes McNeil, the left fielder, and he makes the catch. 2 men away.
All right, guys. So the radio call is a little bit behind. It's already a 1-2-3 inning for the Mets. Nice quick inning for McGill, even though Yastrzemski hit one like a bullet to right field, but Marte caught that ball. So first inning, top of the first, Giants didn't score nothing, 1-2-3. Mets are coming up in the bottom of the first. Yep, Dodgers, man, I'm calling, not technically play-by-play, but basically listen to the radio call, watching it on TV. So that's basically what I'm doing. And also got the game day up during the – but what I want to do, I want to get the try to link it with the radio at the moment. But it is a little bit behind, but there's nothing I can do when I'm streaming the radio call. So, but you guys got the idea. You got the game day up there on time. It's mostly pretty good. It's a little bit behind with Flores, but that's okay. Everybody gets the idea. So once again, guys, 1-2-3 for McGill. Yastrzemski hit a shot to right field, but Marte turned himself around but got back and caught the ball. And it was a 1-2-3 inning for the Giants. Now the Mets are coming up in the bottom of the first. So we are just waiting for the game to start for the bottom of the first with the Mets coming up. McNeil, Marte, Lindor leading off 1-2-3. Frankie Baseball, thank you for tuning in, buddy.
Is arriving daily.
Just waiting for the call to come back. I'm put game day up there, and we'll be ready to go. Once again, guys, 1-2-3 inning for the Mets. Alex Cobb is on the mound, ready to go, and Jeff McNeil is coming to the plate.
We go to the last of the first inning. Game 1 of our doubleheader at Citi Field. Only 5 pitches were needed by Tyler McGill to throw a 1-2-3 top of the first. And you wonder if that might be a pattern here on a very, very uncomfortable day with which to try to swing the bat. Tyler McGill, so good in terms of his command and control. He has not walked the batter yet, including the first inning. That's 11 1/3 with no walks allowed by McGill. Jeff McNeil leads off, and he's off to a good start, facing right-hander Alex Cobb, a career American leaguer until this year. And Cobb with a left leg kick delivers. McNeil, first ball swinging, fouls it downstairs into the seats behind third. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. So, for Alex Cobb, solid performance. His only timeout, that was in a 13-2 win against the San Diego Padres. He went 5 innings, gave up 4 hits and 2 runs. Struck out 10, walked only 2. The 0-1 lifted in the air to left center, not deep. Duggar, the center fielder to his right, makes the catch, and there's 1 man out. The ball did not appear to travel very well. Looking at the flags atop the left field stands here, wind appears to be angling in towards the third baseline. So 1 up, 1 down. Starling Marte will be the batter. You know, Alex Cobb was not known necessarily as a power pitcher earlier in his career. But the last couple of seasons, and last year in particular, his velocity is up significantly. He can throw in the high 90s now. First pitch to Marte, right-hand batter, shows bunt, takes high and in, a fastball at 95, and the count 1-0. Well, Cobb went to the Driveline Academy. It's a baseball training and data-inspired academy, and they were able to find a couple of more MPHs. The 1-0 to Marte ties him up inside. He holds the swing at the fastball, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Marte hitting .263 with 2 home runs and 10 runs batted in. And the pitch on the way. Marte loops in the air towards second, over the glove of Estrada.
Good start.
And into center field for a base hit. Not sure that Tyro Estrada,
1-out single for Marte.
timed that right as he
Lindor
drifted
coming
back
up,
on the
1
ball,
out.
reached up, didn't leave his feet really. And so Marte has a 1-out single. Getting a look at that. Well, he did leave them somewhat, but not a great vertical leap. And so the Mets get a 1-out base runner for Francisco Lindor as we come to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
So far, base runners are 25 for 30 against Joey Bart, including
See if
2 for
Marte
2
takes
this
off
year
here.
at the big league level.
Get a little aggressive on the
So we'll
base
see
path.
if
Put some
Marte,
pressure
one
on
of
the
best
Giants here.
base stealers in baseball,
Giants
is
are a
up
really
to
good
it
defensive
now.
team. Got to be
As
careful.
Francisco Lindor
Being too
batting
aggressive.
left-handed, hitting .273. Marte bluffs doesn't go on a fastball outside for ball 1. Lindor hitting .308 from the left side. He's only had 7 at-bats with 1 hit, batting right-handed. Defensively for the Giants, Belt is at first, Estrada at second, Crawford at short, and Vosler at third. 1-0 the count. Infield overshifted, pitch to Lindor. Fastball is outside, 2-0. In the outfield, Peterson, Duggar, Yastrzemski left to right, with Bart catching Cobb. Now, the one name you might be unfamiliar with is the third baseman, who, interestingly, is from this area. His name is Jason Vosler. He was just called up. He'd been at Sacramento. Marte running, the 2-0 taken for a strike. The throw by Bart on one hop, hooks into center field, up and on his way to third.
There you go.
Marte,
Being aggressive on the
and
base
he's in
path,
there
guy.
standing.
Marte's at third. Stole second. The ball got away from Crawford. And Marte is at third with 1 out. Putting the pressure on the defense already.
So, stolen
There we
base
go.
for Marte, and for Starling, that will be stolen base number 3. And
3
an
stolen
error
bases
on
for
the
Marte.
catcher Bart for allowing Marte to go to third.
Runner in scoring position, less than 1 out.
With 1 out, the Giants going to move their infield in here in the first inning.
That was really
Mets have been
bad
very
throw
good in
by
this
Bart.
situation
Not
this year.
only
See if it
short, but
continues.
off the line as well as it went into right center field.
2-1 to Lindor.
Infield's in for the
Infield
Giants,
up.
guys. Infield is in for the Giants.
And a changeup in for a
Frankie
call
Baseball,
strike. It's
new member of
2-2.
Talking Mets
It
and
is the
Rob.
split
Shout out to Frankie.
from Alex Cobb. And even that, he throws at 90 miles an hour. Mention an interesting little note on Jason Vosler in a moment. 2-2 to Lindor. Here's the pitch.
Not a very nice
Swung
at bat for
out and fouled
Lindor.
into the mid of Bart for strike 3.
Warriors
So Lindor
official.
down
Thank
on
you
strikes.
so
2
much for
men
subbing
away.
in.
Pete
Shout out to
Alonso
Warriors.
coming up. Well,
Frankie Baseball,
the third
new
baseman
member of
for
Talking
the
Mets and Rob.
Giants,
Really
Jason
appreciate it, buddy.
Vosler.
Thank you so much.
Mention brought up today. He's from West Nyack, New York. And you know who his Little League coach was?
So Lindor had a.
Brad Hiller's
He should have hit
dad.
that ball. It was right down the middle.
What I really like
Once
is
again,
the
shout out to
scouting
Frankie
report of
Baseball, new member
Well, he's
of
here
the
with
channel.
our pregame show and
All right,
some
2 outs,
post-game
man on
on-field
second.
interviews and such. So
I'm
I
sorry,
think
excuse
that
me, man on
in and of
third.
itself
Pete
should be a
Alonso up.
scouting report on his baseball playing.
Yeah, well, probably.
Mets have done very well with runners in scoring position this year.
He was a bitter
Getting things
prospect in
done.
Little League and fizzled out.
You're welcome,
Or
Frankie.
if this was
Anytime.
his calling from day one.
See if Pete Alonso can do some damage
Here's
here.
Alonso with 2 out. Scoreless game, last of the first. Mets with a runner, Marte at third. So they're in a window of opportunity here, presented by Windorama, the window replacement experts. 3 infielders to the left of second base, and time called at home plate so that we can tell you to let your project be their passion from start to finish. Visit Windorama.com to set up a free consultation.
Cobb working out of the windup and Marte getting a big lead over at
The
third.
ball gets away. Marte's coming home, and he is safe at home. 1-0 Mets. Wild pitch gets past the catcher. 1-0 Mets, baby. There we go. Speed
First pitch to
kills.
Alonso.
Speed
Breaking ball in the
kills.
dirt, rolls to the right. Marte coming to the
Woo!
plate. March flip to the plate.
That's what we're
Drop back
talking
pitcher
about.
Cobb. Marte scores. Mets lead it 1-0.
There we
That's
go.
the risk when you play that third baseman deep and you let that runner get as big a lead basically as he wants coming down the line. That pitch didn't get all that far away from Mart, but Marte instinctively, when he saw that pitch in the dirt, knew he had a
That's
good
what we're
enough
talking
legs
about.
that he could challenge a play at the plate. And when the throw was
Speed
not handled by
kills.
the pitcher Cobb, Marte scores.
Manufactured
1-0 New York.
another run this year. This is what the Mets have been doing.
Thanks to Cobb being out of the windup, that ball barely got onto the grass.
All right, 1-0 Mets. 2 outs.
Only about maybe 12 feet from the plate. As Joey
Gotta love the base run and being
flipped
aggressive,
to
putting the
Cobb,
pressure on the
who was
defense.
there to take the throw, but then the ball fell out of his mitt. As
We
Marte
talked about
dove
this
underneath
before
him
the
and took
game,
his
guys.
legs out.
I'll get to say it a little bit more during the innings over.
1-0 to Alonso. There goes an RBI chance for Pete. Here's
1-0 Mets, 2 outs.
And
Alonso
taken
up.
for a called strike. The split change and the count 1-1.
Pete's one of the few guys with an RBI chance when nobody's on base.
You bet. He knifed one through the tough wind on Sunday for his third home run, all in games that he's DH'd. The 1-1. That's taken for a called strike.
100%, Frankie. 100%.
And it's 1-2 to Pete Alonso, batting .231, 3 home runs, but he's got 14 RBIs. That's the National League lead. So 1-2 the count. Cobb from the first base side of the rubber. Left leg kick delivers, and it's a little bit low, 2-2. Cobb was on his way to the dugout. A couple of the Giants angled in towards third base as well, meaning the third base dugout. But Trip Gibson, the home plate upset ball 2, and the count even 2-2. Sean Barber at first, Clint Vondrak at second, Alfonso Marquez, the umpire at third. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a drive in the air to right, a line drive. Yastrzemski to his left, makes the backhand catch, and that retires the side. Mets jump on top.
All right, guys. So the Mets got that run basically on the speed of Starlin Marte. Stealing second base, a wide throw by the catcher. Marte gets to third base, and on the wild pitch, gets home for the first run of the ball game. So it's nice to see. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So that's a good start by the Mets right now, guys. Mets lead 1-0 going to the top of the second. Once again, guys, we talked about this before the game. What do the 3 keys of the Mets? Manufacturing runs, making the pitch count work for the Mets. And the same thing, the starting pitchers got to continue to do their thing. And already the Mets manufactured a run on what part of the game? Stolen bases, which has been basically non-existent for this Mets team for years. Again, Marte gets on with a base hit, steals second, the throw gets away from Crawford, or it was basically a bad throw by the catcher. Marte gets the third easily. You know, it wasn't a ball that was like went to the backstop. It was like maybe 10, 15 feet from home plate, and Marte still made it with that excellent speed. So there you go right there, guys. The Mets manufacture the runs like they've been doing all year. Once again, guys, the Giants ain't going to be a team to be just, you know, to blow them away just like that. The Giants are going to be a team that's going to be a gritty team that probably a good chance that they might be able to come back because they are a very good team. You know, defensively, they are really good. They looked a little off a little bit there. You know, the catcher made a bad throw. The wild pitch, you know, that doesn't show much about your defensive way of the Giants. But right now, you put pressure on a team, they make mistakes. It's just that simple, no matter what team you're facing. You put pressure on the team. They're showing the replay right now of the pass ball. I mean, the catcher did what he could to block it, but got away. So here we go, guys. McGill, top of the second. Mets lead 1-0.
Still waiting for the uniform descriptions to get a sponsor.
That's why you're trying so hard. Now I get it. Here's Jock Peterson, the cleanup hitter. He's playing left field. And McGill's first pitch, a fastball taken outside, ball 1. Peterson hitting .364 in the early going. That's 8 out of 22. He's got a couple of home runs representing his only runs
All right, so it looked like McGill just gave up a home run.
Back, hit in the air to straightaway center, pretty deep. Back goes Jankowski out of the track. He can't get it. It hits the base of the wall. Carams in towards the infield, but nobody can get to it until either Lindor or Marte. Marte gets out there in a hurry, and they're going to say home run. Then that ball apparently hit over the orange stripe, and that's why nobody pursued it all that aggressively. It came back in towards the infield, and neither corner outfielder were anywhere close to it. So Lindor went all the way out, but the indication from, I believe it was the second base umpire, Clint Vondrack, was that the ball went over the orange stripe. And so a home run for Jock Peterson, his third, and that ties the game 1-1.
That was a shot by Peterson for sure.
There is no separation between the top of the center field wall and the batter's eye and the casing for the home run apple. It's really just one structure. The only difference is that the wall, the inner wall, is padded. First pitch on the way to Crawford. Boy, these guys are first ball swinging against McGill. Popped up outside third and in foul ground. The catch made by the third baseman Escobar, one man away. But again,
give me a second, guys. The radio thing went out for a second. Interesting. Of course, the radio call goes down. Weather. Got to be kidding me. All right, guys. So let's give me a second. I'm working on it. Right now, I'm just going to put on the TV call right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a catch, but it's an added stat. I was correct. You were correct. That's true. Estrada hits one toward the holdout, sneak through for a base hit. So Tyro Estrada taking one the other way for a one-out single, the second hit of the inning against McGill. Well,
here's McGill to the plate.
Game last August at Citi Field, where the Giants bombarded McGill for 4 home runs. That's a similar pitch right there. Brandon Belt, Yastrzemski, baseball royalty in that blood, and Wade, who's on the IL.
So the Mets radio call is down right now, but I'll play the SNY feed at the moment.
Fastball down the middle, plays it to the opposite field. And this is McGill now. He did not have the simple change as a weapon against the left-hander. It has become very effective as a counter. The one-speed pitcher last year. Steven Duggar, the center fielder, hits one on the ground. That'll go up the middle for a base hit. Estrada will go first to third, and the Giants continue to attack early in the count, the third hit of the inning. Gee, we were expecting a lot of takes. The Giants must have got their rest last night. Geez, they are coming out fire. It's cold. We like to keep moving. Now, Estrada, if you're on that base hit, you get up field, inside out. He was a nice little player, nice hitter. So McGill, after giving up the home run, Peterson, now a couple of one-out singles, and here's the number 8 hitter, Jason Vosler. He was a rookie last year, got 73 at-bats with the Giants. He's a local kid, West Nyack born. Went to high school at Don Bosco Prep in New Jersey. College at Northeastern in
first base. So anytime
All right, we got the radio call back, guys. There we go.
It might be difficult for him now to get to those balls.
Well, here is the aforementioned Jason Vosler, the third baseman today. Evan Longoria, who had hand surgery, remains on the IL for the Giants. First pitch on the way, bunted in the air, foul behind home plate. It was a safety
So, like I said
squeeze.
during the last half inning, guys, the Giants are a team to reckon with. They're very good as well.
Delivered. The Giants with runners at the corners now.
The Giants are doing something that other teams haven't done with McGill, trying to hit the first pitch. They have been successful so far. See if adjustments can be made by McGill.
Covers 135 games, but he knows when and how to get down there. Mets have 3 infielders to the right of second. They are not up. 0-1 the count. Now Duggar runs. The pitch hit on the ground wide of third. A base hit going into left field for Vosler. Estrada scores. Going all the way to third is Duggar. And on at first with the Giants' third straight hit. An RBI single is Jason Vosler. And the Giants have a 2-1 lead.
Well, this is a good baseball team, a very heads-up baseball team, and the Giants. And with Duggar running, Bosler just looking to slap it through the left side, exactly what he did by the run-in. Escobar, as Lindor was covering second base, and just a bouncing ball single that got through. So now 4 hits in this inning, a couple of runs.
I'm not sure why the Mets are playing in on that. They could have played a double play depth, and that would have been a double play ball right there. So that didn't look too good.
Some of the conversation has anything to do about that, and perhaps how to work these guys to try to mitigate against their aggressiveness, because they are going up there and swinging the bat, and they've done so certainly in this inning with success.
No, I don't miss Syndergaard. Syndergaard hasn't pitched for us for 2 years. I mean, he's pitching well for the Angels right now, but I mean, McGill has been good. You know, he just gotta adjust. That's it. You know, they're starting to hit on his first pitch and going after his fastballs. So he just gotta adjust. Good pitchers adjust. We'll see if he can do that.
Not even 2 pitches per batter thrown by McGill here in the first 2 innings.
Now we'll see about Joey Bart, the number 9 hitter. Runners at the corners, the infield back, 3 of them to the left of second. First pitch, breaking ball, and that's outside ball 1. And you know what? That might very well be part of the design, too. A lot of those first pitches, fastballs. I'm sure that part of the conversation there had something to do with trying to do something to counteract.
Maybe, Michael, maybe.
These.
But again, he has to adjust. You know, they're swinging early in counts. Instead of throwing them fastballs to get ahead, you know what? You got to mix in a little bit of break balls. Let's see if he does that. Good. The Giants are a good team. You know, you have to adjust to them.
Into this game, the Mets starting pitchers have combined for a 1.07 earned run average.
His fastball is a little less than his last 2 starts, around 95, 96, where he's been consistently 97, 98.
2-0 on the way, a fastball right down the middle, and the count 2-1. The Giants starters have given up 2 runs or fewer in all 9 of their games, so starting pitching has been the strength for both of these teams. One of the strengths of the Giants last year was on exhibit to begin this inning, the home run by Peterson. Giants led the National League in home runs last year. 2-1 pitch, breaking ball swung out and missed. Actually a changeup there out of the hand of McGill. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Giants last year hit 241 homers to lead the National League. The Toronto Blue Jays hit 262. And best wishes to our friend Buck Martinez, who's leaving the Toronto Blue Jays broadcast booth for a while as he is treated for cancer. We hope that Buck can get through the treatments well enough to the point where he can rejoin the Blue Jays broadcast booth sometime later in this season. He is one of the real good guys in baseball, Buck Martinez, and we wish him the very, very best. 2-2 to Bart. Runners at the corners, 1 out.
So it's a very good play by the Mets right now. You'll hear it in a second.
Gill to the belt. Now the pitch runner goes from first, swung on and missed strike 3. McCann throws through. They've got Bosler hung up, and now Alonso applies the tag. All the while, Duggar staying at third. So the Giants are out now in the second inning. To strike him out, throw him out, double play without Duggar dashing to the plate to try to make the Mets make a play on him.
Well, that's a very good play by the Mets to get that double, strike him out, throw him out right there. That was a nice play. Kept it to 2 runs. Maybe that will settle down McGill a little bit. But once again, guys, I said it last inning. The Giants are a team to be reckoned with. They're a team that's not going to, stop being aggressive and doing what they do. They're a good hitting team. But once again, guys, Giants leading 2-1 going to the bottom of the second. Again, this is going to be a hard-fought series. There's no doubt about that. You know, what the Giants clearly have a good plan against McGill at the moment is to go after McGill early in the count, and that's what they've been doing. They've been successful so far. Now, what do good pitchers do? They adjust from what the lineup is, the hitters are doing. And if McGill and probably Showalter and Hefner, the Mets pitching coach, sees at the moment, they see, all right, they're going after the first couple of pitches early in counts, so we have to change up the plan. You know, yeah, we want to throw the fastball to get ahead in the count, but you know what? Maybe mix in a breaking ball or 2. He has a very nice curveball as well, a very tight slider. Maybe changing it up early in the count instead of working on his fastball so much that is a little bit down from this 97, 98 to 95, 96, they definitely have to get that going and make sure that they change up the plan a little bit, because the Giants are going after the first and second pitch early in the counts. What that helps with the Mets at the moment is that McGill's pitch count is low. I think he pitched 20 pitches in 2 minutes. That's not too bad at all. But the Mets have to adjust. McGill has to adjust. Great pitchers, good pitchers, adjust to what the hitters are doing in the first couple at bats. They're already going to the second time around the order. Now going into the top of the third. After the Mets finish up the bottom of the second, that's what the Mets have to do. That's what McGill has to do. Has to adjust to what the batters are doing. And clearly they're going after the first couple of pitches. So maybe we'll see less fastballs early in counts and maybe work on his breaking stuff and off-speed pitches to start up everything. So once again, guys, they're showing the strike him out, throw him out, which was a nice play by Cano coming up to receive the ball from McCann and run down the runner and throw it to first. So the runner that was at third base couldn't even attempt to go home, which he should have. But again, it was a nice play by the Mets with a strike him out, throw him out. So here we go, guys, going to the bottom of the second. Giants lead 2-1. The Mets have up Escobar, Cano, Davis, 5, 6, and 7.
But Vosler, if he attempted to stay in a rundown or get into a rundown, really didn't spend a whole lot of time doing it. And Duggar, all the while, stayed at third, never breaking. You would think the runner would come down the line and force the Mets to make a play, but the Giants were very compliant with the Mets' ideals there. So here's Eduardo Escobar, and he takes the first pitch for a called strike, the sinker, and it's 0-1. Maybe the Mets caught a little bit of a break there. Escobar batting .258, no homers, 2 RBIs. Alex Cobb's 0-1 is taken low outside. The split change. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike with Robinson Cano on deck. Cobb works quickly. The 1-1 is fouled back to the screen. Quickly 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cobb, understandably, blowing on his hand after every pitch. 48 degrees at game time. It has skyrocketed all the way to 50 at the moment. But with a wind that right now is about 19 miles an hour, that cancels out some of those 50 degrees. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Escobar. And it's taken low. So 2 balls and 2 strikes, another split. One thing the Giants pitchers have done, other than simply be outstanding among their starters, here's the 2-2. Escobar fouls it straight back. It's keeping the ball in the park. Eduardo Escobar is the 200th batter that Giants pitching has faced since giving up their last home run. Covers the last 5+ games now. Well, the Giants pitching has been their strength. 2.20 staff ERA, best in the majors. 2-2 pitch. Escobar pops it up foul outside third. Long run for Vosler. Hustling over by the sidewall. Slides, but that ball is beyond his reach. It caroms off of the protective netting and back onto the field. So still 2-2 to Escobar. You can stream every regular season game live or on demand with MLB.tv online or on your favorite supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Giants 2, Mets 1, beginning the home second. 2-2 to Escobar. Cobb delivers. Swung on and missed strike 3. Good split in the dirt. Bart picks it up. Escobar running to first. Bart throws him out. And that's the second strikeout for Alex Cobb. So 1 up, 1 down. Here in the home half of the second. And Robinson Cano will be the batter. Cano batting at .217 with a homer and 3 runs batted in. Last year, the doubleheader for the New York Mets was a bit of a regular thing. They played 14 of them last year, the most since 1979. First pitch to Cano, swung on and missed, 0-1, out in front of a curveball.
I told that to Buck before the game. He almost fell over.
Yeah, I don't think the possibility of that many doubleheaders is particularly appealing to Buck or any other manager. Can play havoc with your pitching. The 0-1 on the way. broken bat foul. At least it sounded like he broke the bat, going back behind home plate. The count 0-2. I wonder, did he also get the catcher Bart with a backswing there? Just getting a look at a replay now. That might have been what I heard rather than broken bat. Watching the replay, and I don't know, I guess not. They cut the replay before it showed any contact. And the count 0-2. The Buck was saying before the game, this will now affect the Mets pitching. They really won't be able to get it straightened out until they have an off day, which is a ways away. 0-2 on the way, in the dirt, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Mets are going to Arizona and then St. Louis on the next road trip. One and 2 the count. April 28th will be the off day. The 1-2 chopped foul over by the Mets dugout. So, you know, no off day now for nearly another week. It's more than a week, right? Today's the 19th, so that's 9 days till their next off day. And Buck's a little concerned about how the pitching is going to hold up. They'll need another starter.
I'm so sick of seeing Cano.
A few days.
He's
Probably be Trevor
completely
Williams
done.
unless somehow Taiwan Walker's ready.
1-2 on the way. Swung on and missed strike 3. Went away with that split. Cano down on strikes. 3 strikeouts for Cobb. So 2 up, 2 down. And it'll bring up J.D. Davis. Oh, you got a thumbs up from your manager. You know, you executed something well, as J.D. Davis did on Sunday. That unusual play that Buck Showalter worked on in spring training with the Mets in an appeal play situation. He wanted to trade an out for a run, if that's what it would have meant. But the Diamondbacks didn't know how to execute. First pitch to Davis, hit on the ground to short, backing up. Brandon Crawford, he's got it. From the edge of the outfield grass, throws to first in time, side retired. Mets go in order, and at the end of 2, it's the Giants.
All right, guys. So there we go. The Mets went 1, 2, 3 in order. Cano looks absolutely terrible, which we probably all agree and are not shocked by. The Giants still lead 2-1 after scoring 2 runs in the top of the second. So we're going to the top of the third. The Giants have up the top of the order Yastrzemski, Belt, and Flores. 2-1 Giants at the moment. Once again, guys, this is going to be a tough series for both teams. We knew nobody was going to basically pull away in this game. You know, the Mets started off with, you know, the speed kills. But, again, Giants are a good team. You can see they play good defense. They put the bat on the ball just like the Mets. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. And if you're new to the channel, don't forget to say what up in the chat so I can shout you out, and hit on that subscribe button, guys. Near Dachi, you bet $5,000 in Mets Astros World Series. That's probably pretty good odds, to be honest with you. I guess it really depends when it comes to over-unders. You know, like I don't really like playing over-unders. I'm more of a, you know, just either betting straight wins or losses, or I'll do like maybe runs scored or something like that, like over 7. I guess you can do that over-under, I guess. I don't really like it that much, but we'll see. I mean, it really depends on what you're good at. You know, some people are good on over-unders. Some people are just good on picking the winners of the game without any, you know, scoring spread or something like that. So let me check the Real Deal Prime. I got the Mets 2-0. Well, we'll see. All right, guys. So we're going back to the game right now. Top of the third, Giants lead 2-1.
The extra runner, the free runner, is in vogue. But, well, whatever. We go to the third. Giants 2, Mets 1. Something, Gabe?
Actually, no. Tyler McGill's first pitch. Mike Yastrzemski looks at a strike 0-1. Our friend Zach Becker in the Mets PR department brought these little cookies around today. I had one of those.
I thought maybe you spiked them with peanut butter, and that's what your reaction was.
No, I had a peanut butter thing the other day on accident, and it sounded about just like that. 0-1. Breaking ball in the dirt to Yastrzemski. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Really? So you know, even if you ate it accidentally, you didn't find anything pleasing about it?
No, I didn't even bite all the way down because as soon as I bit, I was like, oh, this has peanut butter. Abort mission.
Well, you know, you hate it that much. I wouldn't chomp down on the whole thing either.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch from McGill. Yastrzemski takes low and outside. Ball 2 as we come to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth. Proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. What was Murph's least favorite food?
I have no idea.
2 balls, 1 strike on Yastrzemski. Pitch. Round ball left side and through the open hole. The Mets were overshifted, so right through the shortstop hole. Yastrzemski singles into left center. McNeil plays it back in, but a leadoff knock for the Giants, who now have 5 hits in the first 2 innings plus against Tyler McGill.
I know one thing it was not was steak. Murph loved his red meat. In fact, there was a restaurant, which I loved also, in your hometown of Chicago, which is no longer there, unfortunately, called Eli's. And you could have walked into Eli's just about any day or any night after a Mets game and found Murph eating a steak.
Brandon Belt, the batter now, as he lined left his first time. Belt had 29 homers last year, which led the Giants. McGill, Belt tie set, first pitch. Belt swings through a high fastball, 0-1. 29 homers led a team that hit 241 home runs, the most in the National League. A Giants record, even all the years that they had Barry Bonds or Willie Mays, they never had as many home runs as they did in a season as last year. And the leader only had 29. They didn't have anybody get to 30. No balls and a strike, throw to first. And diving back, Yastrzemski.
And they don't play any great home run hitters park either. You know, right field looks really close, but the way the prevailing winds work in San Francisco, if you're going to hit it out, you might as well hit it to left or left center because that's where those winds are going.
No balls, 1 strike on Brandon Belt, left-handed hitter. McGill works from the belt. Long look in, now the pitch. Belt takes high, ball 1. Amazingly, last year the Giants had more 4-homer games as a team at home than they did in all the years from 2008 through 2020 combined, all the years since Barry Bonds retired. 1 ball, 1 strike on Brandon Belt. McGill's pitch, a little bit low, ball 2. So whatever unlocked the power last year in San Francisco seemed to work team-wide. They had 11 different players hit at least 10 home runs, including the man on deck, Wilmer Flores, who had a nice year hitting 18 homers for San Francisco.
So something I noticed about the umpire for
right
both
for
pitchers
is
he's not calling the low strike.
Balls, 1 strike.
That's something that the umpire hasn't done on both sides so far. Not calling the low strike.
McGill wanted that one at the bottom of the zone. Looked like he probably should have gotten it from the home plate umpire, Trip Gibson, and McGill looks a bit frustrated.
So does Buck.
Yeah, 3 balls, 1 strike on Brandon Belt. McGill on the far first base side of the rubber, tall right-hander. Is 3-1. Belt takes high, ball 4. So the first 2 Giants have reached here in the third. After a 4-hit, 2-run second inning, San Francisco trying to build another rally. They have runners on first and second, nobody out for Wilmer Flores.
The first walk allowed this year by McGill.
Flores, the designated hitter today. Wilmer holds a rare major league distinction. He's one of only a handful of players in big league history to have played at least 150 games at each infield position. A lot of his shortstop opportunities came as a member of the Mets. He's played mostly first and third for the Giants. 2 on, nobody out. First pitch to Flores. Outside, ball 1. And Wilmer has been filling in at third base with Evan Longoria out, although they don't love the arm strength of Flores, so they've been DHing him as well. They have Jason Vosler playing third today. First and second, nobody out. 2-1 San Francisco, third inning. McGill ready, 1 ball, no strikes. pitch. Flores takes a breaking ball strike at the bottom of the zone. And the count is even. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, he doesn't like the call, meaning Wilmer.
Wilmer kicking some dirt. I don't think Wilmer's going to slam his helmet and go screaming at the umpire or anything. Wilmer's a pretty laid-back kind of guy. Still the Mets' all-time leader in walk-off RBIs. Walk-off.
It's hard to root against
Flores,
but you know he's wearing another team's colors now. So
ball missed outside. Ball
what can he
2
do?
from McGill. He's fallen behind another hitter after walking Brandon Belt. Mets would love a double play ball. Flores, as we all know, doesn't have great speed. He's not into a double play yet this season. Not a guy who hits the ball on the ground a whole lot these days.
The Giants are very similar to the Mets.
Wilmer.
They make the pitcher work. They put the bat on the ball and make the defense make plays. Very similar in offense.
Cano, rather, who played in behind Yastrzemski. McGill just stepped off, didn't throw over. Outfield pretty deep for Flores. Count 2 balls and 1 strike on a Met fan favorite. Pitch. Flores lines one toward right. Marte's right there. A step in, makes the catch. Yastrzemski bluffs a tag, draws the throw right into Lindor on a hop. As Wilmer Flores lines out, a big first out for McGill. And now the batter will be Jock Peterson. Get to Citi Field for opening day and the biggest games in 2022 with the Mets season membership. Choose the membership that fits your schedule and fandom. Visit Mets.com/membership for more info. Speaking of Barry Bonds, as Peterson stands in here, he homered his first time. The last time the Giants began a season with the same left fielder as they had the year before was Barry Bonds. Jock Peterson, when he was the opening day left fielder this year, as he calls time here, was the 16th consecutive different opening day left fielder for the Giants. They've not had anyone do it in back-to-back years since Bonds. 2 on, 1 out. Peterson left-handed.
Big difference in his start with McGill. His fastball, once again, 94, 95, usually 97, 98. So that's something to look for. No, it's a cold day.
Barry's last year was 2008.
Not probably as warmed up as usual. 97, 98, usually where he's been the last 2 starts.
16 years
94, 95, a big difference.
Season.
But you can still pitch with that. He's got to adjust.
It wasn't even the longest active streak entering this year. The Padres had 17 consecutive years with a different opening day left fielder until this year. They broke it. 2 balls and 1 strike on Peterson, the pitch. It's popped up. Foul. McCann gives it a look, but it's out of play. And well out of play behind home plate. 0-2 on Peterson, who's off to a good start this year. And Jerkson Profar started in left field for the Padres on opening day this year and did last year, so their streak ended. So the Giants, if they keep going with this and have a new left fielder every year, need to do it 3 more times to tie the Major League record set by the St. Louis Browns, crossing over into the Baltimore Orioles. From 1937 to 1955, they had a different left fielder every year. 0-2. Bounced in there, and it gets away from McCann. The runners will advance. Going to third, Yastrzemski belt to second on a wild pitch. So now runners on second and third takes away the double play chance as the count goes to 1-2 on Jock Peterson.
I wonder, too, with Tyler McGill, the Californian, now lives in Arizona, whether or not finding a grip on such a cold day as today is affecting him at all. You can tell us.
Mets have their infield in. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes on Peterson. McGill's pitch. Swinging a pop-up. Shallow left.
That was a nice pitch by McGill to get Peterson out for the second out.
Grass makes the catch. Big out for McGill. He gets Jock Peterson to pop out, leaving the Giants runners on second and third. Now 2 down.
The veteran Crawford is up. He's very dangerous with the bat, too. He hasn't been hitting well. 207, 1 home run, 1 RBI, but it's still dangerous. You only got to put the bat in the ball here. Basic can score 2 here for the Giants.
See if the Mets take their chances with Crawford or just send him over. McCann's looking into the dugout right now. It looks like for the time being, they're going to pitch to Crawford. Only has
would you pitch to Crawford or would you put him on to pitch to Estrada with the bases loaded?
Seasons of his career.
I would pitch to Crawford. I don't like putting people on base. I never do.
Category last season.
They're
Digging
getting
here with
very
two
good
outs,
swings
runners up
off of
second
McGill
and
right
third.
now.
Yastrzemski
Very good
at
swing.
third base, Belt at second. Giants lead the Mets 2-1. It's the third inning. Righty to lefty, McGill's pitch to Crawford. Foul straight back, another first pitch swing. McGill has certainly been around the plate with strike one. The Giants have swung at most of them. Balls and a strike now on Brandon Crawford, who fouled out to Escobar his first time. Gill stares in and gets a sign from McCann. No balls, one strike.
Steven, even if they try to trade McCann, nobody's going to take that contract.
Crawford takes a changeup low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Crawford. Crawford has been a Giant throughout his major league career, now 35 years
Very
old.
nice pitch by McGill. 1-2 count to
His
Crawford.
12th year with San Francisco, was 4th in the MVP voting last year.
Yeah, I know a lot of people in the chat right now are talking about you should put Crawford on, but I never like putting a runner on and making the bases loaded to put pressure on the pitcher to make the pitches while a pitch can score a run. I don't really do that. All right, so 1-2 count. Let's see if we can get out of this.
Giants 2, Mets 1. It's the third. San Francisco's got 2 in scoring position with 2 outs. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Brandon Crawford. McGill checks in his pitch. Swing and a tapper foul just to the right of home plate. Crawford got only a piece, still 1 ball, 2 strikes. Last season, Brandon Crawford saw 388 changeups and only had 1 home run on changeups last year. A home run the other night on a changeup. It's been an effective pitch normally in the past against Crawford. McGill tried to get him to bite on that last one. 1-2, the pitch. Swinging a liner up the middle, base hit into center field. Scoring from third, Yastrzemski around third. Belt, he's on his way to the plate. Throw home is cut off. And Brandon Crawford with 2 strikes, 2 outs, delivers a 2-run single to center, giving San Francisco a 4-1 lead. Mentioned the changeup. McGill got a couple of
That wasn't a very good pitch by McGill there. You know, he was struggling to hit the changeup. He swung, missed twice. Can't throw a fastball to Crawford like that. That wasn't a good pitch by McGill at all. Crawford was struggling to hit that changeup, and he went to the high fastball, but left it not high enough, and Crawford crushed it to up the middle.
Pitch, Estrada fouls it back. No balls and a strike. Certainly this season, Estrada has been a more productive hitter than Crawford, but over the course of their careers, obviously Crawford has put together a very good offensive portfolio, and Thairo Estrada still pretty new to the big leagues in his second season with the Giants. No balls and 1 strike. Pitch. Breaking ball grounded up the middle, right to Cano behind second. He'll take it to the bag. Retire Crawford on the force and end the inning. But 2 more runs for the Giants, 2 hits, and 1 left after 2.5. It's 4-1 San Francisco.
All right, guys. So it's 4-1 San Francisco going to the bottom of the third. Again, guys, it's the pitch selection that I didn't like with Tyler McGill there. In the at-bat with Crawford, he threw the 3 changeup in that at-bat. 2 swings and misses from Crawford and 1 foul tip that he looked really bad on. I'm not sure why it would go back to the high fastball. With the first pitch that Tyler McGill threw a high fastball, Crawford was right on it. I'm not sure the pitch selection was really good. I don't know if they were thinking a couple of changeups in a row. Let's see if you could sneak a fastball by him. But Crawford is a fastball hitting guy. He's not a very good breaking ball off speed pitch type of guy. And they were talking about that on the SNY broadcast, that Crawford has only hit 1 home run in his career off a changeup. He has trouble with the changeup, and they didn't do that. You know what? Crawford, a veteran hitter, was looking fastball, got his fastball, hit it right up the middle. Once again, guys, the Giants are a team that put the bat on the ball, and that's exactly what Crawford did there. Crawford's a veteran player, been around a long time. He knows what to do with the bat. You know, you can see that he's more of a defensive guy, but he knows what to do with the bat. Crawford's very good. And this is what you can't do with the San Francisco Giants. The San Francisco Giants are a similar team offensively like the Mets. They do have a little bit more power than the Mets in their lineup, but what they do well is what the Mets do well offensively, which is put the bat on the ball and put pressure on the defense. They also make the pitcher work. And what they do, they came in and plan today. They weren't so much worried about getting the pitch count up of McGill. They were going after the counts early with his fastball. And that's what the Giants have done. And they've been successful with McGill not adjusting to that. Now, you can say that it's up to the Mets, too, to figure that one out. I don't think the pitch selection was very good in that last at-bat with Crawford. So here comes the Mets in the bottom of the third, losing 4-1.
Right base hit by Brandon Crawford. So Tyler McGill, no runs in his first 2 outings, has given up 4 today in just 3 innings. Travis Jankowski leads off. First pitch from Alex Cobb. Jankowski bunts right side. Belt can't get it. Estrada with a bare hand flip to first, not in time. Travis Jankowski legs out a bunt base hit. Got it by the mound. Brandon Belt stretched out forward. He couldn't reach it. So Estrada, the second baseman, barehanded and tried to get it to Cobb, but Cobb couldn't beat Jankowski to the bag. And Travis Jankowski has his second bunt base hit so far this year.
You gotta like Jankowski.
He is 6 for 13 so far this year. Leadoff man on for the Mets here in the third, as James McCann will be the batter. Obviously, when Brandon Nimmo's ready to get back in the lineup.
James McCann is freaking due.
For game 2 of the doubleheader, we might see a little bit less of Jankowski, especially when Mark Canha comes back, but he's been a valuable asset to this Mets ball club since the COVID IL came for Nimmo and Canha. Now the Mets need to get McCann going. He's 2 for 19 so far. First pitch instead of throw to first as Jankowski goes back standing up. Jankowski with good speed. Probably won't be trying to run at all here. The Mets down by 3. They need base runners. Cobb works on the far first base side of the rubber. A shoulder high set. First pitch. Can takes down and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Jeff McNeil will follow top of the order against Alex Cobb. Who's been around, the Giants like these little reclamation
Jankowski's been looking nice. He did come from the Phils
last year. Made him into a Cy Young
he's
candidate.
Smart. He sees where the defense is. He puts down bunts. He can steal bases. Very good defensively. He's been very good for the Mets.
Payday to go to Toronto. And the Giants discount shopping a little bit on Cobb. 2 years, $20 million. Boston native who grew up in Vero Beach, Florida, where the Dodgers used to have spring training at Dodger Town, and Cobb was actually a bat boy at Dodger Town a few of those years. Ball 1 strike pitch. Can chops it foul third base side. It's 1-2.
A guy named Cobb ought to be able to find some line of work in which he handled bats. No relation to the great Ty Cobb, who for so many years was baseball's all-time hits leader until Pete Rose broke that in 1985.
1 ball, 2 strikes on McCann. This Cobb probably won't have a salad named after him, I wouldn't think.
McCann's got to stop with the swinging for the fences. He needs to level out his swing a little bit. Put the bat on the ball. He has too much of a launch angle swing for a guy who's not a big home run guy. He's got to cut that out.
So the Nationals and Diamondbacks have a doubleheader today, in Washington winning game 1, 6-1 in the 9th inning. Josh Bell's driven in a run, so is Victor Robles for the Nationals.
Why did they go day-night tonight against the Arizona Diamondbacks?
1-2. Can floats it foul to the right, still 1-2. I don't know. The Lerners are possibly selling some or all of the Washington Nationals. So
that just reeks of being ridiculous, though, doesn't it? You're not drawing against Arizona in an afternoon game that wasn't on the schedule. It just makes no sense that you would go day-night.
MLB.com,
to be there for an eternity.
The announced attendance for game 1 was just a little over 9,000.
There's a shocker.
1 ball, 2 strikes on McCann. Pitch. Swing and a miss.
McCann missed the ball right over the plate. He's just terrible. Absolutely terrible. A waste of $40 million.
Pitch that tailed back over the outer half, up to McCann as he swung through it. And that's 4 strikeouts now for Alex Cobb. After 10 in his first start.
I'd rather see Nito every day. At least Nito gives a chance up at the plate. All right, so 1 on, 1 out with Jeff McNeil at the plate.
Winning station for breaking news. WCBS and WCBS FM HD2, New York.
With Howie Rose, I'm Wayne Randazzo. We're at Citi Field. Giants 4, Mets 1. Jeff McNeil stands in. Top of the order for the Mets. McNeil fly to center.
I'd rather see Nito every day.
First with a runner
Nito
back.
puts together better at bats.
Jeff McNeil, according to Anthony DeComo of MLB.com, the proud new owner of a Rolex. Thanks to Starling Marte. Man on deck. Marte swiped his number. Told Jeff, name your price. Gave him a beautiful watch. First pitch to McNeil. Ground ball softly hit right side. Belt can't get it. Estrada bobbles it. Throw to first. And it's in time. Cobb there to cover. 2 Giants missed that ball as McNeil bounced it.
That was a very odd play.
First, Belt couldn't grab it, flattened out on him. And then Estrada didn't field it cleanly. But still, with that ball hit so close to first, Estrada had time to pick it up and quickly shovel it to Cobb on the back for the out. 2 outs. Estrada was lucky as he bobbled that ball and stayed in his glove and never hit the ground again. McNeil was out by a half step by a lunge at first. Jankowski took second on the play. Now Starling Marte stands in.
Yeah, Alvarez is going to get a big standing ovation when he gets called up. If they continue to struggle with their catches, Alvarez is going to be up sooner than you know it this year, for sure.
For a veteran, established player to take a number from someone maybe a little bit less established.
So runner in scoring position, 2 outs with Marte up. Giants lead 4-1.
Marte did for McNeil. Marte singled and scored in the first, stole a base, went to third on an error, and then scored on a wild pitch that didn't get very far from home plate. Marte able to make it happen in the first. The Mets only run so far. 1-0. Ground ball up the middle right to Estrada. He slips it up, takes a step, and throws out Marte at first to end the inning. So lead off bunt.
All right, guys. So leadoff bump hit by Jankowski meant nothing for the Mets. The Giants almost messed up that ground ball by McNeil, but you know what? They stuck with it and got McNeil out of play for the second out. But at the moment, guys, once again, with the Mets catchers is the biggest problem on this team at the moment besides the bullpen. James McCann is an absolute automatic out at this point. And I'm sick. I'm so sick of seeing it. I'd rather see Nito play every day and give him a shot because he's absolutely a joke. I'm sorry, Michael. I don't know what we do with James McCann. I really don't. I mean, he's got 2 more years worth $20 million on his contract. 4 years, $40 million. You know, like, again, this is a Sandy Alderson move that at the time I said from the beginning when we signed him, he is a backup catcher. A lot of people got on me about it. He's not a backup catcher. Yes, he is. He's a guy that was able to start one time in his career in Chicago when Grandal went down with an injury. That was the only time he played well, and he was always a backup catcher. And Detroit didn't think highly of him. They said, the hell with you, get away. And the White Sox picked him up. He was backing up Grandal. Grandal got hurt, and that's why McCann is up there, was starting. The Mets decided after 75 games that he started, or I think it was 85 games, he hit a couple of home runs, batted around 260, and Alderson decided to give him a 4-year, $40 million contract. It was a waste of money. I would have rather, even if you didn't want to go after Real Muto, if you're going to go after a guy who's, like I said, is McCann better than Nito at this point? No, but at least Nito puts together better at-bats. And he's basically just as good defensively as James McCann. That's the biggest problem with James McCann right now. He's not a great defensive catcher where you have to keep him with his defense, and he's not hitting at all. Give Tomas Nito the bulk of the starts and just wait probably until June for Alvarez to come up. I think you have to bring him up at this point. He's beating up AA, which is, AA is usually better than AAA at this moment with the amount of good players out of there. So we're going to the top of the fourth. Mets are losing 4-1. McGill is still on the mound.
Here to Duggar. Fastball strike on the inner half, 0-1. Duggar with a base hit his first time. Duggar has good speed. He's probably the fastest of the Giants. Followed by Jason Vosler and Joey Bart, bottom third of the order in this fourth inning. 4-1, San Francisco with the lead. McGill's 0-1. Breaking ball down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. First of 2 games today. 2 9-inning games. Good. That's a baseball game. 7-inning game. That was ridiculous. Playing those 7-inning doubleheaders the last couple of years. 1 ball, 1 strike on Duggar. McGill's pitch. A little bit low, ball 2. Oh, well, they're going to say a strike over on an appeal at third. Alfonso Marquez, the crew chief, called it a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Duggar. Made sense in 2020 to try to keep players out of the clubhouses as much as possible. Last year, 1-2. Duggar, it's a bouncer foul toward first. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. So back to 18 innings for doubleheaders. That's good. But the ghost runner, still horrible. I hope this is the last year for that. Probably going to be the last year to not have a pitch clock. It has certainly done well so far in minor league games, quickening the pace of games. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball right to the shortstop. Lindor near second, gobbles it up, takes his step, and fires to Alonso, retiring Steven Duggar. 1 out, 4th inning, 4-1 Giants. McDonald's wants to remind Mets fans that when the Mets score 5 runs in this game tomorrow, everyone gets a free medium fries with any purchase of $1 or more using the McDonald's app at participating McDonald's. Mets will need 5 runs at least to win this game.
Agree, guys. The Mets'
Down
weakness right
4-1
now
in the
is the
top
catching
fourth.
spot in
One
the
out,
bullpen,
base
for
is
sure.
empty for Vosler.
Second base, I'm not too
RBI
worried
base
about.
hit
When
to
Connor
left
Nimmo
field
comes
his
back
first time
officially, McNeil is your everyday second
First
baseman, so
pitch.
Cano's basically on the bench.
Breaking ball down
So it's
and in
basically
from
bullpen
McGill.
and catcher at this point.
1 ball, no strikes on Vosler.
You know, if the
Joey
Mets were
Bart
going to go
will follow.
completely defense when it came to
Field
catcher,
is
you could have
overshifted
just
3 to the right.
let
Outfield
Nito be a
is
starting
shaded
catcher,
toward right. Pitch.
save you $40 million. You could have used that for the
Jumper
bullpen.
foul pass
in my
first.
opinion, but-
Antoine Richardson,
Again, McCann's
first
on the
base
team.
coach for the
I don't know
Giants.
how for
Mark
how long,
Wahlberg
though.
is
He might
at
be a
third
backup
base
catcher making $10 million a
for
year.
San Francisco. Antoine Richardson got ejected from a game recently. And Alyssa Nakin moved over to be the first base coach in his place. 1-1. Line toward right. That's going to get down. A base hit for Vosler. Bouncing into the corner as Marte scoops it out. Vosler already at second. He's got a 1-out double, and he's 2 for 2. Visiting with his childhood teammate, Brad Heller, must have done wonders for Jason Vosler, who had 178 in his major league time last season. He's 2 for 2 to start this year. Ball is roped toward the right field corner. Now Vosler at second base with 1 out. It's the 7th hit for San Francisco against Tyler McGill. And Joey Bart will stand in next. And McGill has not enjoyed facing the Giants. This is
I
the
agree,
3rd
Ted.
time he's gone up against them. And he has struggled now in all 3 of the starts. About 8 runs in 9 innings last year. First pitch slider low and away to Bart, ball 1. 4 runs in 3 innings today. So on a run an inning given up by McGill against the Giants now in 3 career starts. Joey Bart, right-handed batter. 1 ball, no strikes. McGill peeks back to second. The pitch. Bart swings through a high fastball. It's 1-1. Joey Bart's got the keys to the castle now. He has replaced Buster Posey behind the plate. Posey pretty suddenly retiring at the end of last season. Certainly seemed like Buster had time left. Certainly had time left on his contract into this year. Buster gave that up to call it quits. And Joey Bart, who was drafted to replace Posey, now is getting the chance to do so. 1 ball, 1 strike on Bart. McGill looking back to second. The pitch. Fastball fouled back, 1-2. Bart was drafted number 2 overall in 2018 out of Georgia Tech. He won the Johnny Bench Award in college for the best catcher in the nation. It's the highest drafted player that the Giants have grabbed since Will Clark was drafted number 2 overall in 1985. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Joey Bart. Pitch. Swinging a long fly ball foul toward the left field corner and well out of play. Still 1-2 on Bart. The Giants, when they initially drafted Bart, thought he would get to the big leagues while Posey was still there, and that they kind of worked in a timeshare until Buster was ready to go. Buster got out of there a little bit quicker. Now Joey Bart's the man. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. In the dirt with the changeup, it's 2-2. We'll still see Kurt Casale, the backup catcher, get a decent amount of time behind the plate. It's not all Bart. Certainly not in the way that it was all Buster Posey over the years. Count 2 balls, 2 strikes on Bart. Runner at second, Vosler with 1 out. It's 4-1 Giants, 4th inning. McGill's pitch. On the outside corner, strike.
That was a nice
call.
by McGill on the outside corner.
Big fastball from
2
McGill,
outs.
96 on the edge of the plate. Bart goes down looking. Second time he's fanned today. That's both of the strikeouts for McGill. And now 2 down. Vosler still at second as the batter will be Mike Yastrzemski. Slow start to the year for Yastrzemski, who singled and scored his first time. Just 5 hits in his first 26 at-bats this season. 2-out runner on second. First pitch. That's a strike over the outside corner. It's 0-1. Grandson of the great Carl Yastrzemski. Hall of Famer, Triple Crown winner, and former MVP. 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Yastrzemski is still among the all-time Major League leaders in hits. Finished his career with 3,419, which is up there at the top of Major League Baseball. Obviously, Cobb and Rose over 4,000. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch. It's Luke foul to the left, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. But once players got up
I
in
see you, Robert. I see
the
you.
3,200 or more range, you really separate yourself from the other guys who ended up in the 3,000 hit club. Yastrzemski over 3,400 hits in his career. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2-out runner on second. McGill's pitch. It's high with a fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's 3,419 hits, 9th all time. Two and 2, the count. 2-out runner on second. McGill's pitch. That's in the dirt with a changeup. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There's 32 members of the 3,000 hit club, and more than half of them didn't even make it to 3,200. The 3,000 usually comes right at the end. So for Yastrzemski to get to 3,400, a long way to go once he got 3,000 hits. Full count on Mike Yastrzemski. 3 and 2, the pitch. Swinging a roller right side. Cano to his left, grabs it at the ankle. Fires to Alonso, gets the out.
All right, guys, that was a better inning for McGill. Again, he doesn't have his stuff tonight, but he's battling. It's 4-1 Giants right now. I see the Giant fans coming up here calling sweep. Once again, guys, we are very similar to you guys when it comes to lineups. We will scratch out at bats and also get runners on as well. That's what the Mets do well. But again, the Mets got a hit. That's just basically that simple. We knew the Giants were going to score runs. I said that prior to the game starting. The Giants are going to score runs. They're a team. They're a pesky team. They got some power in their lineup, but they're a team that puts the bat on the ball and put pressure on the defense, and that's exactly what they're doing so far. They're jumping on the first couple of pitches that McGill is throwing, and that's exactly what it is with the Mets right now. And McGill's struggling. He's battling out there, but once again, he's leaving his. He doesn't have his great slider like he did the last 2 starts. His fastball is not locating as well. His fastball is losing a mile an hour or 2 than he usually did in the last 2 games. So that's at the moment right there. That's exactly what's the issue with the McGill right now. But when you put together McGill and his slider that he's not locating, his fastball is a few mile an hour lower, and the really good offense of the Giants, well, it's a recipe for disaster at the moment. But again, He's still battling out there. He's still kept it to 4 runs at the moment. It's early. There's a lot of game left. The Mets got to start hitting. Is basically it. You got 3, 4, 5 up right now. Lindor, Alonso, and Escobar. You got to score runs against this team. It's just that simple. Alex Carver is their 5th starter. You got to get him. You got to get on him. That's exactly what you have to do at the moment. It's an early part of the game. It's only the bottom of the 4th. A lot of innings to go here. Again, the Giants are going to get into that Mets bullpen that's a little shaky. So you better start scoring runs because it's going to be a long day for the Mets in Game 1 if they don't put some runs on the board and put some pressure on the Giants here. So once again, guys, going to the bottom of the 4th, the Giants are leading 4-1. Giants have 7 hits. Mets have 2. 1 error for the Giants. Lindor is at the plate, so here's the radio call.
Jankowski has reached Stintz with a bunt base hit. Lindor leads off the bottom of the 4th, struck out his first time against Cobb, who's fan 4. Field in the process of overshifting as Lindor stands in on the left side against the righty Cobb, who works from the windup. First pitch. It's in there for a strike on a breaking ball for Cobb, who is not throwing many of those these days. He has morphed into a 2-pitch pitcher mostly. Sinkers and splitters. A 1. There's a splitter down and away, and Lindor swung over it. No balls and 2 strikes. Sinker a little harder, even a split a little bit harder too. Last year, a 54% ground ball rate for Alex Cobb. That's Giants like. Ground balls from their pitchers. 0-2, the pitch. Lindor takes low and away, ball 1. Funny reading an article in The Athletic about Cobb. They talked to Evan Longoria, who played with Cobb in Tampa. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. It's a bouncer right back to Cobb. Easy out. Cobb runs halfway to first. Underhand flip to belt. Retires Francisco. 1 out, 4th inning. Mets are down 4-1. And Longoria said that's right when the Rays were starting to really dig into analytics with Joe Madden as their manager. And they were starting to shift a lot more, much more than up in here at that time. And Longoria said Alex Cobb would lose his mind every time a bouncing ball got through what should have been a spot where the infielder used to be, where all the shifts. Obviously some balls get through that would normally be hit right to infielders in a non-shift. Cobb's first pitch. Alonso takes inside, ball 1. He said it was almost every start Cobb would give up a hit like that and then storm into the clubhouse and scream at the analytics people. 1 ball, no strike.
He wasn't the only one. John Neese couldn't stand him when he was here.
1-0. Alonso backs away from an inside fastball, 2-0. He wasn't even the only one on his team. Longoria said David Price was like that, too.
There are pitchers to this day who can't stand him.
2 balls and no strikes on Alonso. 1 out, nobody on. It's the 4th inning. The Giants have a 4-1 lead. Cobb from his windup, 2-0. Alonso cues it foul up the end of his bat, 2-1. Cobb has certainly embraced it. Recently embracing the drive line people, the analytics there. Drive line to clean up his delivery. It was recommended to him by Alex Wood before they even became teammates. Wood also on the Giants as well. 1 starter we won't see of San Francisco's in this series. See Carlos Rodon tomorrow. Logan Webb tonight. 2-1. Alonso, it's a grounded to third, right to Vosler in his appropriate spot. Flings it across the diamond to Belt. And there's 2 up, 2 down. That is 4 straight ground ball outs for Alex Cobb. The guy we'll see tonight, Logan Webb, he gets even more ground balls.
Boy, he was great against the Mets in San Francisco last year.
He was great a lot last year, especially in the postseason. He really gave the Dodgers fits in the National League Division Series. As Escobar bats here. Mets baseball brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact a dealer for a great deal today or visit tryhondadealers.com. First pitch from Cobb. Escobar with a check swing and a miss on a curve, and it's 0-1. Escobar struck out his first time. Cobb in control now. This guy had some lean years, especially coming back from Tommy John surgery. Did not pitch well for the Orioles. 0-1. Ground ball, right side, base hit. Gets by Estrada into right field. Escobar rolls 1 over into the right spot, a 2-out single. The Mets have a base runner for Robinson Cano here in the 4th. Cobb actually pitched for Buck Showalter with Baltimore in 2018. Lost 15 games that year. Had an ERA close to 5. 4-1, San Francisco has the lead. Cano struck out his last time.
Pitch count for Cobb right now
Hit well against Cobb in his career.
is
Cano,
47.
45 lifetime
I
hitter
believe
against
McGill
Cobb.
is at 71.
4 home runs. Field overshifted to the right. Outfield shades to left for Robbie. First pitch. A little bit low, as you heard from Trip Gibson. 1 ball, no strikes on Cano. 4-1. San Francisco has the lead. Bottom of the 4th. Short lead at first for Escobar, held on by Brandon Belt. 1-0. The dirt pops away. Escobar takes off for second. He'll make it. Second wild pitch today for Alex Cobb. Let's have a man that's scoring position now.
Good call on
Escobar's
that
at
one,
second
exactly.
with 2 outs.
This is the biggest deficit the
Cano.
Mets had to deal with so far. So it's a test for them right now. They got to figure it out.
Giants are up 4-1. San Francisco scoring twice in the second and twice in the third. Now 2 balls, no strikes on Cano. Cobb goes to the rosin bag behind the pitcher's mound. Rubs up the baseball a little bit as he gets ready to square off with Cano here to count 2 balls, no strikes. Cobb sets and deals. Cano, it's a chopper off the plate toward first. Belt has it. Takes it to the bag. Easily retires Cano. And the inning is over. Mets got a base hit. Escobar left in second. No runs in the inning. And we're through 4. It's San Francisco 4. The Mets 1 on the WCBS Mets Radio Network. Driven by.
All right, guys. So, again, runners in scoring position is just the problem right now for the Mets. Freaking Cano. I'm so sick of Cano right now. He's basically in the middle of this lineup. Batting 6th, basically. I just don't like it. It's unfortunate. Like, I'm sick of Cano. He can't catch up to a fastball. His count. The count was in his favor, and he swung at a terrible pitch in the dirt. Basically, it's just terrible. It's I don't get it. So it's kind of crazy at this point. But again, this is the largest deficit the Mets had to deal with this year. So guess what? It's a test for the Mets. This is something new. Let's see how they respond. That's the way I see it. You know, it's easy for the Mets to be ahead and take control over a game, or have a tie game, or losing by 1 run. The Mets seem to be okay with that. But when you're losing by a couple of runs, let's see what happens now. Now the pressure is on to come back in the game. Let's see if the Mets have the chance to do that, because we haven't seen that from the Mets this year yet, because they haven't been losing by this much all year. So it's a test for the Mets, definitely. You know, the Giants good pitching. It's going to be hard to come back in this game. That's for sure. You had to get them early. You had a chance in the first inning to score a couple of runs. They only got 1, basically on the speed of Marte. You know, the Giants got a hold of McGill. McGill's fastball has been a few miles per hour down, which has hurt him. Hasn't been spotting his breaking balls where he needs to. And he's been struggling to give up 4 runs so far. So, again, you know, everybody can talk about Nimmo and Kana. Listen, they're all professional baseball players. You got to get it going. You know, it sucks that you don't have Nimmo and Kana, but nobody was complaining when they were beating the Diamondbacks. So you can't complain while you're losing to the Giants. Can't do that. You got to play who's on the field, and that's the way it is. Again, I don't appreciate the fact that Cano is starting. That pisses me off a little bit. But again, it's a 3-run deficit. We can come back from that. But again, this Mets team hasn't been down by this many runs. We don't know how they're going to perform while they're down when they have to come back in a game than more than 1 run. We'll see. It's a new thing for the Mets this year. In the first 10 games, they haven't been losing more than 1 run. We got to see. All right, guys, so here we go. We're going to the top of the 5th. There's already 1 out. Wilmer Flores is up.
Lately, including the 0 for 2 today, still 6 out of his last 21. And you heard him when he came to the plate the first 2-1. The pitch. Breaking ball pulled foul down the third baseline. That was a bit of a hanger, although it was running in on Wilmer Flores, but it was up. Flores pounded it foul. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes. But again, if you're going to hang one, you're going to hang it on the inner corner or off the plate altogether, and then the hitter can't really do much more with it than Flores. You hang that ball a couple of inches out towards the center of the plate. This might be circling the bases now. 2-2. Here's a pitch. Low outside. 96 on that fastball.
So 69 pitches for McGill in the fifth right now.
3 balls and 2 strikes.
Just to keep you updated on his pitch count.
Giants won 5 out of the 6 games played between these teams last year. They're leading this one 4-1 in the 5th with another to come today. Here's the 3-2. Outside ball 4. So McGill, who had not walked anybody coming into this game, has now walked 2. And with 1 out, Jock Peterson will be the batter.
Mayor, I'm smart enough to eat before the stream.
Told Buck Showalter he would.
As long as I got something to drink, I'm okay.
In the evening portion of this doubleheader, which is not at all surprising because most players are creatures of habit, and day games are certainly the exception now, rather than the rule. So, if you're pitching a game at night, you're generally on your regular routine, your game day routine. First pitch to left-hand hitting Peterson, chopped towards first, diving stop Alonso from his knee, throws to second. It can't be handled by Lindor, and everybody's safe. I wondered whether Alonso might have been better set with 1 out already to just take that ball to the bag.
Yeah, that was a bad play by Alonso. Just take it to first base. Well. So with 2 outs, a guy on second.
On one hand, be risky at first. On another, see if you can get the lead runner. But it was not a great throw. He made it from his knee, and Lindor tried to pick it on the backhand, but could not come up with it. I think if Alonso got up and ran to first base, he probably would have beaten Crawford there. Or Peterson, pardon me. Crawford will be the batter now.
Not a smart play by Alonso. Take the second out at first. Now you got 2 outs with a runner on second.
Seemed like the sure out definitely would have been at first. Flores does not run very well, and they could have had him at second. Pete was just out of sorts trying to make that throw.
So here is Crawford, 2-run single as last time. He's 1 for 2. McGill delivers, swinging a high fly ball to center. That'll hang up. Now the wind blowing it further into Jankowski, who makes the one-hand catch. And there are 2 men away. Now, the other thing is, Wilmer Flores, the runner coming down the line from first to second, is a slow runner. And Pete might have had time to scramble to his feet and make a better throw, too. So if it were a multiple-choice question, well, it certainly turned out to be the wrong choice. Whether or not the others would have worked, that all factors into the decision, I suppose. But big out there on Crawford, and now the right-hand hitting Estrada will bat, who has singled and hit into a fielder's choice. Giants 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. The Mets 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. And McGill to the belt. His first pitch is a slider high, ball 1. McGill has now thrown 72 pitches, which is fine at this stage of the game. And it's not a particularly high pitch count. Looks like the Mets do have some action starting in their bullpen. Looks like a right-hander up there. 1-0 the count. Now the pitch. And that's over the outside corner. Another slider. 1-1 to Thairo Estrada, who has been the everyday second baseman. He has started all 10 of the games at second base. Finally finding a position for him. He can play all over the place.
Sean Reed Foley is in the bullpen right now getting warmed up.
Runners lead second and first. The pitch fouled into the mid of the catcher McCann, and it's 1-2. Estrada's played second, third, short, left, and right over the course of his big league career. But right now, anyway, the everyday second baseman. See how things change when Longoria, regular third baseman, comes back after his hand surgery and what that might do on the infield. 1-2 the count. McGill deals. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Side retired. He got it.
All right, so a nice inning for the most part for McGill. It looked really nice. He got out of that little jam that he had there. He should have been out of the inning if Alonso just stepped on first. It would have been 2 outs. Crawford popped up. That would have ended the inning. made McGill throw a few more pitches in that inning. Excuse me. And that's what we see right now. Again, McGill has around 74 pitches going through the fifth inning. So, he can probably go another inning. You get 6 innings, out of McGill, who didn't have his stuff today, basically for somewhat kept the Mets in the game for the most part. Only 3 runs is not that bad. So, once again, guys, the Giants lead 4-1, going to the bottom of the fifth. The Mets got to get that offense start to roll a little bit. They got 7, 8, 9 up. Davis, Jankowski, and McCann. Definitely have to get it going a little bit. We're keeping them at 4 runs for the last couple of innings. That's what the Mets have to do, but we have to score some runs as well. Cobb has been shutting down the Mets right now. Again, their 5th starter, but Cobb's, his velocity has been up. He's been pitching very well right now. So the Mets got to get it together right now. We got to see if the bottom of the order can do anything. Get it back to the top of the order and see if we can do some damage there. It is only the 5th inning. We got a couple innings to go. Sean Reed Foley is in the bullpen warming up. It's pretty good feeling that if McGill comes in, gets in trouble, Foley's going to be the guy coming out of the bullpen first for the Mets. But McGill is a workhorse. He's a guy who tries to do his best when he doesn't have his good stuff, and that's what he doesn't have right now. He does not have his stuff. His fastball is not 97, 98. It's been 94, 95. He's been locating his fastball a little bit better in the last 2 innings. Basically, that helped him a little bit, especially with his off-speed pitches. That's what McGill is doing right now. So he found the location of his fastball, but you know what? It might be too late to get this game at the moment. But we got a couple innings to go. So the Mets just got to start scoring runs. You got to put a couple of hits together against Cobb. That's their 5th guy in the rotation right now. You got to get Cobb, because Logan Webb is going to be very difficult to beat tonight, even with Scherzer on the mound. So we're going to the bottom of the 5th. You got 7, 8, 9, Davis, Jankowski, and McCann. So let's see what the Mets can do here.
Webb, we're told that it is not a necessity that they wait until 7:10 to start the second game, although it may well turn out that way anyhow. First pitch to J.D. Davis is taken on the outside corner for a called strike. 0-1. It's the bottom third of the Mets order here. Davis, Jankowski, and McCann. This game is somewhat crawling along, but it's being played at about a 3-hour or 3-hour and 10-minute pace. The 0-1 pull foul on the ground, third base side. It's 0-2 to J.D. If they were going to get a quickly enough played game, they'd start that second game at 6:30 if the situation permitted. I doubt that it will. Probably be a lot closer to 7:10, or who knows, maybe even later. But remember, this is a straight doubleheader, which started at 3. And I'm surprised that there are as many fans in the ballpark at 3 o'clock as there were. And that kind of bodes well. Here's the 0-2 to Davis. Swinging a chopper up the third base line. A fair ball. They're going to let it roll. It's a fair ball. Picked up in fair territory finally by Vossler. And J.D. Davis has an infield hit.
Oh, we got an infield hit to lead off. Let's see if the Mets can do something about that. Jankowski's up right now.
The leadoff man on here in the 5th inning.
I wonder if Vossler just misread it off the bat, because it wasn't hit that slowly. It was a slow roller, to be sure, up the third base line, but Vossler could have tried to make a play on it, as that ball stayed fair. It didn't even kick the bag. It was to the right of the bag in fair territory.
All right, well, here's Travis Jankowski, who bunted his way on last time. So Vossler will move up at third. He's right at the edge of the infield grass. First pitch, Jankowski takes a fastball outside, ball 1. And anyway, the reasonably good number of people here at 3 o'clock, I think bodes well for what this place is going to feel like throughout the year. As long as the Mets play well, there's just a lot of positive energy around this club. 1-0 to Jankowski, taken for a called strike, the split, and the count 1-1. And we saw it over the weekend. Obviously, opening day with everything going on, the Seaver statue, and just opening day, the home opener. You're always going to get a big, enthusiastic crowd for that. But they were really enthusiastic for the other 2 games against Arizona. Not a big draw normally. The 1-1 change-up split outside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
At least a team like that, you figure you're going to come and watch the Mets win. A chance, at least. The Mets won 2 out of 3 in the series.
Well, they got obviously a sellout on opening day, which is 43 and change. They got 37 and change, almost 38 the next day. The 2-1 bunted on and missed by Jankowski. It's 2-2. He's trying to butt his way on for the second straight time. Then on a brutally cold day Sunday, they got 24,000 and change. But, again, you draw that nicely against Arizona. You get more people than I would have expected here on a very, very cold afternoon. Bodes well. 2-2 pitch. Broken back grounder wide of first. Picked up by Belt. Fires to second. One. Crawford to the pitcher. Covering in time. Double play. We'll see whether or not the Mets want to have another look at this. It was a very close play at first. Good job by Cobb to get over. And if it stands, it'll be a 3-6-1 double play. But I think the Mets want to have a look at it. And they do.
It's a very close play.
Is the bench coach right now with Glenn Sherlock out with COVID. So we'll see how this turns out. Looking at a replay, I can see where the Mets think they have a case there. And I think, it's very close. Question is, was Jankowski's foot on the bag before the ball nestled into the pocket of the pitcher?
Very, very close play. I can see them as keeping it the double play, only because it's very hard to tell if he had the foot on the bag before the ball.
Boy, that's close.
Really
It's very close. I don't know if they're going to, they got to have enough conclusive evidence to turn it. And I don't think they're going to have it. So it's very possible it could be a standard double play.
Took a while to come back down onto the bag. And that might have taken too long, considering that this is basically a tie.
Again,
a tie does go to the runner, but I don't know if they can overturn it. It's way too close. I'm doing good, Salvador. Thank you for tuning in.
No review permissible. It was just a bang play. They used to call it, at least Murph always used to refer to it as the look and listen play, where the umpire is trained to watch the base runner and listen for the sound of the ball hitting leather. And generally plays like that did not produce
all right, they called them
much
safe.
in the way of arguments. I don't know how you would argue this either way. It's that close.
Yeah, it's really close as the ball gets nestled into Cobb's glove. Jankowski stepping onto the bag.
The call is overturned. The runner is safe. New York will retain their challenge.
Well, thanks for letting us know, Alfonso.
Yeah, isn't that nice? They finally figured out how to do that. So the Mets,
I'm surprised they overturned that because it was extremely close.
Jankowski with good speed at first.
All right, let's see if the backup catcher, James McCann, can actually get a hit here.
James McCann will be the batter.
Guy on first, Jankowski on first with 1 out.
Trivia question. Visit BakerTilly.com to learn how their leading advisory, tax, and insurance professionals can help you bring home a win. Baker Tilly now for tomorrow. Well, first here's McCann, who struck out
James
his
McCann
first
hits
time
a
up.
double down the line.
And Alex Cobb.
James McCann got a double.
His first pitch.
Holy Christ.
Towards third, it hits the bag and goes down the third base line, hugging the sidewall. Jankowski on his way to third. He'll be held as the throw comes in. It's bobbled by Crawford, picked up by the third baseman Vosler, and going down to second is McCann.
All right, guys, the Mets got second and third with 1 out. Top of the order up. Let's see if the Mets can do something here.
Allowing Jankowski, who was hustling around as though he had designs on home plate, but Joey Cora forcefully held him up with the top of the order coming up. So Jankowski to third, McCann to second on a 1-out double, and the Mets are open for business here in the
All right, let's see if the Mets can do what they've been doing all year, and that's manufacture runs.
Playing it cautiously and leaving Jankowski at third, although if Joey had a crystal ball, he would have sent him because Crawford dropped the relay throw, and Jankowski easily would have scored because of that.
But here is McNeil, who's flied to right.
Fair ball. That's 2 runs right there, baby. Here we go. 5-3, baby. 4-3, baby. Let's, yeah. 2-run double by McNeil, baby. Here we go.
First baseline, fair ball. Down the line, that'll score 2. Jankowski's in, and here comes
there we go.
Behind him. McNeil the second. He'll stop there. Stand up double. And the Mets are within 1. The Giant lead is cut to 4-3.
There we go. There we go.
2-run double for Jeff McNeil.
There we go.
The Mets playing with the lines here on their last 2 swings. McCann hit it right off the third base bag, and McNeil tucked it just inside the first base bag.
Almost looked like the same ball was hit, but just
here we go. Here we go.
Side of the field. Bell was playing way off the line. He had no
big
chance.
Double by McNeil.
And McNeil drives in.
Now the trainer is out for Alex Cobb.
As the tying run into scoring position. Now the Giants training staff and Gabe Kapler coming out to talk to Alex Cobb.
Well, they've obviously seen something that concerns them to a certain
They're taking
extent.
Cobb out of the game.
Home plate umpire Trip Gibson, who's out there, make sure everything's on the up and up. And they're talking. The trainer especially is doing most of the talking. Cobb may come out of this game.
Yeah, Cobb looked like he pulled the groin, trying to get the first base on that base hit by Jeff McNeil. So it's definitely a groin for Alex Cobb.
Will have all the time he wants. So this pitching change is sponsored by Hyundai. It's your journey. Own it with Hyundai. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
So Cobb is out of the game.
In the battle of pitcher versus batter, it's
He really did pull up short. Again, I hate seeing a injury to any player. He was, the ball went down the first base line. He was going to cover first, and you saw that he limped up. He definitely pulled a groin or maybe a hamstring there. Looks like a groin. Pulled a groin. So Alex Cobb is out of the game. We're going to see who's going to come to the game for the Giants. But a very nice double by McCann to make it second and third. And Jeff McNeil, first pitch swinging right down the first base line, making it 4-3 with one out and a man on second, waiting for the pitcher to come in for the Giants. Again, guys, you don't like to see injuries here for anybody, even if it does benefit your team, but we don't know if it's going to benefit the Mets or not. But again, the Mets finally felt like they were getting a hold of the Cobb the second time around the order. So the third time around the order. So, you always want to hope that the player's okay. I hate seeing injuries, honestly. I'd rather beat a team that has 100% health than beat a team that's not. But again, it might benefit the Mets. But again, the Giants bullpen is not bad. So, but again, we knew this was going to be a game, guys. Again, this is the first time this year that the Mets have been down by more than one run in a ball game. And you're already seeing it right there. The New York Mets are trying to make a comeback here with a 3-run deficit. So this is what we were talking about when the Giants went up 4-1. The Mets haven't been down this much. It's just a matter of seeing if the Mets can actually come back, because they have not had the opportunity to do that, because they didn't have to worry about that, not losing by more than one run in a ball game. Right now, the Giants are still leading 4-3. Alex Cobb went out with an injury. It's looking like a groin injury for Cobb, unfortunately. We'll see what happens with Cobb. Hopefully he's okay. He can make his next start, because you never want to see a guy go down like that. We're going to see who's going to be pitching for the Giants right now. And he's going to get all the time in the world to make his, get his warm-ups in. So it might be a little bit of a while. We'll see. Just checking my scorecard, just writing in the box score for Cobb right now. So I'll put it on the radio right now, guys.
Going over to cover first on that play.
Andrew, they're 9-inning games. Nick, I'm not doing both games. I'm only doing one.
McNeil get that ball down the first base line for a double.
So the book not yet closed on Cobb, because McNeil, who's the tying run at second, is his responsibility. Cobb to this point goes 4 1/3. That won't change. He's allowed 6 hits to this point, 3 runs, 2 earned. Remember, the run in the first inning was unearned. He did not walk a batter, and he struck out 4, also throwing a wild pitch. Actually, 2 of them, 2 wild pitches along the way. So Leone, who's been around a bit, broke in with the Mariners 8 years ago, then on to the Diamondbacks and the Blue
Dominic
Jays.
Leone is coming in for the
Cardinals,
Giants.
Cleveland, now with the Giants. And he was tough last year, especially in situations with 2 out, men in scoring position. Opposing hitters went
So once again, guys, as you
7-for-50
guys know, there is a doubleheader today.
with men in scoring position.
Alex Cobb
Just
and
2 for
McGill are
21
pitching
when there were
today.
2 out in those
Alex Cobb just came out of the game. Possible groin injury, maybe
difficult in these
hamstring.
situations.
But
We'll see how
hopefully
things
Cobb's
go.
okay. You never want to see a guy go out like that. But Dominic Leone is on the mound for the Giants. Mets are losing 4-3 to the Giants right now, but got a man on second with Marte up with 1 out. So the Mets are putting on a comeback right now. So we'll see how it goes. And the Giants pitching right now is Dominic Leone, coming in for the injured Alex Cobb. So just waiting for him to get his bullpen, get Leone warmed up. Obviously, he has all the time in the world after an injury. So we'll see if he's going to be ready to go shortly. And they're showing the fans right now with like Parker coats on, hoodies. The wind is whippling around, so so we'll see right now. It's cold out there. You know, everybody's just waiting around. Everybody's getting cold out there. But we'll see right now. Let's go. You know, we both need a couple of teams right now. You know, two teams that, you know, have big aspirations right now. You know, both teams are scoring runs against the pitchers right now, which both teams have very good pitching staffs. So we'll see. Mets are losing 4-3 right now. Giants leading by a run. Now, both teams are probably going to be into their bullpen a lot today, especially in the first game. So we'll see who's going to do it. So Leone is looking ready. So here we go, guys. Man on second, one out. Marte up at the plate. Leone on the mound.
Did a game-winning pinch hit home run off of Bill Henry on what Ron later told me was his wedding anniversary.
Well, maybe
it sucks to see guys injured, man. It really does, Ira. It really does. I hate injuries on any team. It really does suck.
Marte now, 4-3 Giants. McNeil at second, one out. And the first pitch low outside for ball one. Leone this year has been in 4 games. He's 1-0 with a 2.70 earned run average, giving up 2 hits and a run in 3 1/3 innings. So McNeil, good speed at second. The outfield around towards right.
It's definitely going to come down to the bullpens in this game, for sure.
Now the 1-0 pitch. Marte swings and misses it a hard cut fastball down and away. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Leone's got a cutter and a slider that he runs away to right-handed batters, makes him tough to hit.
He is from Norwich, Connecticut. Went to school at Tim Tuffle A&M, also known as Clemson. 1-1 the count. The pitch, breaking ball in the dirt. Nice block by the catcher, Bart. And
I can see the Giants easily. I have them at 91 wins, I believe. They're probably going to win more than that, to be honest with you.
The Speed Report is brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line, the official freight carrier of the Mets Radio Network. Learn more at odfl.com. Old Dominion, helping the world keep promises. So,
again, Leone's got a 3-1 count to Marte now.
Wants his lead off of second. Leone sets at the shoulders.
Yeah, Isaiah. I do hope. You know, I hate teams that get injured because you don't really know the full potential of the team. But hopefully Cobb can come back. It's only, you know, maybe just tightness and not a terrible strength for him.
Held off as long as he could or cared to, trying to get loose and get ready, replacing an injured pitcher and having the luxury of as much time as he wanted.
Yeah, we definitely know how injuries feel on the Mets for sure. So we feel your pain, Giant fans, for sure. You got to stay healthy just like the Mets, or we're both going to be in trouble, especially in our divisions.
That could be the slider. It could be the cutter, either one. His slider that was called a slider on the board anyway earlier in this at-bat looked a little more like a curveball, but I would say it's a slurve as opposed to simply a curve. And Marte now calls time with the approval of home plate ump Trip Gibson. Giants 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. The Mets 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors. A right-hand hitter like Marte won't get too much help from the wind. It's blowing in towards the third baseline from left.
And Brandon Belt, a very, very nice catch down the line again. Marte at first. Very nice play.
Here's the payoff pitch. Marte hits it on the ground to the right side. Diving stop by Belt, the first baseman. Flips to Leone, covering in time to get Marte.
Very nice play by Belt to save a run right there.
Dazzling play by a diving
again, Giants defense is very, very good, especially in the infield.
Because he was in a foot race with a fast man, Starling Marte, and just did get there in time. So now 2 out, that tying run 90 feet away. And Francisco Lindor.
All right, let's see if Frankie Lindor can get it done with 2 outs here. Big RBI waiting on third base right here for Lindor.
With a diving stop, made a very nice play to get Starling Marte. It looked like for a second off the bat, that might tie the game.
Well, we'll see if Lindor can do at least that. Vosler way off the line at third. McNeil get a nice lead. First pitch, way outside, ball 1. Now, as Leone delivers the ball, And McNeil begins to dash a couple of steps down the line, only after that ball was through the hitting zone and in the glove of the catcher, Bart, did Vosler make a move towards third. So McNeil can still come a few more feet down the line. Vosler's really not close to him. Here's the 1-0. Check swing, breaking ball, he went. They appeal to third. Alfonso Marquez charges strike one. And that was pretty evident even from up
Very
here.
nice play by Bell. Very nice play.
Lindor today has struck out
Saved
swinging
the run
and
right
hit
there.
back to the mound. Alex Cobb not completing 5
And
innings.
Lindor
Not
ties the game
qualified for
4-4,
the
baby.
Giants.
Lindor. And he goes for
Bottom of the
2.
fifth, 4-3 San
Say,
Francisco.
woo! Tie game, baby.
Third,
There we
2
go.
out.
That's what
1-1
we're talking
Lindor.
about.
Line towards right
Let's
field,
go,
base hit,
baby.
tie game. Hustling towards the line, Yastrzemski. Lindor. Yastrzemski's throw on a few hops, not in time.
Big
It's
2-out
a
RBI by
for
Lindor.
Francisco Lindor.
There we go. Tie game.
And the Mets have tied it 4-4. 3 runs in here in the last of the 5th inning. This is one different looking Francisco Lindor this year.
I was just going to say, Howie, as he hit that ball
Let's
down the
go.
right field line, he shot like a cannon around first base.
Let's
Helmet
go.
Blew off almost a Pete Rose
Such a different Lindor than we saw last year. Lindor strikes out in this spot last year. All right, guys, so it's a 0-0 ball game right here. It's coming down to the Mets bullpen and the Giants bullpen. That's basically what we're going to see here.
That helmet comes flying off. He becomes, although you really can't see it because he's got, just, you call it a do-rag, keeping the fluffy hair in place. But you can still see a lot of it slipping out from the back. That's kind of an advertisement for cotton
Fire
candy.
blazing, you don't have to
That's
listen.
what Lindor's hairdo is right
I'm not
now.
forcing you.
Cotton candy
Lindor
white
just stole
glue.
third base.
Nothing blue about the Mets fans. Lindor's trying to steal third. First pitch, breaking ball, low, no throw. Francisco Lindor steals third base as Pete Alonso takes ball 1.
Just another shot of adrenaline there from Lindor as he broke easily on that pitch. Not even a thought that he would possibly be thrown out at third as Francisco steals his third base.
He is feeling it. Now he's going to walk a good ways down the line. Dashing down the line, the third baseman deep. The 1-0 to Pete. Foul back to the screen. A cutter. It's 1-1.
Well, this is the Lindor magic that's prevalent in Cleveland and wasn't really so last year in New York. But we are seeing it front and center here today in this 5th inning.
And the fans have certainly responded. Although Francisco was telling me the other day, he hasn't forgotten about the booing last year. It's not that he holds a grudge or anything, but he needs to stay grounded by understanding that
Ashley,
it's not always
not really.
going to be the cheering he's heard this year.
The bullpen is
He's got a
very
good
shaky
lead
for
down
the
the line
Mets.
now.
So that's why it's coming down to the
1-1.
bullpens for both teams.
Outside ball 2. Again, Vosler, the third baseman, is deep, so they're really
No, I'm not sure about the
paying
Giants
much mind to
bullpen. I'm not going to
Lindor.
lie to you guys.
Just as
I don't
the
follow
case
the Giants
was
like that. I
earlier
don't
in
know
the
if their
game, in
bullpen's
the
good or
first
not,
inning with
but
Marte,
the Mets bullpen is shaky.
anything in the dirt, even with Alonso up, would probably encourage Lindor to try to score. Marte did on what was a wild pitch officially, but they really didn't get very far away from the catcher, Joey Bart. 4-4, 2 out, last of the 5th. Lindor at third. The 2-1 pitch to Pete. Foul back to the screen. Fastball at 95 from Leon, and the count 2-2.
That was almost in Alonso's wheelhouse, kind of buried in a little bit. Had that been left out over the plate a little bit more, Pete might have hit that a long way.
So you can close the book now on Alex Cobb. He gives up 4 runs, 3 earned in 4 1/3 innings. Each team 4 runs, 7 hits. Lindor dashing down the line from third, trying to distract Cobb, who's ready for a 2-2 to Alonso. It's on the way. Low outside, a breaking ball. Full count. So they went to the slider on 3-2. Eduardo Escobar, a switch hitter, is on deck. And the Giants look like they're going to get one of their 4 available left-handers up in the bullpen. Alvarez, Garcia, Long, and McGee. All
I hate this
southpaws.
pitch com that these catchers
San
are using.
Francisco pen. Time call. Brandon Crawford runs in to pick up a hot dog wrapper. Stick it in his back pocket. That's a Murphism. 3-2 to Alonso. Again, Lindor, a huge lead at third. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. Blew a fastball by Alonso at 95, and that retires the side. But the Mets sent 7 men to the plate in the 5th inning. They tied the game.
All right, guys, that was a very nice inning by the Mets right there to come back and tie the game. Again, it's going to come down to the bullpens. Again, I'm not an expert in Giants bullpens, Leon gave up a couple of hits there, but he got out of that. He struck out Alonso there. So again, it's basically a 0-0 game at this point. We're going to the top of the sixth. It's going to come down. I'm not sure if McGill's going to come in for the sixth. We'll see. He might. He don't have a lot of pitches. He has like 71, 72 pitches, so I'm not too worried about that. So again, it's going to come down to the bullpens. Guys, listen. Robert is not saying anything wrong, right? He's not. He's rooting on his team. He's saying his team's going to win. He's not cursing at anybody. He's not, saying racist comments. I'm not going to block somebody that doesn't actually, say anything bad. He's rooting on his team. That's all you can say. There's Met fans in here that are saying the Mets are going to win. They're giving scores, so I'm not going to do that. I appreciate you guys trying to block people, but listen, at the end of the day, he didn't do nothing wrong. Chris, thank you so much. Oh, in Italy. I wish I was there right now. I'm not going to lie. Okay, that's his opinion there. I mean, it's not true. I mean, we all know that. I mean, but that doesn't mean that he can't believe that. That's his opinion. It is, Volcano, how you doing, buddy? Like I said, guys, I have no problem with you guys rooting for your teams. You think your team's going to win? Who doesn't? That's how I go. Again, this ain't a channel where I'm going to block you for rooting on your team. I'm sorry. Everybody says stupid crap. I say stupid stuff. So we're going to the top of the sixth, guys. We're going to see if McGill is still in the game, and he is. So here we go, guys. Top of the sixth tie game. Let's see who is going to come out on top.
Against Tyler McGill, that'll be Steven Duggar, Jason Vosler, and Joey Bart. Duggar, a left-hand batter, 1 out of 2. And McGill with his first pitch, swing and a miss, and a fastball, and the count 0-1. 94-mile-an-hour fastball from McGill. He's at 76 pitches now, which is exactly what the average acceptable pitch count would be for a pitcher at this stage of the game. On an uncomfortable day to pitch. The 0-1, a breaking ball on the inside corner, a slider, and the count 0-2. And the Mets have the bullpen up. Left-hander Joely Rodriguez is getting ready.
All right, so McGill found his pitches now. He's looking good.
Depending upon what McGill does in this inning, another left-handed batter on deck. And then you get to the top of the order, and there are 2 more. The 0-2. Fastball in there, strike 3 call. So McGill has his 4th strikeout. 1 away. And that'll bring up Vosler, Joey Bart behind him, and then you get those lefties, Yastrzemski and Belt. All right.
It's all good, Angel. It's all good.
Baker Tilly trivia question. Who is the Mets' all-time leader in home runs against the Giants? I just threw out the name Ron Swoboda because of one memorable one. I don't know that it would be Ron. I guess he'd be considered a candidate.
The Kingman in a short amount of time.
Could be. Pitch to Jason Vosler, a breaking ball on the inside corner, strike 1 call.
Zay, what's up, buddy?
I was not trying to do a misdirection or anything. It is, in fact, my friend Ron Swoboda.
Yeah, we all talk crap. Listen.
16 of them.
We all talk crap. That's how it goes. Like I said, I have no problem people talking crap about their team. As long as you guys keep it clean, there's going to be curses, but no racist or sexist comments. We're all good. We all root for our team. It's baseball, baby.
1966. Because at the age of 12, on the whole bus
I just wanted to let everybody know when I'm watching the game right now. I don't know if they're showing the speeds on game day right now because sometimes it's on and off with the speed. But McGill got a couple of miles hours back in his speed. He's throwing in 96 and 97, so that's nice to see.
Kids will say stuff like that. They don't actually follow through.
Well, I'm a man of my word. I followed through. I mean, I'm no Boy Scout, but at least I listened to myself and
Thank you,
was
Ramon.
true to that promise.
We need a shutdown inning from McGill right here. Get the offense right back on the at the plate right now.
With a fastball. So it's 2-2.
Figured that to be somebody of that era, considering the number of games played back then.
Well, Howard Johnson and Darryl Strawberry are second on the list with 14 apiece. Now they play 12 times a year against the Giants as opposed to the 18 that Swoboda did. Think of it like this. 2-2 pitch. to Vosler is popped up foul outside third. Long run for Lindor. Charging towards the railing with room. Makes the catch on the dirt portion. And there are two
That
men
wind
away.
is tough at City
Check that
Field today for
Escobar.
pop-ups.
It
It's
was
no joke
Eduardo
out there.
Escobar to make the catch. Nicely done. 2 men out. And that will bring up Joey Bart, the catcher. But anyway, Swoboda hit 73 home
Always
runs in
all
his
fun,
entire
Rob. Always
major
all
league
fun.
career. They play about 9 or 10 years, I guess. And over 20% of that total came
Mark that
against the Giants.
65. Woof. Nice.
Good for Ron.
Nice.
Good for Tyler McGill. He's got the first 2 outs. Good for
I'm not
Baker
the GOAT,
Tilly for
guys.
always being there
I
for
don't
these
give
trivia
myself that much
questions.
credit, guys. It's all
Barnes
you
struck
that
out twice.
helped
McGill
this channel.
deals fastball for a called strike. 0-1 with a game tied at 4. 2-out top 6. Visit BakerTilly.com to learn how they're leading
Again,
advisory,
once again,
tax,
McGill's
and insurance
fastball is
professionals
up
can
there
help you
now.
bring
He's
home a
really
win.
feeling it. I
Baker
think Buck
Tilly
Showalter
now
said this is
for
his last
tomorrow.
inning.
The
Mr.
0-1
Delight,
to Bart.
100%.
Swing and a miss at a fastball at 96. That's as hard as he's thrown the ball today. Sponsored by Spectrum Mobile. Switch and save with Spectrum Mobile. Nationwide 5G included. Restrictions apply. Visit SpectrumMobile.com. And McGill, what is he now, at 85 pitches? Maybe he's looking to empty the tank here, figuring that they'll go to the pen in the 7th. He steps off now. Wouldn't necessarily say that as a guarantee. Joely Rodriguez is up in the Mets bullpen. Jose Alvarez, a lefty in the Giants pen. 0-2 to Bart. Base is empty. McGill deals. Swinging a fly ball to left. Should be easy. In comes Marte under it. Makes the one-hand catch.
All right, guys. So there we go. What you want from any starting pitcher after your team, your offense scores some runs and ties the game is get a 1-2-3 in and get your lineup right back out there. And that's exactly what McGill did. That's what you consider somebody who's a good pitcher. Your team scores some runs, ties the games, get you back in the game. You come down and shut the team down the next half inning. And that's what McGill did there. So that's 1-2-3 inning for McGill. He's probably done for the day. The Mets got to come up right now. They got up 5, 6, 7. Escobar, Cano, Davis. Let's see if the Mets can get some more runs on the board and give a little bit more cushion for a lead right now. But once again, guys, it's coming down to the bullpens for both teams right now. So we got to see. The Mets bullpen is shaky. We all know about that. I mean, there's no hiding that. There's no lying about that. I'm not going to say, the bullpen's going to shut you down, because I ain't going to lie. I have no clue how this bullpen's going to actually do, honestly. It looks like Sean Reed Foley might going to be coming into the game, but the Mets tied the game. Maybe they'll go a different route. Maybe it'll be, Smith and Ottavino, May. It might be those guys. So Danny's calling it a double for Escobar. Cano hit and score. We'll see. But we will definitely see, guys. So once again, guys, we're going to the bottom of the 6th. A 1-2-3 inning for McGill, shutting down the Giants. 1-2-3 going after the Mets scored 3 runs to tie it up. Again, we knew these games are going to be tough for both teams. Again, the Giants went ahead early. They took advantage of McGill not being able to locate his pitches. And look, the Giants are a tough team. There's no doubt about that. So, again, the Giants are a good team. Again, not going to tell you how good their bullpen is, because I have no idea. Not going to lie to you guys. But the good news is that it's basically a 0-0 game, and we're going to the bottom of the 6th. It's coming down to the bullpens, guys. So, once again, 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Giants. 4 runs, 7 hits, 0 errors for the Mets. McGill, final line, 6 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Not a bad line for a guy who looked like he was going to get out of the game in the 3rd inning. So once again, guys, bottom of the 6th, let's tie game. Mets are up.
With the Giants, this is his 5th appearance. 2 1/3 innings, he's given up 1 hit and 1 run and has a win with a 3.86 earned run average. So Alvarez, who has kept the ball in the park. This is a guy who's not allowed a home run in 50 1/3 innings going back to last June 1st. That's actually the longest active streak in the majors. Facing Escobar, batting right-handed. First pitch, fastball over, a called strike, 0-1. 91-mile-an-hour fastball to Escobar, who is 4 for 9, hitting from the right side. Struck out, single to right. And now the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and a changeup down and away. Quickly Alvarez ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. As we mentioned, the Giants have 4 left-handers in their bullpen. So got Arlene Garcia, Sam Long, and Jake McGee. The 0-2. Jump back towards the mound. Going to his right is Alvarez to grab it. Fires high to first, but Belt brings it down for the out. Alvarez threw a P to first base. Brandon Belt puts it away. Robinson Cano coming up, and the scoreboard update is brought to you by the New York Lottery. The newest scratch-off games are on sale now, so try your luck today, and you could bring home a win. I mentioned, for some inexplicable reason, the Nationals and Diamondbacks are playing a day-night doubleheader today. The Nationals won the opener 6-1, beating Madison Bumgarner. Josiah Gray was the winning pitcher. Here's Cano, 0 for 2. First pitch, hit on the ground up the middle to his right. The second baseman Estrada backhands, throws in time to get Cano by a step and a half. And there are 2 men away. Later on, the Cardinals will be in Miami with Adam Wainwright on the mound. Philadelphia in Colorado. See what the Rockies signed Kyle.
All right, 2 outs. JD Davis at the
Nice
plate.
contract
Pretty
extension
quick
today.
inning.
You might wonder why
Pretty
would a
good pitching
pitcher
performance
wanna
right now for Jose
sign
Alvarez
with
for the
Rockies
Giants.
long-term?
The
Well,
lefty
it's
on the
Denver,
mound.
so it's home. He's got a legitimate excuse.
Well, he's figured out how to pitch at Coors Field. He's done a nice job over the years being able to handle
Yeah,
that.
Cano did
park.
actually run hard for first. I know.
Toronto will
Shocking.
be at Boston
Breaking
later.
news, guys. Cano ran
And
hard down
J.D.
first base.
Davis 1 for 2. Sun has broken through. It's getting nicer and nicer. First pitch to the right-hand batter. Chop foul. Little roller to the left of home plate. It's 0-1. He had him reaching for a changeup. Temperature is not exactly going to skyrocket, but at least with the storm from last night having blown through, finally the cloud cover is starting to dissipate. We've got sunny skies. Sun was shining on the Mets in the 5th when they tied the game. All even now, 4-4 with 2 out, nobody on in the home 6.
Gavin shows who's
0-1.
in the bullpen for the Mets. So I'm waiting to see.
Outside and low.
I'm curious if they're going to keep Foley in the
Change
bullpen
up.
or they're going to go a different route.
1-1 to J.D. Davis, who is the designated hitter
Jersey,
today.
we got a lot of different fans here
Travis
watching the Mets watch
Jankowski
party.
waits on deck.
JD Davis hits one deep to center, but the wind caught it. Woo-hoo.
Outfield around towards right. And Alvarez deals. Swinging a high fly ball, well hit to center. Duggar going back. Back in front of the warning track. Back pedals onto the track to make the catch. And that retires the side.
I do have to say, guys, JD Davis crushed that ball, but the wind's not having it today. Yeah, that ball would have been gone any other day. If that was, a warmer day, it would have probably been 400 feet easily, 420 feet easily. He crushed that ball, but the wind hitting the ball high up in the air ain't going anywhere in Citi Field, at least not right now. So once again, guys, Mets didn't do nothing in the bottom half. Still a tie score. Jose Alvarez pitched very well. For the Giants in relief right now, we're going to the top of the 7th. Tie game, 4-4. We're going to see who the Mets are going to put in the bullpen right now. They did have Foley up last inning, warming up in the bullpen. I don't know. It was a 4-1 game at the time, an inning and a half ago when he was up. So we're going to see if the Mets, Buck Showalter is going to go to that Foley route, or he's going to go to his more trusted guys in the Drew Smith, Ottavino, May. We'll see. And correct, Robert. I just saw it pull up on the screen right now. So it looks like Rodriguez is coming in. Thank you, Robert, for seeing that. I was looking at the TV screen. We're not actually paying attention to seeing what else was going on. But that's why we're live, right? Mistakes happen. Danny, I don't want to be playing New York in October. We're going to be playing Piano Man in October. So once again, guys, we're waiting for the game to come back on. We're going to the top of the 7th, tie score. Rodriguez is coming in for the Mets, they do got the top of the order coming up. Yastrzemski, Belt, Flores. So 2 left-handers. I wouldn't be surprised that Buck, if he gets out the 2 left-handers, takes them out, brings in the righty for Wilmer Flores. Because Flores, as we all know as Met fans, kills left-handed pitchers. So we'll see. All right, so they're pinch hitting for Yastrzemski here. Interesting. Austin Slater pitching for Yastrzemski. Interesting move. Joely Rodriguez on the mound. So one manager making a move and the other manager making another move. So we'll see. Joely Rodriguez doesn't pitch very well against right-handed batters, so we'll see what happens.
Austin Slater is pinch hitting for Mike Yastrzemski to lead off the top of the 7th inning. The Giants had great success with this last year. First pitch, fastball strike in there from Rodriguez. It's 0-1. Last season, San Francisco set a major league record, hitting 18 pinch hit home runs. Slater has been quiet to start the year offensively, 2 for 17. Rodriguez with the 0-1. Slater swings and misses. Good sinker.
Seth Lugo is warming up for the Mets.
Swing path. And Joely Rodriguez ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Top of the 7th, tie game. It's 4-4. Giants ahead 4-1 after 3 innings. Mets battled back to tie it in the 5th. 0-2. In the dirt from Rodriguez, ball 1. But Tyler McGill, you have to give him some credit because he got knocked around in the first couple of innings.
Switches,
2 runs, 4 hits in the second, 2 runs, 2 hits in the third. Big 2-out, 2-strike base hit by Brandon Crawford in the 3rd inning gave the Giants a 4-1 lead.
Giants, every move that they made last year worked out.
1-2. Swing, check swing ground ball towards short. Lindor charges, grabs it, throws to first in time. Slater runs well, but he's cut down by Lindor, and there's 1 out. Here in the top of the 7th.
Rodolfo, it's 9 innings, buddy. 9 innings, doubleheader.
3rd time all the way through. For the
no more of that 7-inning bull crap. This is real baseball.
Very nicely that 3rd time through the order. Did not give up a hit. As McGill allowed 4 runs on 7 hits total in his 6 innings. So good work by McGill, especially in the middle innings. Now Rodriguez retires Austin Slater. Brandon Belt due up now. Then the right-handed batting Flores.
Yeah, the Giants are missing Wade Jr. They're doing well withohout him right now, but Wade Jr., he's a stud.
So we come to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth.
Danny, I do think Alvarez is going to, if McCann and Nito don't perform in the next month or 2, I can see Alvarez coming up in June.
Pitch. Belt swings and misses. Rodriguez pulled the string on the changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rodriguez, by rule, has to face Flores, a righty, and then we'll see when it gets to Peterson's spot if Gabe Kapler wants to make another change, which would draw Seth Lugo in the game. Lugo warming up in the Mets bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike, the pitch. Belt takes outside, ball 2. Giants have Jake McGee warming up in their pen. McGee was the closer last year for San Francisco, but the young Camilo Doval has taken over that role so far this year, although McGee does have 1 save. 2 balls, 1 strike, pitch. Swinging a liner foul toward the left. It's 2-2.
Yeah, the stupid phantom runner in the extra innings is stupid. Let's hope that don't happen for both teams, because that's annoying.
Take on the Giants this week.
It's almost real baseball.
Youth tickets are only $5 with the purchase of a full-priced adult ticket.
All right.
Visit Mets.com/spring-break for tickets. Top of the 7th inning, tie game at 4. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Belt pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Nice changeup from Belt.
From Joely Rodriguez.
Very nice
He's
hit.
dynamite
2
against
down.
lefties. With that sinker changeup combo. He strikes out Brandon Belt. So 2 up, 2 down. Issue down.
Well, Joely is so much better against left-handed hitters. The problem he has is right-handed batters, and Flores crushes lefties. So it's a battle of who's going to outperform Flores or Rodriguez.
July of 2015 off a lefty.
I don't know, Fire. You know what? The problem is the Mets catching situation is so bad, and we might need Alvarez to come up. You never know. I'd like to keep him down there, get him more experience, but If the
pulling
Mets
at
need him,
the front
I
of
think
his
he'll
jersey,
perform well up here.
showing the Mets script off.
He's got a lot
where he
better
wanted to
blocking
be.
balls
And that
behind the
year,
plate
1-0.
and framing
Swing and a
pitches.
miss. Good
I think he
changeup.
could be
Flores
ready.
down to a
I think he
knee
can. I
as
could be
he
wrong,
swung
but I
through
think he
it.
can.
1 ball, 1 strike on Wilmer. 2 outs, nobody on. Flores walked his last time. He's 0 for 2. 3 infielders on the left. The outfield straight away, pretty deep for Flores. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rodriguez comes home. Flores takes high, ball 2. Right-handed batting Darren Ruff is in the on-deck circle. So if this inning continues to Peterson's spot, it's like Gabe Kapler will go to the righty, which will draw Lugo into the
I
game
agree,
to face
Fire,
Ruff, you'd
100%.
think. 2-1.
According to the Mets,
Swing and a
they
miss.
have he has
Changeup and
done
another
very
swing
well
from
with that
Flores
lately.
where he
He's
went
gotten
down
a
to
lot better
knee.
over a year. So we'll see.
2 balls
All
and
right, so
2
2-2
strikes
count to
on
Flores.
Wilmer Flores. 2 outs, bases empty, 7th inning. And the Mets hanging tight with the Giants, 4-4. Rodriguez comes set at the belt. It's 2-2 as Flores calls time. Now Flores digging back in as Wilmer, for a change, wanted to quiet this crowd here at Citi Field, which is usually behind him. 2 out, nobody on. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch. Swing and a blooper toward right center. It hangs for Marte, moving to his right. He's there. He's got it. Flores flies.
All right, so a very nice inning for Alvarez. Again, Kapler made a switch with Slater instead of Yastrzemski, putting more righties up at the plate. But Joely Rodriguez did very well. He got out Slater, and he also got out Flores and took care of Belt with the strikeout. So we're going to the bottom of the 7th, still tied 4-4. So once again, guys, like I said, it's going to be the battle of the bullpens. It looks like McGee, who I really like, is coming in for the Giants. It's going to be a tough one for for the Mets, because McGee is a very quality, very, very good reliever. And, he was the closer last year for the Giants. So we'll see what McGee can do with the Giants right now. See if the Mets can actually try to hit him, because he's a very good pitcher. We'll see. But once again, guys, 211 viewers right now watching Mets versus Giants watch party right here on Talking Mets with Rob. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate all the Giant fans and Mets fans tuning in today. Again, everybody's welcome in this channel, as long as you are respectful and root for your team the way you ought to do anywhere else. That's what I appreciate about baseball fans. And again, guys, there wasn't a better time as baseball fans came together than during a lockout. And my channel blew up during the lockout because I allowed every fan of every team to come on the channel and voice their opinions about the lockout. And I continue that throughout the season because I think it's fair, and I want this channel to be fair when it comes to another team, because I am not going to lie. I am not going to be an expert on every team that the Mets face. And it's always a good perspective to have from another fan base about their own team that watch them 24/7, 365. I don't. I watch a lot 24/7 Mets, 365 Mets. I watch a lot of Yankees because I'm in New York, but I'm not going to be no expert on the San Francisco Giants on the West Coast. That's why I love to have fans of other teams. So once again, guys, to give a wrap up so far of the game, the Mets are losing 4-1, and the Mets came back in the 5th inning, scoring 3 runs to tie the game with a couple of base hits and doubles. Tying the game at 4-4. Mets bullpen and Giants bullpen has done a good job coming in for Alex Cobb with the Giants, who went out for an injury. And Joely Rodriguez came in the 7th and shut down the Giants 1-2-3. So we will see what's going to happen with the bullpens with the Mets and the Giants and see who pulls it out. So Jake McGee is in for the Giants, with the Mets having 7-8-9 up right now.
McCann and McNeil, 9-1, 2 up in the Mets order.
Excuse me, 8-9-1.
He last year had 31 saves for the Giants. Strike thrower, he's always been. Give up the long ball. He allowed 7 home runs last year. Career high 11 3 years ago when he was pitching for Colorado. First pitch. In the dirt, low and outside, ball 1 to Travis Jankowski. A bunt base hit in the 3rd, reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the 5th. Austin Slater was pinch hitter for Yastrzemski and stayed in the game to play right field. Held way off the line at first, even with the bag. 1 ball, no strikes on Jankowski. The pitch. Hopped up, left side, playable. Vosler into foul territory. The third baseman under it makes a one-handed catch. And Jankowski fouls out. So
Once again, guys, let's give you an update. Slater stayed in the game to play right field, replacing Yastrzemski.
Presented by authority of the New York Mets, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Mets. Can with a base hit his last time. A double down the third baseline that brought Jankowski to third. They both scored on Jeff McNeil's two-run double in the fifth inning, and then McNeil came home on a two-base hit by Lindor. That's what tied the game. It's still 4-4 here in the seventh inning. One out. First pitch. Can swings and misses on the fastball. That's usually what McGee throws. 90% of his pitches last year were fastballs. He was the second most reliant on one pitch out of any pitcher in the majors last year. Only Matt Whistler threw a higher percentage of one pitch last season. And McGee with that four-seamer. No balls, one strike. On James McCann, the pitch. Fastball high, 1 ball, 1 strike. The thing about McGee, you might find this interesting. He trains with a baseball that looks like a hockey puck. Helps him get more spin rate on his fastball.
He throws the puck?
Yeah. 1-1. Can swings and tips it into the glove of Bart for a strike. It's 1-2.
You know, I guess he holds it along the circumference, right? Because a hockey puck has edges that a baseball does not. So I can't imagine that's too comfortable, but you could see where you could play around and experiment.
Interesting. Will the Mets keep Rodriguez in for Jock Peterson?
Ball, 2 strikes.
In the next inning.
Pitch.
Interesting.
Straight back. Still 1-2. Kind of looks like
they're talking about that on the broadcast on the TV right now.
The way that he trains with.
Seth Lugo is in the bullpen for the Mets right now, looking like he's ready to come in.
Yeah, okay. So it's
so
not
we'll see.
An actual puck. It's thicker than an actual puck, so you've got more space on the circumference to grip it. That makes sense. Okay.
1 ball, 2 strikes on McCann. The product is called Clean Fuego.
Clean Fuego?
Uh-huh. 1 ball, 2 strikes. McGee ready, a high set pitch. McCann takes a bouncing slider from McGee, and it's 2-2.
Oh, Clean and Fuego, do they go together?
They do with that little trick that McGee has. Two balls, 2 strikes on
Fuego
McCann.
beats hot, right?
Yeah, fire, yeah. Clean fire. That's what he's trying to throw 90% of the time. 2 balls, 2 strikes on McCann, the pitch. Outside, ball 3.
I'm not buying it. Clean and
So
Fuego.
McCann worked the count 3-2.
1 out, nobody on, bottom of the 7th. Game is tied, 4 apiece. 3 runs in the 5th, even it up for the Mets. They've not had a base runner since the Lindor game-tying RBI double. McCann trying to change that, full count. McGee ready, a high set. 3-2 pitch. McCann, it's a high fly ball, left center field, fairly deep. Duggar back with room.
Again, any ball up in the air is going to die with the wind. You can't hit that hard.
Retires McCann.
You're not getting the ball out of this ballpark with the wind today.
Some deep fly balls in the last couple of innings, but to the deepest part of the ballpark, and they haven't carried as McCann flies out. So 2 up, 2 down, bottom of the 7th, and now McNeil will bat.
I understand, Joe. I
Jeff had a
understand.
big hit in that 5th inning with
All right,
a
so 2
double
on,
that
nobody
bounced down
out.
the first
McNeil at the
base
plate.
line. Belt, once again, not protecting the line. He's well off of it. So is the third baseman, Vosler. Creates an infield dynamic where the first and third basemen are a lot closer to each other than normal. 4-4, 7th inning, first pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball up. No balls, 1 strike on McNeil. Marte on deck. Nobody up in the Giants bullpen. So if this inning does get to a right-handed hitting Marte, he will have to face the lefty McGee. Lugo's still throwing in the Mets
Michael,
bullpen.
what's up?
Mets would like to see Lugo pitch a little bit better than he did in his last outing.
McNeil tried to bunt it down the third base line, but
down the line and
they were
foul.
playing his shift. That was a good play by McNeil to try to get on, but
Slaps his bat.
bunted it
Yeah,
foul.
a clean base
Nice
hit
try
up the
by
third
McNeil, though.
baseline there because
He needed to
after
execute that. That
the
would have been a
first
base hit
pitch,
for him.
Fosler moved to the right of second, so the third base side was wide open. And Jeff tried to steal a hit, but just rolled foul.
Slapped his palm
Michael
on the
Only, the
barrel
first
of the
game.
bat.
Sorry, guys.
He was furious. As soon as that ball kicked foul, you could see the fury even when he has his back to you, as he does from our vantage point.
We didn't hear the fury.
No,
this
Joe,
time,
I don't
but
miss
we
the
saw
pitches
it.
hitting
no
up,
balls, 2
hitting
strikes
anymore.
on McNeil.
I mean, it's always interesting and funny sometimes,
Found
but
nobody on.
it keeps a lot of the pitches healthy,
Gee
so I don't mind the
Reddy, his
DH
pitch.
anymore. As a National League guy,
Takes
it's hard
a
to say
slider
that,
in the dirt.
but
1 ball, 2
I'd rather
strikes.
have
Interesting that the Giants
the
switched
pitches
Gary
healthy and
Field
just
around after
pitch
the
the
first
game
strike.
and not worrying about hitting and running the bases.
McNeil is a prolific first ball hitter. After that first pitch was out of the way, that's when the Giants overshifted. That's how they've left it for the rest of the at-bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes on McNeil. There's always a plan in place. Very studious San Francisco coaching staff relays all this to the players. 1-2. McNeil swings it, misses, strike 3. Fastball.
All right, guys. So McGee with a very nice inning, shutting them down 1-2-3. Going to the top of the 8th, tie score still. So we are going to see, it looks like Seth Lugo might come into the game right away. Again, Seth Lugo is a guy who I like him coming into a clean inning. I hate the fact that I think it was 3 times now Buck Showalter put him in a game when there was runners on base. Again, Lugo has to get the job done, but I don't like Lugo coming in spots like that. He's a better pitcher when he bring him into a clean inning. So let's see if Buck does. Jock Peterson is up, coming up first in the top of the 8th. Buck could leave Rodriguez in to pitch to him, but Kapler can also pinch it for Peterson and bring in a right-handed batter, and then he got a problem when it comes to Joely Rodriguez facing more right-handed batters. So would Buck put Lugo in a clean inning? We'll see. We just have to wait and see. So once again, guys, going to the top of the 8th, score is tied 4-4. The bullpens, for the most part, have shut down both teams. The runs that Leon, a couple of hits that the one hit he gave up, all are given to Alex Cobb on the box score. So both bullpens. So Joely Rodriguez pitched well. The 3 pitchers that came in relief, Leon, Alvarez, and McGee, all pitched well for the Giants. So once again, guys, it's coming down to the matter of who's gonna be the better bullpen. Basically is going to win this game. It seems like 1 more runs is going to basically win this game the way it's going at the moment. We'll see. Isaiah, I hope it doesn't go to extra innings too, because then you got to see that awful runner on second, which we all hate. I don't care if you're a Mets fan, Giants fan, any fan. Nobody likes that stupid rule. I think it hurts. I think it's always an advantage to the away team who gets the first licks at the runner on second. I always thought that, even from day one when it happened in 2020. So Joely Rodriguez goes to the mound. Jock Peterson got called into the game, so he has to. They're gonna pinch hit Peterson, so Lugo's coming into the game. So pinch. They let Rodriguez go onto the mound to wait. Buck Showalter had the option to wait to see what Kapler's going to do, and he was going to pinch it for Peterson. So Seth Lugo's coming into the game to pinch hit, the pitch for in the 8th inning. So we'll see how that goes. We're waiting for the game to come back on. It did come back on, but then they went back to commercial. So we shall see. Terry, I do not like Lugo as a starter. He hasn't done it in a while. He's a guy that, with his partially torn ACL, UCL, I wouldn't mess with that anymore. Again, he's more valuable to the Mets at this point in the bullpen. So, I mean, Lugo's a 5-inning pitcher. I mean, do you really want that as a guy who you're going to lose out of your bullpen, and now the Mets, you got to find another bullpen arm? It's not something that I want to do. So, once again, guys, 4-4 going to the top of the 8th. Joely Rodriguez was on the mound, but Buck Showalter waited for Kapler to make a move, either leave Peterson in or pinch hit. He decided to pinch hit for Peterson, so then Buck Showalter took him out, and now Lugo's in the game to start the 8th. Robert, that's a great question. I believe he is. I believe he is. He is a free agent. I think he came up in 16, maybe 15, late 15. I think he came up in 16. I believe he came up in 16. But don't hold me to that. But I can check really quick for you guys. Let's see. Just give me a second, guys. Just checking it out. So Seth Lugo. Yes, he is a free agent after this year. All right, so here we go, guys. Game's on.
Or any kind of real estate.
Darren Ruff in as the pinch hitter. Seth Lugo in as the pitcher. 8th inning about to start. Tie game, and here's Howie.
All right, thank you very much, Wayne. So Darren Ruff, the pinch hitter, takes a breaking ball for a called strike. The curve from Lugo for strike one. And that's a pitch that has been so good for Seth over the course of
So
most
Darren
of
Ruff
his
is pitch
major
hitting for
league career.
Peterson.
The
With Seth
0-1
Lugo on the
way.
mound, top of the
This
eighth.
is outside and low, a slider, 1 ball and 1 strike. And I think he's been inconsistent with that curveball for the last little while, part of last year as well. He needs that pitch back. The 1-1, fastball high, 2-1. Now, of course, he's got a wide arsenal. And here he's made 3 pitches to Darren Ruff, and each of them have been different. He started with a curveball for a strike, then missed with a slider, then missed with a fastball. But he's into the overhead windup. The infield overshifted to the left, and the 2-1 is.
That's why I think he's
going
going to have a hard
shallow
time.
Center, moving in Jankowski right in the sunshine to make the catch.
That's why I think Seth Lugo might be gone after this season, because there's going to be somebody who might want him as a starter, and he's going to go.
If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. Just go to injurylawyer.com. Well, the spirit of the spot, if you will, having to do with injury rather than illness. So let's talk about Jacob Degrom. He's getting set to have an MRI. And once the results of that come back, if things are reasonably good, then he should be able to begin a throwing program before too long. MRI coming in a couple of days, I believe. So here's Crawford, 1 for 3. And the first pitch from Lugo is a curveball, but that's low and off the glove of McCann for ball 1.
Monday will be the MRI day for Jacob.
Yeah, so that would, let's see, Monday would be the 25th, and you're just about at 4 weeks at that point. The 1-0, taken low, 2 balls and no strikes. A little before opening day, right, was when the news came down. A few days before opening day, so they prefer, well, he'll be a few days shy of 4 weeks, I guess, by the time he has the MRI. The 2-0 pitch to Crawford, hit hard to the right side and on through. A base hit going into right field. Perfectly placed between Alonso, the first baseman, and Cano, the second baseman. Crawford holding on at first with his
Volcano, I'm not
hit
streaming
of the game.
game 2.
1 out
Sorry,
single
guys.
in the 8th
Gotta go to
inning of
work.
a 4-4 game. Tyro Estrada coming up. The protocol on Jacob was to have him rest for 4 weeks, not throw for those 4 weeks. Then they do the imaging, and if it's clean, presumably start him on at least a light throwing program. But really, he's going to have to amp it up like it's spring training all over again. First pitch to the right-hand hitter is bunted up the third base line with Escobar back. He comes in, bare hands, his throw pulls Alonso off the bag.
Very nice bump by Estrada.
For Tyro Estrada, and down to second goes Crawford. Well, Estrada saw that Escobar was deep enough so that if he dropped the bunt down that side, it would be very problematic for Escobar to close ground in time. Eduardo did what he could, but couldn't get enough on the throw so that Pete could afford to stay on the bag and wait
so this
for
is
it.
where Lugo's got to bear down right here.
And so
1 out,
he came down
first
the
and
first
second.
base line
Giants
a
got
little
some
bit
trouble
to
on the
grab it.
bases right
Crawford
now.
to second. And the Giants in business here. First and second, 1 out, and Steven Duggar coming up, left-hand batter. Duggar has singled, grounded to short, and struck out looking. So Escobar starts out even with a bag at third. The middle infielders, Lindor and Cano, back at double play depth. The outfield straight up. First pitch, curveball. That's low. 1 ball and no strikes. For Lugo, overall, this is his 6th appearance. But in 4 1/3 previous innings, he's allowed 5 hits and 4 runs. He's also walked 3. So he's not been nearly as sharp as we've seen him before. And the 1-0 fastball of the knees, a called strike, 1-1. And that one at 94 miles an hour. And working out of the bullpen, especially an inning at a time, although Lugo has shown that he can go.
Lugo's having
2
trouble
innings
getting his
if needed,
curveball
but,
over.
He's had that fastball up at 96, 97
Volcano,
in the
I'm
past.
thinking about doing the last game
1-1
on
to count.
Thursday. Not a
Pitch.
guarantee yet.
Breaking ball in the dirt. Nice stop by McCann.
Work is the
That
issue.
holds Crawford at second and Estrada at first. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike to Steven Duggar. Duggar has struck out once today, so that's 12 times in 30
All right,
plate
so we got a double
appearances that
play
he's
ball
punched
here.
out. Now Lugo sets at the letters. The 2-1 pitch. Hit hard towards first. Alonso's got it. He throws to second one. Lindor to Lugo. Lugo drops the ball. Crawford stays at third. And Duggar is safe at first. It was hit hard. It had double play written all over it. Now Duggar is fast. He gets down the line in a hurry. But Lugo was on the bag. And if he held
Lugo
that
has to
throw,
catch
you're
that ball.
looking at
That
the Mets
inning's
going
over
into their
right there.
dugout right now.
Yeah, it's tough for the pitcher to get over on a 3-6-1 double play with that throw coming from the shortstop, and Lugo got all twisted up as he reached back out toward home plate to catch that throw from Lindor. Wasn't completely accurate. Lugo had to reach back across his body.
Lugo's got to
Still,
catch that
got his
ball.
glove all over it. The
Wasn't a
ball was in
perfect
the
throw,
webbing
but it was
and
good
just
enough.
fell out. He might not even have been on the base
All right, so
anyway.
first and third,
Got all
2 outs.
twisted around over there at first. What he's really
With
fortunate
Vossler
about
coming
is
up.
that the ball
Vossler's
didn't
2 for
trickle away
3
too
today.
far because
2 for 3 today
took
with
a
an
step
RBI.
toward the
So
plate when he saw Lugo
the guy
drop
can
the
easily
ball.
get a hit
But it
right
was
here,
right
no
at
problem.
Lugo's feet, so Crawford didn't chance it.
Well, the entire Mets infield is at the mound right now.
My next stream is
And
probably
maybe
going to
they're
be
talking about
either
what they're going to do
probably
here if the Giants
Thursday,
try to
most
steal
likely,
this
guys.
run. Remember, Gabe Kapler, the manager of the Giants, very aggressive and very creative.
all right, big spot here for Seth Lugo and the Giants as well. First and third, 2
Vossler has
outs.
2 hits today. But the Mets have to be careful here with runners at the corners, and Duggar, a good base runner and a fast runner. What if Duggar takes off for second base? Do they throw through?
Yeah, you don't want to give a good team like this
Crawford
extra
make a
outs.
play on
He
him if
usually does
necessary.
damage.
First pitch, swing and a miss at a
Danny, I
curve,
can't
and
do
it's nothing
game
and
2,
one.
unfortunately. I got to go to work.
Nothing attempted there. By
Yeah, Angel was a bit
runner
off,
at
but
first,
the ball was in
Steven
his
Duggar.
glove. You got to catch that, man.
Jason Vosler has
Can't
singled
give
in
these
a
guys
run
extra outs.
and doubled in 3 trips. 3 infielders to the right of second base. The score tied. The Mets 4, the Giants 4. 2 out of the 8th. Runners at the corners. Lugo to the belt. The pitch outside and high. Another curve, and the count 1-1. So 2 straight curveballs from Lugo against Jason Vosler. Joey Bart waiting on deck. The sun field is right field, and there is bright sunshine. Marte in right has his glasses on. He struggled with it a little bit the other day. He fought it. The 1-1. Swing!
What a curveball by Lugo.
All
right, guys, so here we go. The runner on first is going to start running. Most likely, he's probably going to take off on a 1-2 count. We'll see. Danny, thank you. See if Lugo can get it done here.
Originally a 7-10 start today. Well, crowd's getting a little bigger, and they are trying to push Lugo through the turnstile here. Runners lead from the corners, 2 out. Lugo sets. Duggar runs. The pitch taken outside, ball 2. They make no attempt whatsoever on Duggar, as it was a curveball from Lugo. Good pitch for a base runner to try to run on, and Duggar did. So he's at second on the steal.
2 minutes scoring
Now
position,
runners are in
guys.
scoring position. 2 of them with 2 out and a 2-2 count. And also of note, no force now on the infield. So Lugo working hard here. 2-2 to Vosler. Here's the pitch. Curve in the dirt. Nice block by McCann. A full count. And Lugo just about going down the line with that curveball here against the kid from West
Lugo's
Nyack,
throwing a lot of
Jason
curveballs
Vosler.
here. I don't think he trusts his
pitches in this at
fastball.
bat have been curveballs.
Lugo has thrown 17 here in this 8th inning.
Strike 3.
He got the first batter, then back to
Sorry,
back
I said it
singles,
early, guys. I
including
got
a bunt
pumped.
single. A fielder's choice that could have been a double play wasn't turned. And now it'll be a payoff pitch to Vosler on the way. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Actually fell, tipped it into the
Went with the
catch.
fastball
And
to
after
strike
all
him
those
out.
curveballs,
What a pitch by
came with a
Lugo.
96
Good performance by
mile-an-hour
Lugo.
fastball, and that retired.
Oof. Sorry, I went a little ahead of the call, guys. I got excited there. But that was a nice high fastball by Lugo there. So we're going to the bottom of the 8th, still tied, guys. Nice bounce back from Lugo. Nice bounce back. All right, guys. So we're going to the bottom of the 8th. Still tied 4-4. Lugo with a bounce back performance. That's nice to see. The Met fans were extremely worried about Lugo over the last week. It seemed like he had his curveball today. He threw a lot of curveballs to Vossler and then decided to go to a high fastball to get him swinging on a check swing. So once again, guys, the bullpens for both teams pitching very well. It's going to come down to who's going to give up the run. That's for sure. So here we go, guys. We have 2, 3, 4, Marte, Lindor, Alonso in the bottom of the 8th. So a very nice performance by Lugo. Give him 1 strikeout. All right, guys. So here we go. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here, guys. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here. But you know what, guys? Listen, I want to give a little bit of credit to Tyler McGill for keeping it at 4 runs. He could have easily blown up and gave up 6 or 7 runs, but he didn't. And that's a nice sign from him, even though he didn't have his great stuff today. Very good to keep his team in the ball game, and they came back in the game. So a good performance by Tyler McGill to keep us in the game. Nice performance by Rodriguez pitching that inning with a couple of righties at bat, and Lugo getting out of a big jam in the top of the 8th. So now the Mets got to score runs. We got 3, 4, 5 up. I'm sorry, 2, 3, 4 up. So it's time for the Mets to do some damage here, guys. So once again, guys, 4-4, bottom of the 8th, 2 teams that have championship aspirations. Giants are no joke. We obviously see that. But the Mets are showing something today. Again, this was the first time the Mets were down by more than 1 run in a game in the first 10 games. So it's nice to see that they have some fight in them, which we already knew they had, but putting the pressure of them losing by a couple of runs shows that this team is something to be reckoned with. But again, the game's not over yet. The Mets got to finish the comeback right now and get it done. Darren Ruff is in left field right now, guys. So here it goes, bottom of the 8th, guys.
Day when Queens College was nationally ranked, Austin Peay had a
Tyler Rogers on the mound for the
team as well.
The Giants.
That was a long time ago. Here is Starling Marte to lead off against Mr. Rogers. The side armor and the first pitch bunted on and missed. 0-1. For Rogers, this is his 6th appearance. In 4 2/3, he's allowed 4 hits and 1 run. Rogers has not walked a batter and struck out 3. He was a busy man last year. 80 appearances, most in the National League. Outfield around towards right. Marte 1 out of 3. The 0-1. Little chopper back towards the mound. Rogers up with it in a hurry. Fires to first. In time to get Marte. So 1 out here in the last of the 8th. And Francisco Lindor will be the batter. Scoreboard update brought to you by Food Bazaar. Feeding your way of life. Visit foodbazaar.com for store locations. Told you about Washington defeating Arizona in the afternoon portion of a day-night doubleheader in Washington. So they'll play that second game later. Tampa Bay will be at Wrigley to face the Cubs. Pirates at Milwaukee. White Sox at Cleveland. Texas and Seattle. How about Freddie Freeman last night for the Dodgers? First time up against his ex-team, the Braves. He goes deep. Here's Lindor. It's a bouncing ball to first. Right at Belt. Underhands to Rogers covering and quickly 2 men away. 3
Love the way
pitches
Rogers
made by
pitches.
Tyler Rogers. And he's got 2 outs here at the bottom of the
Quick
8th.
2 outs for
inning.
Rogers.
Alonso coming up. Who is part of the Power Report, sponsored by the
So, question for everybody, especially for Mets fans. Who is going to come in the top of the 9th if it's not a save situation? Would you put Diaz in, or would you go Trevor May, Drew Schmidt? Let me know in the comments, guys.
National League lead with 5. I don't know if anybody would expect Ozzie Albies
Rogers
to
is a
challenge
beast.
for
Very
the
good
league
pitcher.
lead in homers
That's
before
that
it's over.
sidearm delivery. Submarine
Here
delivery is
Pete
tough.
now is flied to right,
I don't
grounded
bring
to
Sean
third,
Reed
struck
in.
out.
Not in a tie game.
Rogers with just
I'll bring
his
in either
4th
Drew
pitch.
Schmidt or Trevor May.
Ball over, a called
Or maybe
strike. It's
Ottavino.
0-1.
Only 83 miles an hour on the fastball. Rogers working with deception, that almost submarine-style pitch. And don't forget,
Them
he has
pitches
a
are crazy
rising
that he's
slider.
throwing. Woof.
Throws the only rising slider in the major leagues.
Well, it comes from so far down under. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball. There it is. It's upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike. You know, they'll tell you, meaning the scientists, physiologists, that
Yeah, I think
a
Smith and
rising
Ottavino should be the guy.
fastball is an optical illusion. The ball does not rise. The 1-1 inside almost clipped him in the knee. That was that 83-mile-an-hour fastball, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike.
That pitch, that rising slider, actually is more effective typically to lefties, which is why right-handers handled Rogers much better last year than lefties did.
4-4, 2 out in the 8th. The 2-1 pitch, breaking ball over, a called strike. It's 2-2.
Anyone
Over
but
the
Foley. I
inside
agree,
corner
guys.
with that slider. If Alonso keeps the inning going, Eduardo Escobar will be next.
That is a tough slider to hit.
All 4
That,
infielders
that
are
ball
deep.
is like
The
a frisbee,
outfield,
but it rises.
pretty deep and around towards right. 2-2 the count. And the
All right,
pitch.
so Diaz is on the
Up foul,
in the
going
bullpen right
back
now.
into the seats
So
to
it
the
looks
right
like
of
he's
home
getting
plate.
the 9th inning for us.
At the
Hey,
conclusion of
you got to
game
get it done
1,
in a non-save
there'll
situation
be anywhere
sometimes.
between a 30
Here's his
and 40
opportunity
minute
to do
wait
it today.
between games, we're told.
Got to get your
And
boys
then
up in the bottom of the
nightcap,
night at a tie game.
Max Scherzer will be on the mound for the Mets against Logan Webb, who had an outstanding season last year for the Giants. Edwin Diaz throwing to the bullpen now, interestingly. 2-2. Now the pitch to Pete. Foul, back to the screen. I only say interestingly because under other circumstances, if this were just a single game today,
I agree, Michael.
then there'd be no question.
Nobody
that
wants to go to
Diaz
a
would be
extra
up.
innings here.
Tie game, playing at home. If you go to the 9th inning in a tie game at home, there won't be a save situation. But I don't think Buck Showalter would use Diaz in both games of this doubleheader. It's 2-2 the count. Now
I think
the
Buck
pitch,
feels that we got a chance to win this game here. Get this game 1 here and figure it out in game 2. I think that's what he's trying to do. When he thinks the Diaz coming in to hopefully shut them down in the ninth to get our boys up in the ninth. Again, the inning's not over yet. Alonso's still here. 2-2 count, so we'll see.
Pete measuring his practice swing, a couple of steps outside the batter's box, which by technicality you are allowed to do when you foul it off. You don't foul off. You're supposed to keep 1 foot in the batter's box, but we never see that enforced. 2-2 the count. Rogers delivers. Swung on and missed strike 3. He went away with a fastball that was out of the zone. And Alonso waves at it. The Mets go in order. And so.
All right, guys. So going to the top of the ninth, still 4-4. Once again, guys, the bullpen for both teams has been shutting down the offense so far. Besides Leon that gave up that 1 hit to give him in a couple of runs. Hey, listen, the bullpens have showed up in this game. That's for sure. We're going to the top of the ninth. It's looking like Diaz is coming in for the Mets. So we'll see what happens. Non-save situations is the death of this guy, but we'll see. He's pitched well this year. We'll see. So to go around the quick score right now, guys, of what happened today. Marte scored the first run of the game with his speed alone. Then the Giants scored 2 runs in the second and 2 runs in the third to give them a 4-1 lead. And then the Mets came back 3 runs in the 5th to tie the game at 4-4. And ever since the 5th inning, both teams with their bullpen shut down the opposing offense. So once again, guys, bullpen is doing their jobs on both sides. But sooner or later, somebody's going to give up a run here. And we'll see. Hopefully this is not a long extra inning game. But we will see. Again, Diaz coming in. Again, Diaz struggles in non-save situations. He's done that. He's been in these situations a decent amount, especially with Rojas as the manager. I don't like him coming in non-save situations. But again, with a doubleheader, it's a tie game. The Mets will have a chance to win this game. Buck Showalter is saying, let's do everything we can to win game 1 and see what happens in game 2. I think that's what they got to go. So we'll see. Diaz has pitched well this year, guys. So for the Giants, they got 9-1-2, Bart, Slater, and Belt. So see if Diaz can get it done here. So Diaz is in the game for the New York Mets. Alrighty, guys. Top of the ninth, excuse me. Mets, Giants, 4-4. 2 teams that have been playing very well this year, coming down to the wire here. Extra innings, we'll see. All right, guys. So 9th inning, 9-1-2 coming up for the Giants.
Well, a save situation later in the nightcap in this tie game. He's going to use, meaning Buck Showalter, Edwin Diaz right now. And I'm sure Buck would give you that very, very same answer. Got to deal with the game that's in front of us and not worry about trying to save someone for a situation which might not take place. So Diaz will face Joey Bart to lead off in the ninth. And the first pitch, fastball, low outside, ball one. Bart has struck out twice.
Not a good start for Diaz.
Right.
Not a good start. He's a little wild right now with his
Bart's
fastball.
got a bit of a tough job taking over as the regular catcher from the retired Buster Posey. The 1-0. Fastball outside, 2-0. Remember the Giants lost.
2 fastballs, not
Buster
even close
Posey
to the plate.
retirement. And Chris Bryant.
3 fastballs,
agency.
3 balls, not close
Someone
to the
anyone
plate.
signed with
3rd pitch was
the
a slider.
Colorado Rockies.
Not looking good.
So
Gotta
maybe
throw
the Giants
strikes
aren't going to hit home runs at the rate they did last year. 2-0 on the way is way outside, ball 3. But right here, for either team, it's about just building a run here to break the tie. And now Bart is ahead of Diaz, who's struggling with his command, 3-0. It's his 5th appearance. He's allowed 1 run on 3 hits in 4 innings. Here's the 3-0. Right down the middle at the knees, a fastball. Diaz has
Telling you
one
guys,
save. Again, that's
Diaz
not
with
here.
a non-save situation is just not the pitcher you want in the game.
Escobar guards the line at third. The pitch way outside.
Can't walk the 9-hitter. The ball was getting close.
Dirt. It went off McCann's glove. And Joey
Telling you guys,
draws the leadoff walk.
Diaz in non-save situations does not work out.
Have the go-ahead run aboard.
Can't walk off the 9. Can't walk the 9-hitter.
Austin Slater
Can't do
coming
that.
up. So the job of Diaz here is, well, to protect the tie. Keep this game even, get the Mets back into the dugout with a chance to win it in the bottom half. So he's trying to protect the tie, if you will. Brought to you by the law office of Richard M. Kenny, New York's #1 personal injury law firm.
I just don't like Diaz in this
Slater
spot.
takes on the outside corner, a fastball at 98, 0-1.
Giants have their closer up in the bullpen as well. Camilo Doval getting loose.
Austin Slater just 2 out of 18 at the plate to start the season.
Yeah, even if he told them before the game this is a possibility, I just don't like him in this spot. We got guys, May, Drew Smith, Ottavino. I would have used one of those guys.
Quickly, it's 0-2.
Diaz is so much better in safe situations.
Slater in his 6th year now with the Giants. Bart, not a big lead at all at first. Alonso holding. The 0-2 from Diaz. In there, strike 3 call. A fastball. Slater might have thought that pitch was up, but it had plenty of plate and plenty of velo as it goes up on the board at 99. So maybe tough day to get loose. Diaz needed that first batter to do that.
That's a nice start. Slater didn't take the bat off his shoulders there. So, but again, big at bat here. Brandon Belt up here. It's a tough at bat right now.
That pitch at 99, clipping
Gotta
the
be
outside
careful
corner.
here.
Good one to strike out Slater.
So Diaz now facing a tough hitter, Brandon Belt. Left-hand batter, they overshift. The first pitch inside with a fastball.
Camilo Doval, the closer for the Giants, are up on the mound right now. In the bullpen, warming up.
But he's lost around 30 points on that batting average, which happens this early in the season by going 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. 0 for 3 in his career against Diaz. Outfield straight away, they're deep. The 1-0. Fastball crackles over the inside corner at 98. And it's 1-1. Joey Bart barely getting a lead from first. Escobar way off the line at third now with a left-hand batter up. Wilmer Flores waits on that.
Isaiah Diaz has command issues too, so we're both in a pickle
Outside
here.
and high, a fastball. 0-2. Giants 4 runs, 9 hits, 1 error. The Mets 4 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. As the Giants bat at the top of the 9th inning.
Double play! Yeah!
Diaz wasting
Sorry,
little time.
before the call, I'm sorry.
Delivers 2-1. Swing on a 100 to second. Cano up with it to second one. Lindor to first in the dirt. Alonso's got a double play!
Let's go. There we go. So, Met fans, take a sigh of relief. Diaz did blow it. Okay, we're good. Going to the bottom of the ninth, guys. The Mets have up Escobar, Cano, and Davis. Well, Diaz scared me a little bit. I'm not going to lie. There's people who were watching it on TV that saw the call before the radio call. That's why I got excited. Sorry. Sorry, I know I say it before the call for sometimes. I try to hold back. But when you see it, you get the reaction from a fan. I'm sorry. So, all right, guys. So we're going to the bottom of the ninth. Like the Mets, they like to, make you lose some hair, give you heart palpitations, blood pressure goes up. That's what they do. So once again, guys, the bullpen for the Mets so far pitched very well for the Mets and shut down the Giants since the sixth inning, the seventh inning. So that's very good for the Mets. Nice, because the bullpens have been struggling. And now the Mets have a chance to have a walk-off win here and get the first win of 2 games in this doubleheader. That would be a nice comeback win for the Mets, but guess what, guys? The game is not over yet. So, once again, guys, Diaz had 1 strikeout, I believe. Yep, okay. All right, guys, so once again, the Mets have up Escobar, Cano, and Davis. I wonder if Showalter will pinch hit for Cano in this situation. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe Cano for Dominic Smith. We'll see. And then, put Guillaume in at second. We'll see. But again, both teams are using a lot of bullpen. I mean, the Mets only use 3. The Cardinals. Sorry, the Giants use 4 relievers already. Going to use 5. So it's a lot of relievers to use for a doubleheader for both teams. So you don't want this to go to extra innings. So 4 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Giants, and 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Mets. So we're going to the bottom of the ninth. Camilo Doval up in the game for the Giants. Again, I don't know much about him, so I'm not going to say anything about him. I know he has a live arm. I know that. Some people in the chat said that he's inconsistent with his location. We'll see. So once again, guys, Escobar, Cano, Davis. Bottom of the ninth. 4-4 tie. Here we go, guys.
He averaged 98.6 miles an hour on his fastball last year. So Doval this year is making his 6th appearance. Does have 2 saves, but in 5 1/3 innings, he's allowed 6 hits and 3 runs.
Davis is very due, Danny.
And struck out 5.
But we'll
Tyler
see.
Rogers pitched a 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th inning.
Again, nobody has done nothing since the 5th
10
inning. So.
hits in a row now have been retired.
Anthony, that's true. Scherzer can go deep. It is a cold night, though, so we'll see.
The starter, Alex Cobb. The bullpen's been perfect since actually throwing Dominic Leone. He gave up 1 hit. But that's it. That's the only base runner since Cobb left. So right now,
98 miles an hour
pitch to Eduardo Escobar
from the ball. So we'll see.
As we begin the bottom of the 9th inning. Outfield straight away. And the first pitch. Way outside, ball 1. The third baseman, Vosler, is even with the bag, but he's good 15 feet or so off the line. Escobar not a guy who would expect to bunt. Middle infielder's deep. And the 1-0 pitch. Swinging a pop foul, going straight back and out of play. That evens the count 1-1. Last year, Doval got into 29 games with the Giants and didn't allow a run the final 16 times out. So they have basically said he's the closer, at least at this point this year. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Outside with a slider. 2 balls and 1 strike. Escobar today has struck out, singled, and hit back to the mound. Robinson Cano on deck, then J.D.
Got
Davis.
a very nice slider.
The Mets have Adam Ottavino throwing
very
in their
nice
bullpen
slider.
for a possible 10th inning. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good pitch. He was way out in front. What looked like it might have been a split or a straight change. They call it a slider. That pitch looked a little bit different than a conventional slider. Did have a little bit of action moving in towards the batter, but not much. So 2-2 the count. Now the pitch. High with a fastball. Full count. Robinson Cano on deck. Even with a batting glove on, has his hands in his back pocket. He's trying to stay warm on a day when it's been very difficult to do so. 3-2 to Eduardo Escobar. Doval sets the payoff pitch. Low ball four.
Nice at bat by Escobar.
With nobody out. So before Cano takes his hands out of his pockets, we'll pause for station ID on the WCBS Mets Radio.
Nice at bat by Escobar. Cano is batting for himself, so we'll see. You know, it's an easy double play ball if he hits the ball on the ground.
Howie Rose, Wayne Randazzo with you at Citi Field. The Giants 4, the Mets 4. As the Mets bat at the bottom of the ninth inning here in Game 1 of the doubleheader. The Giants had the leadoff man aboard.
So Dominic Smith is getting a helmet. Looking like he might pinch it for Davis in the batter's box.
Got the Mets out of that inning. Now the Mets get the leadoff walk as it's Escobar aboard. Cano
I would have pitched it Dominic Smith for Cano, but
last hit came in the
Dominic Smith is going on the on-deck circle for Smith. For Davis.
Val ready, first pitch. Way outside and high. Ball one. 95 miles an hour on the cut fastball.
Again, I don't know if Cano can turn around on the fastball this fast.
Dom Smith
so you might be waiting for a breaking ball
for
here.
J.D. Davis. It's the designated hitter spot due up next. No one throwing in the San Francisco bullpen. Doval, the sixth pitcher used in this game by the Giants. The 1-0. Outside and low. 2-0 to Cano. Again, they call that a slider from behind home plate. Kind of looks like a changeup. But either way, it's getting Doval in trouble. He has walked the leadoff man, and now he gets a visit from his catcher, Joey Bart, with a count 2-0. You wonder, does Robinson Cano take a strike now?
Now, Doval looked particularly dejected.
If I'm Cano here, you got to take a pitch.
So Joey Bart,
I worry he's going to try to swing at a pitch that's not going to be close.
Big gap in right center. Big gap
I would
down
take
the
a
right
pitch here if I
field
was
line,
Cano.
too, for Cano. You know, Escobar is not the fastest base runner on the team, but he's a good, aggressive base runner, and he'll look to push the envelope wherever he can.
So, 2-0 the count. But either take a strike or expect him to throw a strike and go to hacking, as the hitters say. Let's see. 2-0. Here's the pitch. He takes it. It's low. Ball three. Kind of looked, based on Cano's countenance there, that he had planned to take all the way. Well, you got to think he'll be taken here 3-0, if only because of Doval's difficulty in throwing strikes. It'd be tough to explain away a double play here after a walk and a 3-0 count. So here's the pitch. Outside, ball four. And Doval has walked the first two. So Escobar, the potential winning run, goes to second. And with nobody out now, Dom Smith is being called back. The indication that
Luis Guillorme with no beard coming in to pinch it.
Let's see who they're going to use. You got
I would imagine
Guillorme, Reynolds, and Nito. There's going to be Guillorme. So basically, the message here is you're telling the ballpark you're bunting. And who is this guy anyway? Luis Guillorme.
So interesting. They're setting up for a bunt.
You remember the beer that we've often described. Never mind cough drop guys, Smith Brothers, or anything like that. It was the fullest beard you could imagine. Well, now let's see. Now Gabe Kapler, and apparently, I don't know if this is an interpreter.
Yes, it is.
It's not the Giants trainer.
Gabe Kapler. It's actually the pitching coach.
Okay, Andrew Bailey.
All right, so Guillorme with no beard. I'm surprised you're taking out Dominic Smith here to put up a guy who can handle the bat. Who, you know, for the most part, he hasn't hit well this year, but they're clearly trying to bunt the guys over to second and third. That's what the Mets are trying to do. I mean, they're basically telegraphing it to the Giants. So it's going to be a sacrifice. He's over 12 this year, so we'll see.
2020. It's 2 years ago. He had a pandemic beard.
Buck Showalter said he's the only guy who's ever seen who's shaved his beard and looks older.
Well, you can certainly help
All
himself
right,
out
2
here,
on,
'cause,
nobody
the
out.
other
Guillermo's
thing
at
is,
the plate.
there were no hits in that beard this year. Guillorme is 0 for 12 at the plate. So certainly you factor all that in.
Yeah, this
You gotta
worries me
think the bunt is
sometimes, you
on
know.
here.
You
But you're
know, a
bunting
runner
for
gets
8 and
caught up
9
on
in
a
the
pop-up
order. This could
bunt,
be interesting.
double play.
First, a wheel to second by Doval, and no throw. I guess the clear message is that he's up there to bunt, but I wouldn't be 100% certain that he's going to bunt because you're dealing with Jankowski and McCann as the next
He
two
does have to
hitters. You
face
still
three
have
batters,
Dom
yes.
Smith available. Well, let's see.
And I also
And now
agree, Anthony.
Doval
Let him
steps
throw
off.
strikes. He
Now
hasn't
Escobar
thrown,
bouncing
what was
around
it,
off
6
of
in a
second.
row?
Crawford, the shortstop, right behind him, trying to keep
Oh,
him
the umpire
close.
gave him that call.
Cano is the runner at first. The first baseman Belt, the third baseman Vosler in on the grass. They're expecting the bunt. The first pitch, he squares, pulls back, takes a fastball for a called strike, 0-1. Now, the pitch was to the outer part of the plate to be sure. But again, there is no guarantee that Guillorme is up there bunting. He's taking a long look down at Joey Cora, the third base coach. But it is an interesting decision. Saving Dom Smith for now.
Keep in mind, too, a
All right,
lot
guys.
of moving
First
parts
and
in the
second,
infield
nobody
trying
out.
to
Luis
field the bunt,
Guillorme
and
at the
the
plate with
outfield
1
is
strike,
spread
bottom of
toward
the ninth.
left.
Tie
Guillorme
game.
has great bat-to-ball skills. He's liable to line a ball somewhere where a Giants fielder isn't.
And again, this is a day where it can't be too much fun to handle the baseball or do it crisply or cleanly. Might factor in too. The 0-1 he squares. He bunts out in front of the plate. The catcher parts up with it. His play is to first.
Nice
in
bunt.
time.
Nice
That
sack
moves
bunt.
the winning
Second and
run to
third, 1 out
That's
with
Escobar.
Jankowski up. So I'm assuming
Cano goes down to
Dominic
second.
Smith's going to be batting here.
Well, Guillorme did what he was asked to do. So the bunt, 2-4 on the sacrifice.
Jankowski is
And
up
now
there
the
now.
Giants, of course, going to have to move the infield in and the outfield in.
All right, Travis Jankowski is coming up to his at bat. We'll
Can
see.
handle the bat.
All we need is a sack fly
James
here, guys.
McCann behind him.
Nice at bat.
And I would certainly think that if it came down to McCann, the Mets would hit Smith there. If they walk him first base open, potentially, well, then you got McNeil.
Gotta be careful.
Behind
Gotta be
him.
careful.
So now, Jankowski will try to win it. First pitch, swing and a miss and a slider.
Suicide squeeze is an option, but the infield is in, so we'll see. He tried to swing for the fences there.
Jankowski today is
1 out, second and
reached on a
third.
bunt
Jankowski
single,
at the
and you
plate.
always have to factor that in as a possibility here too, even with the infield in. He's also reached on a fielder's
Gotta be
choice
careful
score.
because you don't want to run to the
Held
lead
out
too
to
early.
third.
He pops it
Time
up. It's a double
call.
play.
The
Gotta
Mets
be
4,
careful.
the Giants 4, but the Mets have the winning run, Escobar at third, with 1 man out. Cano is at second. All 4 infielders are up. All 3 outfielders are up. 0-1 to Travis Jankowski, left-hand batter. Here's the pitch. On the outside corner, a slider, and it's 0-2. Close pitch. Well, now Jankowski in a 2-strike hole. Again, McCann waiting on deck.
The Mets always make it
from
interesting,
left,
guys. Always do.
which helps those outfielders as
I
shallow
mean, you
as
got
they're
Nimmo
playing.
and Dominic
Nothing
Smith on the
into
bench,
the
and you're
count.
not using them.
Dominic
I don't
Smith is
know.
now in the on-deck circle, so it looks like he would get a chance for McCann if Jankowski doesn't end it here.
Jankowski trying to do that, but he's behind in the count, 0-2. 4-4. The Mets and Giants, 1 out, last of the 9th. Doval sets. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Inside, almost nicked him in the leg, and he also started his hand, so they want to check the swing at third, and no swing, says Alfonso Marquez in the count 1-2. Jankowski almost hit, almost went around. Oh, 1 ball and 2 strikes the count.
Best arm in the Giants outfield is probably Slater in right. Rupp is very shallow in left.
Corner infielders, even with the bags. All 4 infielders up. Here's the 1-2 pitch. On the outside corner, strike 3 called. He slipped the
Sorry,
slider
guys.
over the outer edge.
I don't like that move. I think
And that is
Jankowski
a
should have got
huge
pinch
out
hit
for the Giants.
for
2 men
Dominic
away.
Smith
Now
or
they can
Brandon
drop
Nimmo.
their infield and
Dominic Smith
outfield
is coming
back.
to the plate batting from
And
McCann
Dom
now.
Smith is the batter. So Doval gets
2
a
outs.
huge strikeout. And now Smith.
I did not like that. I think you should have pinched it for Jankowski there.
To start the year. He's one of the most popular guys in that clubhouse, and they might just about undress him if he gets a hit here. They still doing that, ripping the shirt off thing on a walk-off? I would imagine.
We'll find out.
I'd like to find out the Mets would. Left-hand batter, Doval delivers. Called
Guys,
strike
we
to
don't need a
Slaughter,
home run here.
and it's
Base hit
0-1,
wins the game.
and now Doval has been able to find the strike zone. So they gave up the out by bunting Guillorme, and that brought the infield and outfield in, but Jankowski was not able to take advantage. Now it's 0-1 to Smith. Doval staring into Bart to get the sign. And now Smith calls time at home plate as Doval was taking a long time. On this 49-degree day with a 13-mile-an-hour wind, freezing the fans, they're all on their feet. The 0-1, inside and low, 1-1. Certainly the fans in the lower deck are standing for the most part. Some in the other decks are. A lot of them just kind of hopping around on their toes, trying to keep warm. Smith trying to win it here in the bottom of the ninth. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He was out in front of that breaking ball. And now it's 1-2. Remember, the Mets built this rally without benefit of a base hit. Back-to-back walks. Starting at the bottom of the ninth inning. So, Doval about to throw his 20th pitch of the inning. As he's ahead of Smith, 1-2. Here's the pitch. In there, strike three called. He got him frozen.
Jesus Christ, guys. Typical Mets. They look like the 2021 Mets. Jesus. First and second, nobody out. Again, this is the problem I have with Buck Showalter, and I'm going to say this. He did this in Washington, and he also did it in Philly as well. You have Jankowski up. Look, we're going to look at it right here. Cano and Escobar get on. Why isn't J.D. Davis batting in that spot? Why not? I'm sorry, not J.D. Yeah, J.D. Davis batting in that spot. Why would you pinch it for Guillorme, who did the job, but then you leave Jankowski in, who's a guy that, let's be honest, he's not great. He's good. Dominic Smith has struggled. You left Nimmo on the bench. I mean, Jesus. And we're going to have problems now. I'm telling you that right now. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I just don't get it. You know, Buck Showalter is one of the guys who trusts his guys. Leave the guys in there. He's left guys in there before. He'll leave Cano in there, but he wouldn't leave Davis in there. Why don't you give Davis a shot? Why not? First and second. He hits into a double play, hits into a double play. It is what it is. It's crazy. You can't have that. You can't do that. You just can't lose, because you know what? You lose the game. It's because you couldn't get it done in the ninth inning. It's just, yeah. I don't know if it brings us back to Beltran. That's a little bit of a bigger game, but it brings us back to 2021 where the Mets couldn't get a runner home from third with less than 2 outs. Yeah, I mean, look what happened. Doval was wild, and all of a sudden he found this slider, and the Mets couldn't touch it. I mean, you got to take the bat off the ball. I'm sorry, the bat off the shoulders. I mean, geez. So we're going to the top of the 10th with the runner on second. So I hate that rule, but that's what it is. Yeah, J.D. Davis is a guy that he can hit the ball the other way. So I don't see the issue. I think that was a bad call by Buck. I know you're only playing for one run there, but I mean, you give up the out, and now you're bunting it for Jankowski and a pinch hitter in Dominic Smith, who hasn't played well this year. So Brandon Belt is the runner on second. Ottavino is in the game. Yeah, I agree. All right, Brandon Nimmo is into the game now defensively.
It's Brandon Belt who goes out to second.
So I don't understand. Brandon Nimmo's playing for defensive reasons, coming out for Jankowski. Why wouldn't you pinch hit Nimmo for Jankowski in this spot? It makes no sense.
Nimmo and Jankowski are going to meet in center field with Brandon.
That makes no sense.
Surprisingly taken over. If Nimmo was going to,
if he was going to come in for Jankowski, you should have pinched hit for Jankowski.
in the bottom of the ninth. Kind of peculiar that Nimmo would run out there right as the inning was about to start.
Plus, Nimmo almost overran Jankowski. He had to cut back to him for a moment because he needed something. The cheat sheet. And Jankowski gave it to Nimmo.
So Wilmer Flores faces Ottavino.
Yeah, that double change doesn't make sense. Yep. If you're going to take out Jankowski for
Slider,
anyway, you might as well pinch hit Jankowski for Nimmo. And the game might have been different. It might have been over.
Reminding you that speeding ruins lives.
I hate this runner on second.
Inning, the automatic runner at second base, Brandon Belt. It's a 4-4 game, as it's been since the 5th. Top of the 10th now. The ball's in a strike on Flores. Ottavino ready. A belt tie set. His pitch.
Oh, there you go, guys.
The air toward right center.
Now a guy on second, a guy on third.
Marte's under it, makes the catch near the warning track.
Nice productive out by Wilmer Flores.
He'll make it to third easily.
That's all the Mets needed was a sac fly.
A long way out toward right center. Plenty deep enough to get Belt to move up a base. As Ottavino records the first out, but Flores moves Belt over. And now the go-ahead run is at third with one out. Two really good teams, two ball clubs that are hoping for playoff opportunities this year. They played 9 solid innings against one another, and now you stick this goofy runner out there at second base, and it really changes the dynamic of the game as Darren Ruff bats here with one out, and Brandon Belt now
so we got
at third.
One out, the guy on third
with the ghost runner. For the right-handed batting Ruff. Ottavino ready, first pitch coming. High and tight, ball one. Brandon Crawford on deck. Harleen Garcia, the left-hander, warming up in the bullpen for San Francisco. Mets will have the top of their order due in the bottom of the 10th inning. On ball, no strikes.
It is definitely a goofy runner on second. Stupid. He played 9 innings regular, and then he put the runner on. Makes no sense.
Strike. Trip Gibson seemed to make a move to his right arm and then held it down. 2 balls, no strikes. Wonder if Buck Showalter put Nimmo in to be in the 9 spot and Nito in the 8 spot. 2-0. Pitch from Ottavino. High ball 3 because the number 9 hitter has to go to second base. So if Buck put Nimmo in to the 9 spot and double switched essentially where Nimmo and Nito would have been, or where Jankowski and Nito would have been, then Nimmo would be the automatic runner and not Nito in the bottom of the 10th, if that all makes sense.
It makes perfect sense despite what the scoreboard shows, which is Nimmo 8th and Nito 9th.
I think that's the plan that Buck was thinking about. 3-0. Fastball, low ball.
Yeah, Dom struggled.
Ruff draws a walk.
Yeah, this guy on second is ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. The shift is annoying. The runner on second is stupid. The only thing this walk does right now is puts in a double play depth. But that's basically it. But the infield's in. So a hard hit ball is probably going to score the run.
Middle infield will back up to double play depth. Belt is at third. Doesn't have very good speed. Neither does Ruff at first. And really neither does Crawford. So a chance here for the Mets to turn 2 on a ball hit to somebody on the infield. 4-4, 10th inning.
Be nice if Ottavino throws strikes here. That'd be nice.
Ottavino facing Crawford. Righty to lefty. First pitch. Fastball low and outside, ball 1 for Adam Ottavino. His 5th appearance. He's yet to give up a run, although he's allowed 5 hits in 3 2/3 innings. He has 6 strikeouts.
Ottavino can't throw a freaking strike.
Big spot here to try to keep this game tied or at least within 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch. Crawford takes in the dirt. Nice stuff by Nito, backhanding that ball out of the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes. You know, in this scenario, you could kind of live with 1 because you also get the ghost runner, the automatic runner at second. You really can't give up more than that and feel good about your chances going into the bottom of the inning. It is the 10th inning. It is 4-4. First game of a doubleheader. Game 2 will start about half hour or so after this one ends. 2-0 the count on Crawford. Ottavino's pitch. That's a strike. Fastball on the outside edge. It's 2 balls, 1 strike on Brandon Crawford.
Just checking the MLB Mets batting order on the official league website, but they also have Nito 9th and Nimmo 8th.
I don't know if because Nimmo got out there late, they weren't able to make the change that way. Not sure what Buck Showalter told the umpires between innings. Really, all that matters is that. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pitch. Swing and a tip into the glove of Nito for a strike. Now it's 2-2. Last year, Crawford drove in 90 runs, a career high for him, along with 24 homers, a career high at 298, the highest average of his career. All in all, his best offensive season. He's got a couple of runs batted in today as well. 2-2. The veteran shortstop Crawford. Ottavino ready, a belt tie set. 2-2 pitch. Swinging a liner towards second. Caught by Cano. He bobbled it for a moment in the air, but he caught it again. Cano was trying to get out of his glove quickly so he could make a throw to first to try to double up Ruff. But in doing so, the ball popped out of his hand, and then he caught it again. So that ball never hit the ground. Crawford lines out, and there's 2 away.
Right,
If he dropped it, they still might have been able to get it.
Yeah, if he would have dropped it, it might have been a double play because Crawford didn't run.
Then you'd have a great opportunity to get a 4-6-3 double play, right?
He caught it. I think they would have ruled that he lost the ball transitioning it to his hand.
Yeah,
anyway.
That's what they ruled, but, you know.
All right, so 2 outs, guys. First and third.
That was
Estrada's
by
up.
design.
Even if a line drive comes to you and you just guide it to the ground, they still call it an out in the air. You're not allowed to do that. Tyro Estrada, the batter, with 2 down. Tie game. First pitch. Inside, ball 1, almost hit Estrada. As we've seen before with this rule, if you don't give up any runs on the top of the inning, all of a sudden that's the winning run that goes out there with a freebie to second base. You really got a good shot to win the game in the bottom half. Fly out, a walk, a line out. Here in the top of the 10th for Ottavino. 1-0 on Tyro Estrada. Pitch. Slider hit in the air toward the left side. Lindor chasing it toward the tarp. Escobar as well, but it's out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike on Tyro Estrada, former Yankee. No pause for station ID on the WCBS Mets Radio Network.
Your home for Mets baseball. WCBS FM, HD2, New York.
City Field in the top of the 10th. Tie game 4-4. 2 out, 2 on. 1 ball, 1 strike on Tyro Estrada. Ottavino's pitch. Slider fouled back, and it's 1-2.
All right, 2 strikes.
So potentially,
Runner on first will
Mets
probably
out
be
away.
running most likely on a 1-2 count.
Here
We'll
on the
see.
top of the 10th. And the crowd, which has grown since the first pitch at 3:13, getting close to the normal game time here for a night game as it's 6:30. Everybody onto their feet. Trying to root Ottavino through the top of the 10. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Estrada. 2 outs, runners on the corners. The pitch. Just missed the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ottavino trying to shave the edge of the outside corner with 95. And he just missed it wide. 2-2. Estrada's got 2 hits, both singles. He scored in the second. He has struck out today. 4-4, 10th inning. Counts 2-2. Ottavino ready, a belt tie set. His pitch. Outside again, the fastball missed. You could hear Ottavino grunt as he seemed to overthrow that a bit. Now after back-to-back fastballs as a full count, the runner at first, Ruff, will take off with the pitch. The left-handed batting Steven Duggar due up next. Ottavino's bread and butter pitch to right-handers is usually the slider. See what happens on 3-2 with Ruff running. Payoff pitch on the way. Slider bounced towards short. Lindor waits for it, grabs it, throws it across to first. Alonso stretching, safe at first. Estrada is safe. Lindor's throw pulled Alonso.
Lindor waited back on that ball.
Brandon Belt scores, and the Giants have a 5-4 lead here in the 10th.
Well, we'll see if this is something the Mets are interested in reviewing, but it was not a great throw again by Lindor, who, as we've said before,
He might have had the foot on the
is
bag.
not the strongest
I'm not sure.
shortstop in the league. And as he made that throw, Alonso tried to stay back, and no, he clearly was off the bag looking at a replay, I think.
Yeah.
The Mets will have it reviewed, just because you have to in this scenario. Alonso at the very end of his stretch.
New York sounds in the safe call at first base.
That's the announcement that they are reviewing the play at first. But Alonso had his foot on the bag, reached out, and as he caught the
He might
ball,
be out.
started
They're
to
showing the
slide
ball
off.
with the glove and
It
the
is a
foot
little bit
is
closer
on the bag.
than we may have
He might
thought
be out.
originally, as Pete had the very edge of the bag, his toe on it.
He might
As
be out.
Stretched out for the ball, he might have it.
He
It's
might have
close.
it. They showed a good,
We're getting a still shot.
a
It looks like
still
he does
shot right
have the
now. It
bag
looks like he's
still.
out.
He's on the corner of the bag with his foot. The ball is in his glove. He's completely outstretched.
I think he's out, guys.
A still photo right now.
A still
And
photo
that would
looks like he's on the
suggest
bag,
Mets
and
would have this
he might be
overturned.
right.
I
He
think
might be
the
out.
key is in the glove, and it appears that ball is in the pocket of Alonso's glove, and the toe is on first base.
Yeah, it might be right.
To be.
Boy, what a stretch by Pete. And we're going to hear from Alfonso Marquez, the crew chief, in just a moment.
Looks like he's
We're
out.
looking at zoomed in this still shot of Alonso's toe on the bag and the ball in the pocket of his mitt. The Mets have a good case here to get this overturned. Alonso sees it on the video board.
They called him out. Yes. Yes.
Whoever is looking at this replay down in
What a
Chelsea
stretch
has
by
to be
Alonso.
convinced that ball is in the pocket of the glove.
After review, the call is overturned. The runner is out.
The crowd erupts. The goal of Alfonso Marquez.
Let's go.
Out at first is Estrada.
Alonso is pumping his fist.
Arms as he heads into the dugout.
Let's go.
And the Giants don't score.
Isaiah, it wasn't a bold call. And at the first glimpse, it looked like he was off the bag, but they showed a still shot. His tip of his toe was on the bag, and the glove was in the ball. That was a good. Listen, it was close, but it was definitely an out. So, wow. I mean, wow. Oh, okay. I mean, whew. Again, the Mets always make it interesting. I tell you that. All right, so now we got the runner on second. Only needed one run, guys.
Over the past 5 years.
Whew. Wow. Well, I gotta say, Ottavino almost decided to almost blow that game. But again, let's talk about Lindor. He waited back on the ball and didn't charge the ball, which almost cost him the run right there. So once again, Lindor doesn't have the strongest of arms. He has to charge that ball and give himself time. You cannot wait back on the ball. I mean, he would have been out by a mile if it was a good throw. But you can't wait on the ball and use the arm that he does not have. And he almost thrown it away. If it wasn't for Alonso being 9 feet tall, the Giants will be up a run with still 2 outs and the bases loaded. So the Mets got lucky in that situation, guys. From the tippy tip of the toe of Pete Alonso, keeping his foot on the bag, the Mets are definitely have a good chance of winning the game. So we're going to the bottom of the 10, guys. 4-4.
He was just activated off the COVID IL today. The umpires were talking to Gabe Kapler right now, as a matter of fact. So I think they might be explaining to Gabe, don't be surprised when Brandon Nimmo runs out to second base right here.
So Brandon Nimmo is coming on second base because the last out was Dominic Smith.
Gibson and the crew chief Alfonso Marquez. And there is Brandon Nimmo with the helmet on. He's going to run out to second base. So Buck Showalter did pull a double switch.
God, I'm so sick of the ball. Kick the freaking ball.
Nimmo at second base.
You got the top of the order. You got McNeil, Marte, and Lindor. Let's go. Hit the ball. Hey, girl, it wasn't a bullshit call. Sorry. I'm not going to give you. I'm fair, guys, but his foot was on the bag. His foot was on the bag.
Whenever that spot in the order comes up again. Boy, there's another flash of Buck Showalter being a step ahead of everybody else because Travis Jankowski and Tomas Nido were the 8 and 9 spots in the order. We thought as James McCann.
I do like the umps on the call, though. Now the fans know what the hell is going on. All right, guys. So Darlene Garcia, the lefty, is in for the Giants. McNeil, Marte, Lindor. 1, 2, 3. So we'll see if the Mets can get it done with the runner on second. Nimmo is on second base. So a base hit, pretty good possibility he'll score.
Not even Gabe Kapler was aware of, but the umpires were.
Again, at first I thought he was off the bag until that replay showed.
So Nimmo is the ghost runner at second. He also represents.
Yeah, it was a terrible double switch, but it worked out for this inning.
The Mets have the top of their order due up against
Randall,
left-hander
I agree.
Darlene Garcia.
All right, so we'll see if Jeff McNeil can win the game right
will
here.
bat first. The Mets have a golden chance to win this game. 4-4, bottom of the 10th. And Nimmo, a winning run at second. Outfield is shaded well toward left. Huge gap in right center for McNeil. First pitch. Neal pops it up foul toward the left side. Third baseman Vossler giving a look. Near the Giants' dugout, it's out of play. The ball's in a strike on McNeil, who has a 2-run double and a run scored in this game. It's the Mets 4, the Giants 4 in the bottom of the 10th. Still another game later. Max Scherzer against Logan Webb tonight.
It is tonight.
It is. Later tonight. Center fielder Duggar is basically in left center, and the right fielder Slater is straight away. McNeil lines one to right center. This game's over. Ruff is shallow and left. Nimmo has good speed, and he's a good base runner. Mets are in good shape out there at second. No balls and a strike on McNeil. Already choking up on the bat to make some contact against the lefty Harleen Garcia. 0-1. McNeil to chopper foul toward the first base side, 0-2. Garcia was a starting pitcher in the Marlins organization, and then a reliever. Mets saw Garcia a bunch when he was with Miami. He actually made his first major league start against the Mets in April of 2018 and threw 6 hitless innings in that game.
They call him Harlan the Marlin.
That's right. And he's been a Giant the last few years, and he's done very well for San Francisco. He's a 2.09 ERA.
Jason, I'm not broadcasting the second game. I'm sorry. I do got to go to work.
0-2 on McNeil. Pitch. Inside, almost hit Jeff. He backed away at the last moment. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The crowd standing for the most part here in the bottom of the 10th. Potential win is imminent with the runner at second automatically. Brandon Nimmo. Double switched in by Buck Showalter. Get the speedier Nimmo on base to start the 10th inning instead of Tomas Nido.
All right, so McNeil got the guy over.
Marte and Lindor.
1 out, guy on third.
If need be. The 1-2.
Marte coming up.
Swinging a ground ball right side. Belt has it, bobbled for a moment. Underhand flip to Garcia, gets the out. Nimmo went diving.
Productive out for
As he
McNeil.
advances, Jeff McNeil claps his hands. A productive out. Now the winning run.
Sack
90 feet
fly,
away.
base hit wins the
Bill
game.
may have bobbled that ball momentarily because it looked like he tried to sneak a peek to see whether or not he had a chance to get Brandon Nimmo at third. Nimmo, of course, has outstanding speed, and realistically, I don't think there was any way that Belt would have risked that throw, even if it might have been a close play. That would have been a very dangerous
I took
decision
the over
to make.
on
But
the
I
Mets
think
Giants, so
just
that's good.
checking where Nimmo was, that's where Belt bobbled that ball.
Now Starling Marte, who has a base hit and a run scored in this game, has a chance to win it. 4-4, bottom of the 10th. Winning run, Nimmo at third. Infield in for the Giants, outfield shallow. Garcia's first pitch.
Let's go.
Marte takes in the dirt. Good stop by Joey Bart. Smothered that ball right at home plate. Didn't even fall out of his glove. As Joey Bart shows a capable defender in place of the retired Buster Posey. 1 ball, no strikes on Marte.
And again, Vossler at third now with the infield in and a right-hand hitter up much closer to the bag, meaning close to the base runner Nimmo, so that Brandon can't get too far down the line.
Garcia, the left-hander, against the right-handed Starling Marte. Lindor on deck if he's needed. 4-4, bottom of the 10th. 1 out. Winning run on third as time is called. Marte steps out of the box. He has only faced Garcia a couple of times. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. Make that 1 for 1 with a walk. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch.
Danny wants to see my white boy
2.
dance.
Base is open here. Garcia doesn't have to approach Marte. Doesn't get much easier. Francisco Lindor follows Marte and then Alonso.
Lindor would be batting right-handed where he has struggled so far. 9-10 at-bats, but still he's only got 1 hit against the lefty.
That is his natural side, however. 2 balls and no strikes on Marte. The pitch. Over for a strike, a bending changeup. As Marte buckled at the movement of that pitch. Harleen Garcia gets a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike on Marte. 1 out.
1 out.
Winning run at third. It's Brandon Nimmo in a tie game. 4-4. The pitch. Swing and a miss.
Oh,
Changeup
right.
down and away.
Really making this
Now
interesting,
Garcia's
guys.
even 2-2. Harleen Garcia, the former Marlin, facing another former Marlin and Starling Marte. Game on the bases here. Nimmo at third, the winning run. It's 2-2 on Marte. Garcia ready. His pitch. In the dirt. Blocked again by Bart. Kept it right at home plate, boxed it around. It was under his legs for a moment, and to reach back to grab the ball, but Nimmo couldn't go anywhere. Now it's a full count. Starling Marte 3-2. Marte is second on the Mets so far with 10 runs batted in. It's another productive homestand with a couple of home runs as well. Now trying to get the game-winning run home in the bottom of the 10th against the Giants. Tie game 4-4. 3-2 on Marte, the pitch. It's low, ball 4.
Well, it does set up the double play, though.
Garcia went back to the changeup. Marte expertly laid off.
It's not a terrible walk. It sets up the double play for 1 out.
Marte draws the walk. Now runners on the corners.
All right, so first and third, 1 out. Lindor at the plate. All you need is a base hit or a sac fly here to win the ball game.
Lindor batting from the right side.
And Buck Showalter flashing signs from the Mets dugout, presumably as to whether or not there is any interest in sending Marte to the very least try to eliminate the ground ball double play possibility. You know, if you send Marte and Bart just holds on to the ball, Marte gets to second and the force is off, so the double play is largely out of the equation.
First and third,
Yeah,
1 out.
they were
Tie
just
game,
talking about
4-4.
that.
Infield in.
You gotta be
First
careful
pitch.
though. You gotta make sure you got that base though, because
Back,
you
had a
throw him
good
out,
cut.
you got 2 outs with a guy on third.
Spot.
But we'll see.
Only foul it back. No balls, 1 strike.
And that double play hard to pull off with that infield in, as all 4 infielders are just about at the edge of the infield grass.
Field is shallow and shaded to left for Lindor, batting right-handed against the lefty Harley Garcia. Tie game, 10th inning, first and third, 1 out. 0-1 pitch. Lindor lines it foul down the left field line. Just got out in front of the changeup, and it's 0-2 on Francisco Lindor. Garcia tough on both lefties and righties, but right-handers hit him much better than lefties did last year. Alonso, another righty on deck. Winning run at third, 10th inning, a hard-fought game between the Mets and the Giants.
Mets
In
win.
the afternoon, the first of a doubleheader for the evening here at Citi Field. No balls, 2 strikes on Lindor. Garcia's pitch. Swing a line drive towards center field. That's going to get down. A base hit. It rolls toward the wall at right center. Nimmo scores. And Francisco Lindor comes
Game
through.
over.
Mets win
Yes.
at 10. 5-4 the final.
Let's go.
As Lindor gets
Let's
followed
go.
by his teammates
Let's go.
around the
Thank
first
you.
base bag,
Thank
jumping
you.
up and down with the group. Francisco
Good comeback by the
Lindor's
Mets.
first walk-off hit as a
Whew.
New York Met, and it beats
All right,
the Giants
guys, that's
in 10
game 1.
innings, 5-4.
Yes.
Well, maybe it's just too cold to be ripping somebody's shirt off as Lindor remains fully
That's your white
dressed.
boy dance.
He fired his helmet
Now
down
don't
as
make
he
it a
got
gif,
to
okay,
first
guys?
base in
I'll come after
jubilation.
you.
And then he was surrounded. And
What a
pounded.
game.
You're going to need that jersey for game 2 in about a half hour.
Alrighty, guys. So Johnny, I'm not doing the second game. Unfortunately, I got to go to work. But well, that was a game, guys. Well, Mets come from behind. First time coming back from 3 runs down this year. Lindor it was a good pitch, slider down, and Lindor just golfed it basically. So it was a good game. The Mets clearly tried to blow the game for sure. Again, we talked about it, right, guys? The game was coming down to the bullpens. Somebody's going to give up a run. Mets pulled it off in the 10th. Lindor with the game-winning hit. Once again, guys, Mets win 5-4 in the 10th inning. Lindor with the walk-off hit. Once again, guys, I wish I could do the second game, but unfortunately, got to pay the bills. So once again, guys, I will see you next time. I'm probably going to do the game on Thursday for the series finale against the Giants. So once again, guys, really appreciate everybody tuning in today. We had over 400 viewers live during this stream, guys. I really appreciate all the support you've been giving me. Once again, guys, Mets win 5-4. Giant fans, you were great today. Come back on Thursday when I do it again. Met fans, we got a win there. A nice performance, comeback win. Have a good night, guys. Enjoy game 2. There you go. The game 5-4 right up on your screen. See you on Thursday for the series finale. Once again, guys, Giant fans, you were really good today. Keep on rooting for your team. Never give up on your team, guys. Once again, guys, Mets win 5-4. I will see you on Thursday. Hopefully the Mets win game 2. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for the support. And as always, Met fans, let's go Mets.